yesterday that you still believe that glyphosate causes cancer. And you expressed displeasure about the president's glyphosate order, and that and you also told Senator Schatz that the president's reasoning had to do with national security. So does President Trump's executive order, does his decision mean that more Americans are likely to be exposed to this chemical and get cancer?
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't increase the use of glyphosate. The president has invested more in trying to transition off of glyphosate than any other president.
Exactly. When and how did he do that? He did an executive order that says increase the production of it for both military, for weapons, and as herbicides. And he granted immunity to the huge corporation that produces this, a corporation that I believe you once sued and got recovery from because this chemical caused cancer. So does President Trump's decision mean that if there's more of this chemical, there's going to be more cancer? Yes or no?
It's not increasing production, it's increasing domestic production to displace the Chinese production, because 97% of our...
Yes or no? Yes or no? Amiable Cheap, what up, buddy?
I put glyphosate in my cat's food.
Thank you for the 10 gifted subs during the pregame. Hell yeah, appreciate that, man. Let's go. Big night, guys. Big night. Wisconsin primaries. Francesca Hong. We got progressive versus moderate in Minnesota for the Senate race there. Peggy Flanagan versus Angie Craig. We've got the special primary to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot in South Carolina. Got some exciting races. Would she? Polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern in Minnesota and Wisconsin. So we're going to have to wait a minute, but plenty of stuff to check out before the polls close. And the polls in South Carolina close at 7 p.m. Eastern. So should be able to go over those results. Yeah. Polls close in less than an hour in South Carolina. And this is an interesting race because Trump endorsed Darlene Graham, who is a DEI candidate who isn't qualified at all to do this job, but okay. And but that did not clear the field. There are still valid contenders in the race. So that shows weakness for Trump. And if she doesn't do that well, if she doesn't get over 50% and avoid a runoff, then she's looking pretty weak, and Trump looking weak as well. We already saw Trump lose a couple of races over the last week that he endorsed congressional candidates and lost. So imagine if one of these people beat the person that he endorsed. That would be interesting. You make more money with YouTube or Kick viewers? Well, I mean, I make way more money on YouTube, but Kick, I get a much larger percentage of the subscription, 95% compared to 70% on YouTube. And I also get some money per viewer over there. So if you're just going to watch and you want to help support passively, then watching on Kick would be the way to go. But whatever makes you happy, man, you know, I don't care. People can hang on whatever channel they want. Completely different attitude from Hutch's chat today on the Wisconsin race. They seem more willing to allow MAGA to win. I was tuned into Hutch a little earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Hutch has had a change of heart, where I was the one on Live and Learn for the last few weeks saying, these DSA people are cringe and I'm not worried about them. Who cares? I heard that from Hutch today, basically saying these people are incompetent and they are definitely not taking over anything. And I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Hutch was right there with Destiny, ringing the alarm bell about how scary the DSA people are. So did Hutch have a change of heart, which is fine if he did. I mean, I just am curious what led to that. Because he, every time I brought up that I'm not worried about these DSA people and let's actually see if we can work with them, and I want to take advantage of the excited young people that they're bringing in, and let's see what happens when they get into the Democratic Party in January. Let's see if they work with a team. He was always like looking at me like I have three heads. Like, bro, you sure about that? So, but to hear him today saying that there's no shot these people take over and do anything, I thought that was a little different. He's coming around. He's seen the incompetence on display. Gotcha. Hutch fought Wick on it and saw more W's to Wick than anything else. I saw more W's to Wick. I mean, I continue to maintain the same position. I'm not worried about these guys for a minute. They're all incompetent fools who will eat each other alive. And now that the spotlight's on them, they're already starting to melt. And I highly doubt they inspire people to join their cause. I'm sure they'll see an uptick in membership, but they are being exposed. And I'd rather them be exposed now than 2028. Hong Win incoming. Well, if the polls are correct, then yeah, she's going to sail to victory easily. She was ahead by like 20 points on her challenger, Crowley. But the polls were horrifically off with Michigan Senate race. I mean, they were showing El Sayed winning by like 17 points. He barely won by less than 1%. So it's possible the polls are way off on Hong as well. But we'll find out. I mean, I think she could still win in the general for sure. I mean, she could just ride the wave of Democrats dominating in the midterms. Why wouldn't she? I mean, I think people care more about checking Trump and saving money and being able to afford life than somebody who hates on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Thanksgiving Day. Question is, how thin, wide will the actual margins be? No idea. No idea, but this is our horse, man. We get behind her if she wins. I think the bigger problem is candidate recruitment from the party in general. I'm going to continue to harp about this, and we need to be much more proactive on recruiting great candidates, because there are amazing people in every single district, every single state who could easily run and haven't thought about it, don't understand why they should, are concerned about certain things, and there's nobody reaching out to them, so they're left to make that decision on their own with very little information. And so we need to be out there recruiting, not you and I, but the party as a whole. Like, should be a year-round effort to recruit great people to run for office. There's no excuse to not have amazing candidates in every single major race. No excuse. Fence mending is hard. Yeah, how's that going for El Sayed and Hassan and the gang? I see the person who was commenting on all my YouTube videos stopped screaming at me that Hassan has been kicked out of the campaign after I corrected them that there's been no indication from El Sayed that he has cut ties with Hassan. Hassan can say whatever the hell he wants on his stream. That means nothing. Plenty of everyday Americans who got the juice for Congress. Absolutely. I mean, everyday Americans, leaders in their community, business leaders, people in academia, people who worked for the Biden administration, whatever, man, they're out there. They're out there. All right, so these polls close at 9. Minnesota, the polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern as well. Again, this is Peggy Flanagan versus Angie Craig. This is a total toss-up. This is progressive versus moderate. Both of them are competent. Peggy Flanagan has given no indication that she hates Thanksgiving. So, seems like a pretty solid candidate. She's the lieutenant governor of Minnesota. So that's gonna be interesting. Don't forget Mike. Yeah, okay. So there's a governor's race too, where I'm assuming Amy Klobuchar is going to win. I mean, I'm rooting for Mike Lindell to win the Republican primary because he's nuts and he would make her job much easier. Any new to YouTube videos? Not planned right now. I'm still building my set and enjoying my personal time. I just go to the gym for like 2 hours and walk for 40 minutes. All sorts of things. Ties and wine with the on-screen celebration. Oh, it's raining, Mike. Mike from My Pillows. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, now you can hear me. I got a little filing cabinet today. I need to get a lamp on top of it to have a practical lamp instead of my little orange and blue, purple lamps behind me. And I got my cork board here with my press passes, my rubber foam bullet that I got shot with in 2020. You know, just trying to like build the set here. Still able to get Obama in there. Trying to have some fun and build a cool background. And maybe this will inspire me to do YouTube videos. I have no idea. We'll see. We'll see. But still building stuff. I got the filing cabinet because it reminded me of like a campaign office. I've been in a few campaign offices and it's always temporary furniture, like folding tables. It's, you know, it's nothing permanent because it's always on the move. And so filing cabinet felt like a good fit for a lamp on top of it. Now I got to find a lamp. I've been looking for a little bit. Shouldn't be too hard though. Fithin, thank you for the resub on Twitch. We will need to watch the Amy Mike debate. It would be insane. That sounds fun. I'm down with that. Home decor channel. Yeah. I just been having fun.
Mike has
building.
pledged a lumpy pillow in every pot and a meth lab in every neighborhood.
Yes.
A vote for Mike is a vote for lumpy pillows. Go Mark for president, not Mike.
Not Mike. Yeah. Mike Lindell would make a great governor. I support his candidacy. Absolutely. I think he'll give Amy Klobuchar a run for her money, and I think he's got a great shot at winning. So go for it, Mike. Good luck tonight. Lamps with USB ports built in are underrated for your bed. Yeah. I don't know about for your office. I just need some simple black lamp, but it, you know, the size has to matter. There's rules to the size of a lamp on top of a nightstand or a little table. Haley Stevens on Fox News. Yeah, I definitely wanted to watch that. Thank you. I've got a Kornacki video first, though, previewing tonight's race. So let me put this on deck. If Mike does lose, it would be another Trump endorsement failing. Did Trump endorse him? All right. All right, let's well, no, before we do that, see something here. You see what did they go over the race? Yeah, okay. Let's just watch from the beginning of Meet the Press Now and see what they say about tonight's races.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Monica Alba, and if it's Tuesday, voters are voting. Today, 6 states are holding primary elections, including a pair of Democratic races in Wisconsin and Minnesota that are set to test the staying power of the progressive movement after a string of wins this primary season, including last week in Michigan. In the Wisconsin governor's race, polls show Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong with a lead in a wild primary that's seen candidates drop out and get back in the race. David Crowley, who recently re-entered the race and now has the endorsement of Wisconsin's outgoing governor Tony Evers, spoke with NBC's Shaquille Brewster about his closing message.
With this Democratic primary, what does it come down to? What's the key difference between you and your opponent?
Well, I think there's a lot of key differences. One, I mean, we're going to need someone who can build the necessary coalitions and speak to unity, not necessarily division. We don't need to continue to divide our party or divide our state or our country.
Do you think she divides the party?
I think that right now we have a lot of people where the emotions are extremely high right now, and people are tearing down other candidates in order to focus on their own.
Meanwhile, Hong is pitching a message of change while trying to distance herself from some of her previous left-wing positions, which Democrats worry could hurt her chances in the general election.
It's scary, but when I get scared, I look to the voters who remind me every day that not only are we deserving of change, but they get to be a part of making that change. This election belongs to the voters, and we'll let the voters decide.
What do you say to voters who see those comments and the back and forth about them and say it's either disqualifying or that in your clarification, you're trying to have it both ways?
What's disqualifying is Tom Tiffany still will not say who won the 2020 election. What's disqualifying is that he has voted to send tax dollars to forever wars, for gas prices going up, for grocery stores growing up. He doesn't care about Wisconsinites. He cares about the Trump administration, who he will put Trump first, and Wisconsin deserves a governor that will put Wisconsinites first.
So, I mean, her messaging is pretty good when it comes to attacking Tom Tiffany, her Republican opponent, if she wins. And if she just stays on message with that, I think she'll do fine. You know, I don't think people are that concerned about her thoughts on Thanksgiving compared to getting their ass kicked at the gas pump and the grocery store, you know. I think people will vote for anybody with a D next to their name, and the idea of socialism or communism, that's more of a long-term concern for people if they're even concerned about it at all. I think they're just looking for somebody to check Trump. So if you got a D next to your name, they're going to vote for you. That's why I'm not really worried. Plus, she's not going to be able to implement jack shit. She's just there to act as pushback on Trump and the Republicans. Did you see Patola's troll ad? No.
In the Democratic Senate primary in Minnesota, Congresswoman Angie Craig is also making an electability pitch to voters as she faces Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Flanagan is running on a more progressive message and has criticized Craig for significant outside spending on her campaign's behalf.
We put this Senate seat at risk if the Lieutenant Governor is our candidate in November. I'm certainly making the contrast that I'm the experienced person in Washington who has a track record already of taking on Donald Trump and getting bills passed that make a difference in Minnesotans' lives.
This is up to the people of Minnesota if they want to send someone who's, beholden to corporate special interests, or if they want to send someone who's beholden only to Minnesotans.
This is going to be an interesting race. Two competent candidates representing different visions of the party. Very interesting. Dobis, thank you for the raid. I'm not familiar with you. Please, let me know who you are. Appreciate the raid. Welcome in. Look at them cheeks.
And on the Republican side of things, a South Carolina special election to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on November's ballot could prove a test of the power of the president's endorsement. He's thrown his support behind the former senator's sister, Darlene Graham, in a crowded primary.
DEI. This should be rubbed in the face of all Trump supporters. DEI candidate. How is she qualified? The only thing that qualified her was being Lindsey Graham's sister. It's so ridiculous, man. They were screeching about DEI for the last year and a half, though. Notice how they don't talk about it as much, right? And DEI was a huge thing when Trump first took office. Remember the plane and helicopter that collided in D.C., Trump blamed DEI for the crash. And I don't think I've heard him mention DEI in months. But here you go. Totally unqualified candidate, useless. And Trump is 100% behind her. So this race is going to be fascinating because Trump endorsed her and it did not clear the field. That shows weakness. This is a red state, South Carolina. And if they have a tumultuous primary and runoff, then that could be problematic. I mean, if she doesn't get over 51% tonight and it goes to a runoff, then wow. It's not DEI if you're white. Yeah, I guess.
Earlier today, Graham telling NBC's Ryan Nobles.
Tested the power of Trump's endorsement. They say this every single time. And it's a mixed bag, FFS.
True.
One got annihilated in the primary recently, didn't they?
Well, there's plenty of examples of his endorsed candidates losing, but people tend to get quiet about that and don't want to talk about it. But yeah, I mean, Trump has seen some congressional candidates that he endorsed in the last in last Tuesday's primary lose, so it's possible.
Would Darlene Graham win this race with Trump's endorsement if her name was Amira Hassan?
Pondering, what up, buddy? Thank you for the $5. I know the last name is the guy who lost in Michigan to a guy who dropped out and endorsed someone else, right, in a congressional race. I don't know about his first name. No, I don't think she would. I love rubbing this in the face of Trump supporters, though. Darlene Graham. His name was Amir Hassan. Got it. Yeah. I remember his last name was something like that. So, yeah. That guy, how do you lose to somebody who basically dropped out a month earlier and endorsed another candidate? That is quite the rejection of Trump and that guy. I don't know what he did to deserve that, but wow.
Is it possible he just picks who he thinks will win, not who he wants, just so he can intimidate them by claiming he was why they won?
Not necessarily. I think he picks the person who pledges their loyalty to him, who he thinks will be a dutiful soldier for him. I think that's all he cares about. He doesn't care about if they can win or not. I mean, he doesn't want to endorse somebody that's going to lose no matter what. But supposedly Trump has been supposedly Trump was working behind the scenes to pressure Ohio Republicans to lay off Max Miller and to ease off the pressure, encouraging him to drop out. That's the guy who is involved in domestic violence and a messy divorce, who's running for re-election. And he's the former son-in-law of Bernie Moreno, the Republican senator from Ohio who beat Sherrod Brown in 2024. So Trump not exactly picking winners all the time, because that guy is going to lose if he makes it to November. Is Miller's seat now a toss-up? I think it's below R plus 10. Let me see. Max Miller, Ohio. He represents Ohio's 7th congressional district. Let's see. I could have sworn it was below R plus 10. Yeah, R plus 5. So, I mean, that's easily winnable if he makes it to November. And I think it's past the deadline for him to drop out and be replaced on the ballot. So he's pretty screwed.
He expects this race to go to a runoff.
I expect to be in a runoff in 2 weeks. I feel confident that I will win.
Senator, what would you say to folks that are saying that you're just being handed this seat?
I don't see it that way. I'm not being handed this seat. I realize.
Oh, good argument.
That I have to earn voters. So I'm working really hard to do that.
Wow. Working really hard. Super qualified candidate.
And joining me now is our NBC News team chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki's at the big.
Literally being handed. Yeah. If she took over as caretaker through the end of Lindsey Graham's term, I still would have found that problematic, but it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But the fact that she has the audacity to run for a 6-year term in the Senate with 0 qualifications, she ran like some nonprofit or some, I don't know, some agency like not in the government, but dealt with the government on behalf of, I believe, visually impaired people, which is, noble. I appreciate that. That's good for her. But just because you run some nonprofit doesn't mean you should be a U.S. senator, especially when you're just kind of thrown into it. Like, what? And you just share a last name with the guy who had it before you. That doesn't seem right to me. I mean, again, DEI, DEI, DEI. And it's not even DEI, right? Like, it's so stupid, but that's the Republicans' definition of DEI. So might as well rub it in their face. Would love to see her on a debate stage. Oh, that would be fun. Almost looks like she would rather not run, but so many people said she needed to. Well, I don't know. Trump is all in on her, so I'm sure she either paid him, bribed him, or he thinks that she'll do whatever he wants. So he's excited to get her in there, but Lindsey Graham would do whatever he wants anyways.
Board with what he's watching for tonight. Shaquille Brewster is covering the Wisconsin governor's race from Madison, and Charles Benson, chief political reporter at our Milwaukee affiliate WTMJ, is in Milwaukee, where the city's absentee ballots are being counted. And chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is covering it all in South Carolina. Thanks to you all for being here on this election day. Steve, let's start with you. What are you watching for in these progressive versus establishment races tonight?
Yeah, well, let's start in sort of the feature contest in that genre, and that is that Democratic primary for governor here in Wisconsin. A couple things. First of all, if you look at Hong and you look at where her path to victory would be tonight, I think you just think back a week ago to what we saw in Michigan with Al Sayed winning the Senate primary there. His vote, his support correlated pretty closely to the median age in counties in Michigan. The younger the median age, the better he was doing. The more you had like college towns, college areas, that's where he was getting, running up the score, doing the best. So take a look here in Wisconsin. You got the mother lode of sort of the college town. That's Madison, Dane County. Dane's going to churn out more votes than any other county in Wisconsin probably tonight in this primary. You'd expect Hong to be doing very well there. You'd expect also some sort of smaller college towns. Think of Portage. You can think La Crosse County, places where you've got branches of the state university where the median age tends younger. That's where she's going to be looking to run up the score there. One other thing that I'm looking at here, though, is the interesting dynamic you got at it of how topsy-turvy this race has been with candidates getting in, candidates getting out. David Crowley, who is now her main opponent, the establishment, if they have any chance of stopping Hong, it's going to be with Crowley tonight. Remember, Crowley was out of the race for a little over a week in July. Then he got back in. He got back in because Sarah Rodriguez, the lieutenant governor, got out. The key point, though, is that as all of this drama was playing out in July and this field was being shaped and reshaped and candidates were getting in and candidates were getting out, something around 140,000 votes were cast in that month, in the month of July, by mail. Now, not all 140,000 of those are going to be for the Democratic primary, but we know that Democrats tend to vote by mail a lot more than Republicans. That means a big chunk of the vote in this Democratic primary was cast before this became the Hong-Crowley race that it essentially now is. So if Crowley has gotten a bunch of momentum late in this campaign to make this a game with Hong tonight, getting that sort of establishment wing to coalesce behind him, there's a world where he could get close but fall just short, and those 140,000 vote by mail that were cast long before this dynamic materialized could loom big.
That's fast.
What a mess, man. How does it even happen? This is too serious for this kind of crap to happen. I'm not worried. Actually, I am very little, how can I say this? I am surprisingly not worried about Francesca Hong. I'm sorry. I do not share the hysteria that others do, that she's going to be a Trojan horse for communism and it's the end of the Democratic Party in America. Like, this person's an idiot, basically, man. What do you mean? Like, village idiot who's out there hating on Thanksgiving. She's like a woke soy lord who's going to cringe her way through 4 years of being governor. Who cares? Like, she's just not going to do anything, not going to accomplish anything, Like, if anything, she'll probably be decent in just kind of a kind, nice person. I mean, no offense. I mean, I don't think she'll accomplish much, but you know, I don't mind these like far left ideas. I think their heart's in the right place. I know that will upset a lot of people to hear that, but when they say abolish borders and abolish prisons and defund police and abolish ICE, I don't take that as like some giga threat to our democracy and America and life as we know it. I just see some overzealous, bleeding heart people. These are the kind of people who take in a dog that they see out in the wild, like some stray dog in the parking lot. They'll take it home with them, It's just like heart wide open, believe the world's such a nicer place than it really is, and they have some big ideas, and I guess we kind of need people like that. I don't think it should be your like party platform to try to accomplish things in the short term that could happen maybe 50 years from now. So I'm not worried about her at all. I really don't care. I don't know. You're very wrong about this. Oh, wow. Great argument. Great argument. You're convincing me so much. Well, you're telling me that Francesca Hong is the boogeyman? I mean, look at this woman. Have you asked me, have you seen her interviews? I have. And I laughed my way through every single one of them. I love how you guys are terrified of this woman. Are you kidding me? I'm not scared of this person for 1 second. It's so funny how this person haunts some people's dreams. Like, this is the boogeyman. This is the scariest person on the planet for some people. It's kind of funny to me. So, this is not what I would picture an evil person looking like and sounding like. This isn't what I would draw. This isn't how I would write it. But I guess if this is your worst nightmare, then, God bless. You don't understand single issue Thanksgiving voters? Yeah, I guess. We're not terrified. We just know it's an automatic GOP. Well, you can't stop what's happening. So if you're arguing that if she wins, we lose, then so be it. But I'm arguing if she wins in the general, I don't have a problem with her as a governor. I'd way rather have her than a Republican. So you're arguing something that no one controls.
Against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I am only pissed about Hong because it makes winning the general harder. And it rewards the leftists for being scummy in 24. I don't mind her otherwise. My 2 cents. Ak.
Fair enough. I mean, I would love to see her lose so that Mike from PA shits himself. I would love it. I would love to see the Mike from PA curse be put on her. That would bring me great joy. I'm just making the argument that if she wins in November, I don't see the big deal. I really don't. I've looked at all her stuff and listened to her, and I really don't see the argument, man. I think people are being a bit ridiculous when it comes to Francesca Hong. She's cringe. I think her Jordans and weird outfits are stupid, and I think the people she rolls with, like Mike from PA, is a sign of bad judgment. And I feel like she's a tryhard, and she's not really the most authentic person in the world. She seems like she's looking for community. She just seems like one of these lost people that shows up to some random DSA meeting and they find community and friends, and it's like, oh, cool. So I'm just saying, like, we cannot change the outcome of tonight's race. So if you think she's going to lose in the general, then I think that's very possible. Sure. Tom Tiffany's not exactly the most charismatic guy. And I believe most people are going to go vote based on the economy, not some perceived concern about communism taking over America in the future. I don't think that argument trumps the economy. I don't think it comes close to trumping the argument for the economy by a mile. I think that's like issue number 8 or 9 for people who go out to vote. I mean, voting is annoying, and I don't think people are going to go out and vote against her to prevent socialism in Wisconsin anywhere near the number of people who will go out and vote for her because this economy sucks and they can't afford gas and groceries and healthcare, and she's a Democrat. Like, she's also been the only Dem to have her full real campaign at this point. Well, for me, the bigger argument is the failure of getting great candidates in this race. There's no reason we shouldn't have had just a parade of amazing candidates trying to become the governor of Wisconsin, a very important swing state. There should have been 5 people duking it out who were all stellar, incredible people. Instead, we got left with this DSA freak who hates Thanksgiving, right? It's just idiotic. And I think the Democratic Party in Wisconsin needs to really sit down and talk about what went wrong here when this is all said and done. Like, why did we have these weak candidates? What happened? Is Wisconsin a red state? No, it's a purple state. There's one Republican senator, Ron Johnson. There's Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat. They have a Democratic governor, and then the Republicans control the legislature, so it's purple state. Hong isn't going to get a majority. It's going to be these chucklehead tag-alongs that break the vote for us. You mean split the vote? Why do we have more than 2 candidates? Yeah, kudos to the candidates in Michigan, right? McMorrow decided she wasn't going to win. And so she dropped out. She put her ego aside because she wanted to make it a 1v1. And that was smart. That should happen in every race. It should get down to just 2 people within a month. If you're polling at 4%, it's time for you to drop out.
We'll definitely be watching for that. Tonight, Stephen, of course, we will see what happens in South Carolina. Do you think that this crowded Republican field could complicate a path to victory?
Yeah, I mean, look, you get an open Senate seat in a state like South Carolina, you get it anywhere, you're going to get a lot of interest. So you take a look here on the Republican side. The question here really is if somebody were to
If ballots have been sent out, it's too late to drop out? No. I mean, if you tell the people, I'm out, I'm suspending my campaign a month out, and even if some people voted for you, it is what it is. I mean, 3 weeks of you not campaigning and endorsing someone or telling everyone you're out of the race, that's going to reach most people.
Get an outright majority tonight. Obviously, they win, but it's the runoff likely. Who's getting first? Who's getting second? Most expect Darlene Graham will make that runoff. So the question then would be second place. And you've got here, just go through this. Ralph Norman is a congressman. Russell Fry's a congressman. Mark Sanford, a former governor, a former congressman. Some other candidates as well. Just keep in mind sort of the regional variances here. Norman, okay, he just ran for governor unsuccessfully in the Republican primary. His base is right up here, York County around Rock Hill. It extends a bit into the upstate. A lot of Republican votes right there. Go to the sort of the Myrtle Beach area, the PD region, they call it. That is where Fry's congressional district is. So you look for him to run up the score right there. Sanford, when he was in Congress, was right here along the coast, but he might have a broader sort of a base of support too from his days as governor. But there's sort of the regional question right here. Is one of these candidates going to sort of get more of a bounce out of their home region that could get them potentially into that second place? But I think the expectation with Graham is her support may be more evenly, widely distributed around the state. So then the question is from these sort of regional candidates here, which one can pack the most punch from their neck of the woods?
Yeah, and we'll see about that runoff in just a couple of weeks. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for all of your expertise there. And of course, tune in tonight starting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. That's coming up very soon. Very soon. Oh, they got more.
More expert analysis. Scan the QR code on your screen right now and subscribe to the Data Dive with Steve Kornacki. Now let's head out to Wisconsin, where NBC's Shaq Brewster is there on the ground, as well as Charles Benson, as voters are doing what they do best, voting. Shaq, let's start with you. You've been talking to those voters in Wisconsin all day. What are they telling you about this primary?
Yeah, Monica, I'll tell you, it's definitely stressing out a lot of voters who I've been talking with. Some telling me as they left the polling booth that it's something that they didn't decide on until they were in that polling booth and making that final decision. It's a classic head versus heart battle for some of them. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I've been having with folks as they cast that ballot for this contentious race for governor. Why did you vote for David Crowley?
Because I think he can win. A lot of people think she's like too radical, or not electable. But I think that she
actually just knows what she wants to do, and she doesn't really play by what donors think she should do.
We're both really interested in the DSA candidate, but we're also both pretty worried about beating Tom Tiffany.
I think in a primary you get to vote for your conscience, and in the major election you tend to go for the candidate who is the lesser of two evils, and so I voted for the candidate that was with my conscience.
So you voted Hong?
I voted
Hong.
Hong.
It's a divided household. Let me dig a little bit. Who did you vote for?
I voted for Crowley because I am a risk-averse person. And I really was reading a lot about, like, who has the chances to beat Tom Tiffany in the larger election.
Fascinating. Imagine you and your partner vote differently. That's cool. Strange that a lot of people are going into the voting booth still undecided, man. That is almost unheard of.
I apologize to that couple afterwards for maybe pushing a little bit too hard, but it's that conversation that so many Democrats are having here, and you got a sense of that in our conversation there. For Crowley, he's saying that Hong essentially isn't ready for the limelight. We saw the fact.
I think that's the takeaway. Like, she's not ready for prime time. She could grow into it. I don't know. Maybe over the next 85 days, she could. Who knows? I'm shocked that Bernie and AOC have not endorsed her. I'm still amazed at that. I think it shows poor leadership from Bernie and AOC. It doesn't sink. It doesn't change how I feel about them, but I'm truly taken aback that they would not get behind her. And some of you guys might say, well, they know she's going to lose, so they don't want to be associated with her. But the thing is, she's like the face of their movement right now on the national stage, you know? So why would you not help her and try to clean up her act a little bit, and at the very least try to, you know, salvage something from her campaign? And because it's just going to hurt your movement if you let her flounder and fizzle. So very poor decision making, in my opinion. I would really love to ask either of them in private, why did you do that? And more shocking was AOC and Bernie not being honest with us about why. I've never felt like I'm being lied to by Bernie and AOC until this Wisconsin primary, because both of them said, well, we usually don't endorse in governor races or anything. We're just trying to win the House or the Senate. And that's not true. Bernie endorsed Troy Jackson in June in Maine's primary. He came in third place, and now he's the nominee for Senate. And AOC endorsed people for New York State Assembly, and I'm sure for the New York State Senate as well in this election cycle. So both of them full of shit and just coming up with dumb excuses about why they didn't endorse her. You know, if you don't like her and you think she's bad for your movement, just say it. I know it sucks, but you know, you got to own your movement, man. You're only as good as your weakest link, no matter what organization you're a part of, what movement, what party. So why not try to help her? Still doesn't make any sense for me.
That she's had to walk back some of her previous comments, including those involving.
It's not like she committed a crime or she's involved in some scandal or something. She said some cringe shit and has said a few more cringe things since then. Is that the end of the world? I don't think so. I mean, whatever, man.
Canceling Thanksgiving. She says she no longer wants to do that. Hong is saying it's about the issues. She believes her issues are popular. Based on the conversations, they're popular among Democrats. The question is, do enough Democrats believe that they'll be popular with the general electorate when it gets to November?
A house divided. I love that, Shaq. Thanks for that. And also, we heard some of Crowley and Hong's closing message, but whoever wins will have to basically unite both wings of the party. So do the candidates have a plan for that part?
Yeah, they do. And specifically, the Democratic Party here has a plan for that. We know that there's going to be a unity breakfast that will take place tomorrow. You'll have the nominees for governor, for lieutenant governor, all there with some of Wisconsin's popular Democratic elected leaders, including Senator Tammy Baldwin. But we know it's not just going to be that breakfast. They're going to have 5 different days of events, dozens of stops across the state trying to preach that message of unity. I think one thing that's unique unique for Wisconsin compared to what we saw in Michigan just last week is while the primary definitely got contentious and you have a lot of messaging, a lot of focus on the front runner, it hasn't been as divisive. When we saw them on the debate stage, they were not slinging attacks at one another. This did not get deeply personal. Many of the voters I talked to said they would consider another candidate if that other candidate does win the nomination. So there's less work that needs to be done than we've seen in other states. But without a doubt, there's going to need to be that focus on unifying the party here if they want to have a good shot at taking down Tom Tiffany in November.
Jack Brewster there. Thank you so much for your on-the-ground reporting. As always, Charles, I want to turn to you now over in Milwaukee. What's happening where you are? Take us behind the scenes.
Yeah, so I'm at a place called Central Count here in Milwaukee. This is where they count those early ballots that Steve talked about, the mail-in ballots and then, of course, the in-person absentee ballots. So about 20,000 ballots here that will help determine the outcome of the race. You know, we sort of have put this election around Francesca Hong versus David Crowley, Dane County versus Milwaukee County, where I am. And yes, Francesca Hong has built a solid base, not only in Dane County, but throughout the state. She's run a grassroots campaign using the phrase, a campaign for the many and not the money. So she's hoping the dividends of doing all of those early campaign organizing and door knocking and holding meetings will pay dividends. David Crowley coming into this race really late after being in it, drops out, gets back in with a key endorsement from Governor Tony Evers, the most popular politician in the state of Wisconsin based on job approval numbers. The other thing is, when I talk about Dane County versus Milwaukee County, this is where David Crowley has been elected twice as the county executive. It is the biggest county in the state of Wisconsin. So is he able to sort of overcome what the polls have said and climb this big hill that showed people still undecided? Can he make up that gap that was showing at least a potential here with that many undecideds? Can he close the race? That's what I'll be looking for tonight when the results come in. Milwaukee County, a big vote number versus Dane County, also a powerhouse for Democrats. Monica?
And Charles, how key are independent voters going to be heading into the general election there?
I think that's going to tell the story. Look, I think the Democrats are going to find a way to unite around whoever is the nominee. The Republicans have been united around Tom Tiffany, the likely Republican nominee. He does have a primary, but he was endorsed by President Trump. So each side will probably rally around their candidates. But it's the independents who are maybe going to be a little bit leery about a Democratic socialist, independents who are going to be leery about a President Trump endorsement. And so both sides are going to have to weigh those options as they fight for the independents, which I think could determine the outcome of this election, which is always close, as you know, in battleground Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's right. They often do. This will be a really interesting part of the race to watch for that test, as you laid out. Charles, thank you so much for your reporting. And turning now to...
I was trying to see the latest serious poll and how many people were undecided, because I think it was quite substantial. But yeah, like the last big poll showed Francesca Hong plus 25. And that was like a week ago. So it's not looking good if you're just looking at the polling, if you want Francesca to lose. But the polling was way off in Michigan. So it is possible the polling is 20 points off. It would be quite the upset if David Crowley came ahead and, you know, maybe a lot of those undecided people break for him. Yeah, I'm looking at a poll now. Who would be your second choice in the Democratic primary? Who will you vote for? Haven't decided was 34%. Wait, valid percent? No. Yeah. Wow. So let me bring this up and see if I'm looking at this correctly. You know, just because somebody's 20 points ahead of their opponent doesn't mean that it's all over. I mean, if there's a large percentage of people that haven't decided yet, then those people can break for someone other than the person who's got that plus 25. So I'm looking at this. This is a Marquette Law School poll that showed Francesca Hong like plus 25. But, and that's because in this poll right here, in the Democratic primary for governor, will you vote for Wisconsin? Who will you vote for? Francesca Hong got 38% and David Crowley got 7%. So I think that's why people are like, oh man, well, she's, leading by a lot. But the thing is, 34% haven't decided. This is from July 22nd through the 27th. So when you got like a third of people haven't decided, those people could break for Crowley after seeing the nonsense from Francesca Hong. Could be a big upset tonight. Who knows?
South Carolina, where Ryan has the view from Columbia. Ryan, Darlene Graham told you she's feeling confident about a win, even if there is going to be a potential runoff. What are voters telling you?
Yeah, first, Monica, she's confident about a win, but she's also pretty confident that it is going to a runoff, which means it's likely not to cross that 50% threshold today, and it will mean that she'll have at least 2 more weeks of work ahead of her. And part of the reason that she's going to have 2 more weeks worth of work is that voters are a little bit skeptical that she might just being handed this seat by President Trump and by Republican Party leaders. Listen to what.
Also, I'm looking at another part of that poll, and in the end, they showed 46% of people saying they'd vote for Hong, and the next person was Barnes, who dropped out. He got 21%, and Crowley had 11%, and then 14% didn't know. So if Mandela Barnes dropped out, you could imagine most of his voters are going to go to Crowley, since those two are pretty similar. He was considered the more moderate alternative, though he was kind of progressive. So that could put Crowley up around 32% to 46% for Hong. And then, if enough of those don't knows end up breaking for him, and if some of the people for Brennan and Royce, the other two candidates, go for Crowley because they've seen enough from Hong, I could see him coming out on top tonight. So I think it's definitely hasn't been decided yet, if you ask me.
One voter told me this morning about that exact topic.
Like somebody that represents the people, and like somebody that is not necessarily given the opportunity just because of who their name is or who they are.
So I assume that means Darlene Graham. Are you worried that she's just being handed the seat?
Yeah, I do. I think that, I don't know what her past voting history is or what her issues are really. I understand that she's lost a brother and lost someone very special to her, and I sympathize with that, but at the same time, I don't think that it's necessary just to give it to her.
DEI.
And certainly it's anecdotal, but we did talk to quite a few voters who had a very similar sentiment, Monica. They like President Trump. They appreciate the fact that he's endorsed her. They like Lindsey Graham. They liked him, thought he represented their state well, but they just feel like they don't know enough about Darlene Graham to give her this seat for the next 6 years. We'll have to see how that translates in tonight's vote totals tonight.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that a little bit more, because as you say, voters are a bit unsure about her track record, but she has been serving as the appointed senator from South Carolina for this short window of time. So does what we've seen so far on Capitol Hill just over the past month give us any clues into where she may differ from her late brother?
Well, she's certainly making that argument to voters. She today touted the fact that she got the Russia sanctions bill over the line in her late brother's honor. She talked about her commitment to trying to get the president's voting changes bill to the Senate floor, even though that didn't happen. But what is interesting is the way she's making this pitch to South Carolina voters. She's acknowledged that what her brother was known for was his national security expertise, but she said that that's not going to be her focus. She's way more concerned about domestic issues like the rising cost of everyday goods. And that's put her into a tight spot because she has the president's support, but yet things like gas prices are still sky high. So she wants to make this about kitchen table issues. She's dealing with the legacy of her brother. She's dealing with an unpopular president. So all of those things are playing a factor in what we're seeing here in terms of voters heading into the polls tonight.
Why is Mark Sanford in there? No shot. The comeback.
And Brian, you just mentioned the president. Of course, he has endorsed Darlene Graham. Do you think this is a true test of his endorsement strength with this race?
Make no mistake, every Republican candidate would like to have this endorsement. But what we're seeing play out here today is it's not going to be the end-all, be-all, at least at this stage. If Darlene Graham gets over the hump into the runoff and it's a one-on-one matchup, it's likely that Trump's endorsement will be more than enough to get her over the finish line. But she's got to get through this first stage first. Monica.
Brian Noble's covering a race that would have looked a lot differently just some weeks ago with all of these recent changes, of course. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much, as always. And coming up,
Coming up! Oh, this is a crazy story about Trump. They put him in a catering container, transferred him to another plane. So this is when Trump went to Turkey. It was deemed that there was a credible threat against him, and that the new Air Force One wasn't properly equipped to deal with that. So they had him board the plane, and then they had like a catering container on the other side of the plane that he snuck into, and they put him on a random military plane. It's like a converted 757, and didn't tell anybody. And all the press was flying on there. They were the decoy. I guess if they got shot down, they'd all die, and just use them all as a decoy. And then when they landed in, I think it was in Britain, they snuck him back onto Air Force One and pretended like he had flown the whole time, and then he disembarked. So, and then I saw a picture of the little catering box he was in. It wasn't like a little hand cart. It was pretty big, but still, it's funny to imagine Trump just sitting in there by himself, maybe with one Secret Service agent or something. Strange. All right, let's get ready for Kornacki. Where's he at? He's going live at 7 p.m. Eastern. Let's go. Where's the Kornacki cam, man? Scheduled. Here we go. Look at that guy beaming. Hopefully Adam will be looking sharp. He was quite energized in the most recent broadcast. I hope to hear from Steve when we can expect results, because that's always a big part of it, right? The polls close in South Carolina at 7 p.m. Eastern for this special primary. So that's what he's going to be focused on for, I would guess, the next 2 hours, because the polls in Minnesota, where we have that interesting Senate primary for the Democrats, and the polls in Wisconsin don't close till 9 p.m. Eastern. So that's about 2 hours from now. We have to just patiently wait. But I guess Steve feels like he can fill 2 hours with just South Carolina content. We'll see how that goes. Trump got to pretend he was a spy. Yeah, he got to play undercover. So I'm going to be just kind of letting Kornacki do his thing for the most part, because he's got a breakdown that I can't even come near when it comes to what counties are outstanding and how they voted in the past and what to expect, all that. So I'll leave it to him for the most part. Two minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. Let's go, Steven. Any big travel plans or events? If you're asking me, no, I don't have anything. I was supposed to do an interview with a big congressional candidate today, but it got postponed. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. Happens. Otherwise, I'm just continuing to build my set here to hopefully inspire me to do YouTube videos. But I may try to do some personal finance stuff. I may start taking that on. Might make that my new hobby.
DNC, turn out for what?
Oh my God, C-Spawn's fired up. 5 gifted subs in the Twitch chat. Let's go. Gotta get that energy up here. We don't have too many of these election nights left. Can you reveal? I will not reveal in advance because, well, I won't even say why, but no, I'd never reveal who I'm talking to. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, according to TMZ, AOC has split from her fiance. Yeah. How do you blow that one, man? How do you fumble that?
And we are live. It's Tuesday night. We've got a whole slate of primaries. I'm still recovering from Michigan last week. We had an all-nighter. Many of you, I know, stayed up for that. I don't think it's going to go quite as long tonight, but polls are now closed in the first state to go, South Carolina. This is a special Senate election, the Republican primary tonight. Top 2 will advance to the runoff unless, seems unlikely, but we have to say it's possible if somebody were to get an outright majority tonight. We'd have a winner on the spot. With me tonight as we start to wait for that first county to light up in South Carolina, as always, mere feet away from me. I'm blanking on his name. Of course I'm not. It's Adam Naboa, producer and numbers cruncher extraordinaire. Adam, which contest are you most excited about tonight?
I'm excited. South Carolina has become really interesting in my mind, and I know you're still recovering, but I think inquiring viewers want to know, how's your computer doing after the water incident?
Oh, it's if you were watching last week, there was a spill. Unfortunately, if you put water in front of me and it doesn't have a cap on it, it's going to happen. The computer's in great shape, though. We're ready to go. We've even got a new kind of experimental. Later on, when we get to Wisconsin, I'll tell you, I got a little sort of model there we're going to try to incorporate. But again, South Carolina, the polls are now closed. Typically, it takes here 15, 20 minutes for the counties to start coming in. We do think this is going to be a pretty quick counting state, certainly compared to Michigan. Heinz ketchup is fast compared to Michigan, I think. But probably, you know, by the time we get to Wisconsin at 9 o'clock tonight, we may have a pretty clear sense here of what's happened in this South Carolina race, maybe even before that. But let's just sort of set the stage here in South Carolina first. Again, if anything lights up, we'll go to it right away. It's pretty straightforward here. There is some early voting. Typically, you're going to get the early voting reported out first in these counties. Then they're going to give you the election day vote. As always, in these Republican primaries, we're going to look for that dynamic of, is there a difference between the early voting and the election day vote? The early voting in a lot of these Republican primaries has been more sort of the establishment flavored, the election day a little more MAGA flavored. Of course, that's an interesting question here, isn't it? Because Darlene Graham, who is now the appointed senator, now seeking to win this, on her own right here, sister of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham was never really a favorite of the core Republican base in South Carolina. In fact, just before his death, he did run in a primary this spring in South Carolina, and he got 57% of the vote.
Wow.
Not a great number for a long-term incumbent, but that was always Lindsey Graham's relationship with the base. It was always a very complicated thing.
Wow, that I did not know that. So Lindsey Graham only getting 57% of the vote in his last primary. I wonder how that impacts his sister. I'm sure those bad feelings carry over to her.
And again, Graham does have the full endorsement, full support of President Trump here. So which wing, establishment or MAGA, is going to sort of rally to her cause here? We'll see. The other candidates, Ralph Norman, he's a congressman. His base is
the border
right
wall.
here.
Oh, that's a good thing to him.
Hell yeah.
He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Pushing out to first place.
AOC getting into that first place. Newly single. Jaws, thank you for the $10. Hell yeah, man. Let's freaking go. AOC taking the #1 spot. That is cool.
This is York County, right outside Charlotte. It's one of the biggies here, and his district kind of expands a bit into sort of the upstate region, sort of this area here. But think of sort of the upstate, some of the upstate, I should say, and then right there, that fast-growing Charlotte metro area here. Norman had run for governor in a Republican primary earlier this year. Obviously, he was unsuccessful. He finished third, but he ran some big numbers here. And then we also have in this race, Russell Fry. He's a congressman sort of from this part of the state. This is the 7th congressional district. Myrtle Beach obviously anchors it. Horry County here. This is one of the biggest, probably the second biggest vote-producing county in South Carolina tonight. It's going to be right here where Myrtle Beach is. You got Georgetown County just kind of south of that. And they call this the PD region of South Carolina. So that's Fry's home base. I can't scroll down without erasing this wonderful artwork I did. But below this, you would see Mark Sanford. Mark Sanford, the former governor of South Carolina, also the former congressman from South Carolina. Twice he represented versions of the 1st congressional district, which is basically here, South Carolina, Charleston, and the Low Country. So this would be the 1st, this would be the 7th, this would be the 5th. This would be historically Sanford territory. This is Fry territory. This is Norman territory. So they got 3 members or one-time members of Congress running here. And then again, of course, we say there's Darlene Graham. There are other candidates, too, including the candidate who would run against Lindsey Graham in that primary back in June, whose base would be here in the upstate. One other thing to keep in mind, I said that the Norman district extends a bit into the upstate, but this upstate region here, probably a third of the vote in this primary tonight, is going to come from the area that I just kind of crudely outlined here. This is the most conservative part of the state. Greenville, Spartanburg is right here. You'd have Clemson University is up here, too, for that matter. Beautiful place. This was always Lindsey Graham's worst area in Republican primaries in South Carolina. In fact, I was just running the numbers from Lindsey Graham's primary in June. This might be relevant to how his sister does tonight and where she's strong and where she's not. Again, in the primary in June, Lindsey Graham won again. He won, renomination. He got 57% of the vote. Say, not a great number there for
Yeah, that is not a good number. 57% for Lindsey Graham, one of the most famous Republicans in the Senate, after having been there for years and years. That's not great. That definitely shakes things up here.
A long time in coming, but look at it this way. Basically, in this region of the state, the upstate, Lindsey Graham only got 44% of the vote. Everywhere outside of here, he got 63% of the vote. So I think what's one of the things we're looking for when you look at Graham and how is she going to do tonight, is she going to struggle up there too? Because she is, her main connection in this race is, she is the sister of Lindsey Graham, and he always had trouble up there. So I think from Graham's standpoint, not really a natural geographic base for her anywhere. Not many folks had much familiarity with her until the last couple of weeks, but she does have that Trump endorsement. Obviously, through her brother, that's a powerful name in some places. Is she sort of the, I think the Graham strategy would basically be if Norman is winning big in his backyard, is she second place? If Fry is running big in his backyard, is she second place here? If Sanford's winning here in Charleston, if she's second place consistently in these other places, that could add up to first place statewide, because then the question would be, look, if Norman's running great in his district, well, how's he doing down here in Charleston? If Fry's running great in his district, how's he doing outside of it? So if Graham has a breadth of support that's not overwhelming in one place, but that's consistent in every place, that could certainly add up to, I think when you talk to folks, there's an expectation. We'll see. Not a lot of polling. It's the fun of these primaries. But I think the expectation certainly has been that Graham would get one of those 2 runoff spots. A lot of folks figure she will finish first in this. And then the question would be, if that is what happens, is it a strong first place finish for her, where the runoff starts to look more like a formality, or is it a weaker first place finish? And I say that because the very recent history here in South Carolina, in that governor's primary just this year, remember, Trump had endorsed a candidate who finished first in the very crowded South Carolina Republican gubernatorial primary this year, but it was a very underwhelming first place. And as soon as that primary ended, all the other candidates who were defeated rallied around Alan Wilson, and Wilson then easily won the runoff. So even if Graham finishes first,
I think Trump went on to endorse both of them in the runoff. So this is a test of Trump's strength tonight. He endorsed Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, yet it did not clear the field. And these are decent opponents, Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, current sitting members of Congress, pretty well known. Nothing exciting, not the most charismatic guys, and kind of clowns in their own right, not the most serious actors. But the fact that they chose to stay in the race, even when Trump endorsed her, I mean, they knew they were going to subject themselves to Trump's ire by doing that, and yet they don't seem intimidated or scared of him.
Tonight, just with that history right there, is it a strong first? Is it a weak first? We saw
strong first or weak first. Okay, let me jump to the live. See what's going on here. No results yet. So we may come back to Steve here. I mean, this isn't the most exciting race in the world. It's interesting. I always find this kind of information helpful as I think about how strong Trump is and how are the midterms going to go, right? It's a data point to show how people feel about Trump and his administration. How well does she do if she wins one of the top 2 spots, meaning she doesn't get over 50%, avoiding a runoff, but one of the top 2 slots, as Steve said, is it a small margin that separates her from the second place finisher, or does she come in second place? Maybe one of the other people comes out on top. That would be interesting. I see that Francesca Hong did an interview outside of a polling place. I'm wondering if that's online as we wait for results to come in South Carolina. 4 hours ago, C-SPAN. We could watch that. Johnson press of. I'd like to see this whole press conference. Why do they only have a 3-minute clip? Let's see. Well, go to C-SPAN and see if they carried it live. No. Videos. Well, let's just see this little 3.5-minute clip then.
Senator Bernie Sanders have not endorsed you. Why do you think AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders have not endorsed you?
Oh, that's a great question from a reporter. Why do you think AOC and Bernie Sanders haven't endorsed you?
I have so much respect for the senator and the congresswoman, and they are working tirelessly to make sure that we can flip Congress and the Senate and get Democrats wins in the midterms. I look forward to conversations with them about that too.
Does it show that they don't think you're able to win this battleground state?
You know, a gubernatorial race is different from federal elections. And I think that we are focused on making sure to reach every single voter that we can up until those polls close. And that's what we're focusing on right now.
Look, while I wish she would answer the question, and I'm really disappointed in our candidates this election cycle running away from tough questions, though people like James Tallarico aren't afraid of that. So doesn't have to be like that, but I understand why she's giving this answer. It's the safest answer, you know. It's like, well, they're focused on other things, and I look forward to talking to them more. Like, well, why not just weigh in on it? You know, why do you think they didn't endorse you? I would say, well, actually, I don't know what I would say, but I'd say probably something along the lines of what she said. Like, look, I want to win over everybody's vote, and obviously I haven't done it yet with those two, so I'll continue to try, I guess. I don't know.
Come August 12th, if you win, how hard will unity be among Democrats looking ahead to November?
I look forward to being in community and building unity, and I feel very confident that we'll be able to show folks that Democrats are coming together to make sure that Democrats win down and up the ballot this November.
What do you say to critics from within your own party who fear that if you win the primary, you'll drag down some of those downtown Democrats?
Change can be scary, but when I get scared, I look to the voters who remind me every day that not only are we deserving of change, but they get to be a part of making that change. This election belongs to the voters, and we'll let the voters decide.
You just said this election is not about the tweets when you were talking to the canvassers earlier today, but it's gotten so much attention. I know you've acknowledged that in the past. What do you say to voters who see those comments and the back and forth about them and say it's either disqualifying or that in your clarification, you're trying to have it both ways?
What's disqualifying is Tom Tiffany still will not say who won the 2020 election. What's disqualifying is that he has voted to send tax dollars to forever wars, for gas prices going up, for grocery stores growing up. He doesn't care about Wisconsinites. He cares about the Trump administration, who he will put Trump first, and Wisconsin deserves a governor that will put Wisconsinites first.
What do you make of Governor?
That's a good deflection. It's a good answer. I think it can be coupled with addressing the question as well. But, I think people are looking for honesty and transparency, and it's just weird to not answer the question. I understand wanting to avoid it, but yeah, I mean, she's got a good point. Like, Tom Tiffany should be disqualified. This guy should be nowhere near the governor's mansion for backing up Trump and not acknowledging who won the 2020 election. And we've got a big election coming up in 2028, and I don't think we can have this clown in charge of our state. Too risky. Totally disqualified.
You were saying in recent days you have focused too much on the tweets, and David Crowley is the one who's gotten things done.
You know, service industry workers, I'm proud to be one, and we're built different. I said we've held over 320 events since we started this campaign. We've locked in over 50,000 miles. Just in the last couple of days, we've done 24 cities in 4 days. I knew as a wild card, as an outsider, I would have to out-hustle folks. And what that has allowed us to do is actually listen to more voters, to meet more voters, and make sure that voters know that they have a fighter in Francesca Hong and our movement.
Thank you all. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Ms. Long, speaking of AOC, can I ask one more question? I'm not sure if you saw, but she commented something along the lines of that woke 1.0 was crazy back then in terms of what she put out. She seems to imply that the more modern woke mentality is more moderate. Do you agree with that?
I think more and more people across this state and this country, they are opening their eyes to an economy that is deeply rigged against working class people. So we're going to respond to make sure that we talk about the solutions and how we can deliver for working class people by taxing the ultra rich, ensure that we have a moratorium on data centers, that we're raising wages, fighting for universal child care, and that we fully fund our public schools. That's what we want more people to become awake to, that these things are possible, and our campaign, We Make Better Possible. Thanks a lot.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to kind of fill the gap here with little things like that as we wait for results to come in. We got our first results from South Carolina. Steve is on it. Let's see what he thinks.
The area here, it's not the natural base of anybody. How is that breaking? And again, this is just one slice of vote from one small county in that area, but it catches my attention because there's Darlene Graham 2-1 up over Sanford right there. As I said, this is now getting into Norman country. This is going to be big for Norman, right? York County, Rock Hill, right outside Charlotte here. And again, we expect him to get giant numbers. Boy, he's getting a giant number there, 55%. But again, I think what's interesting, and just take a look here also, Newberry County. And again, Newberry is in that. It's not in anybody's, sort of natural automatic zone here, although it's a little bit more, in Norman leads there, Graham second. What's interesting to me is this. We have, it's early, right? But you had 2 counties here where we got a couple results from Fry's district. Graham is up in one of them by a vote. Graham's running second. We got a county up here, big one in Norman's district. He's romping, but Graham is in second, right? Norman's leading here. Graham's in second. This is sort of that. She's leading in this county here in the early vote only, Orangeburg. But again,
this is like 2,000 votes total. So, let's pump the brakes here on what we can extrapolate from this data. Not much. 9% of Charleston County looks like a cool 1,500 votes so far. So yeah, let's these are some small counties coming in. Steve's excited though. He lives for this. I thought I saw some Fox News thing with Francesca Hong, so let's see if I can bring that up. This is possibly our last night to play with Francesca Hong, so we got to make the most of it. I do think there is a path for David Crowley to beat her. I already laid it out. Somebody asked, can Crowley win? I already laid it out because, the most recent poll showed her up 25, but there was a big chunk of undecided. And Mandela Barnes got like 20% of the vote in that poll as well. And so he dropped out. I imagine most of his supporters go to Crowley, and there's been a bunch of kooky tweets and clips of Hong since then. So I could see Crowley overtaking her. Now, and the polls were way off in Abdul El Sayed's race versus Haley Stevens. I mean, we're talking like 16 points off. So I think it's up in the air right now. We'll find out very quickly. The polls don't close until 9 p.m. though, Eastern, which is about an hour and a half. Let me see if we can find that Fox News thing. Videos. Don't think so. Oh. Woke one was crazy. AOC distances herself from Francesca Hong. Maybe this has it. Nope. Woke one. All right. One more channel. Fox News clips. Oh, here it is.
Just hours now before the polls close in Wisconsin, some on the far left are reportedly worried their own candidate for governor could backfire. One Democrat operative says there is concern about Francesca Hong's appeal with working class voters in November, particularly those in rural and semi-rural areas. Part of it has to do with her flip-flop on support for defunding the police, abolishing the Senate. And, of course, Thanksgiving, something she addressed moments ago, by the way, with reporters, brand new.
Wow. I can't believe she flip-flopped on Thanksgiving, man. Disqualifying.
Is there any information about you that you don't think the media has picked up on over the course of this campaign thus far? Is there any information about yourself, your background, potentially missing out on?
I've cooked many great Thanksgiving dinners.
Look she's got a sense of humor, okay? Give her that.
And I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving.
Wow. I guess that one really got to. All right, let's bring in the former RNC chair, Ronna McDaniel, now chair of the Competitiveness Coalition.
She's trying. Yeah, look, I don't think this stuff's easy, man. I think she's in over her head, and she asked for it, so can't blame anybody. But, yeah, I mean, if the worst they have on her is that she doesn't like Thanksgiving, I really question how bad of a candidate she is, like, oh, wow. I know a lot of people are convinced she's the devil incarnate, and this is the end of America if she wins. But I truly am not bothered by her at all. I agree that she reduces our chances of winning, and she'll drag down other candidates across the nation. I don't think she'll tank anybody's campaign, but Tom Tiffany's not exactly a great candidate for the Republicans, and people are mostly pissed about the economy, the Iran war, Trump hiding the Epstein files. I think that means a lot more to voters than somebody hating on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Like, I think people are being a little, I don't know. They've got some like DSA hater blinders on when it comes to her or something, and not kind of putting themselves in the shoes of your average Wisconsin voter. I mean, think about it. Think about what your average voter in Wisconsin is thinking, They're probably just pissed about the affordability crisis.
Good to have you here. And so good to see you, by the way.
Great to be with you. So good to see you.
I haven't had a chance to talk to you about, all of this. Apparently the doing away with Thanksgiving thing really potentially got to some of her voters, because she's out there saying, no, I love Thanksgiving.
She might have found out that people in Wisconsin love Thanksgiving. Shocker. It's what works with Mom Donnie and maybe out in New York doesn't work in the middle of the country. I don't think that would work in New York either.
I mean, just give me your top line thoughts here with these socialist candidates, which, Republicans cannot ignore the momentum that some of them have here.
I mean, this is real momentum, so you can't ignore it, right? These are people who are creating a movement. These kids, especially college kids, are gravitating towards them, so we don't want to ignore it because we do not want these people leading our country. They are anti-democratic.
Okay. I thought they would have more with her, but they don't. Let me show this one little clip, since can't seem to find this whole thing. That's okay. Let me see what this is about.
To borrow a phrase from Hutch, Bunny's the voters.
What did Hutch say? F the voters? Well, we're all stupid, me included. It's Moist. Thank you for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate that.
First in government.
For voters who fear that this democratic socialism could turn into communism, what would you want them to know?
Whoa.
No. This is a state where we still have a $2.33 tip minimum wage and $7.25 minimum wage. I think it's going to be pretty hard to turn that into socialism soon, but what we can do with this campaign is make sure that we're fighting for the policies that working class people first, and we're fighting for a $20 minimum wage.
Finally answered a question. Look at her son. Poor kid. Probably been up since like 4 a.m. following his mom around all day. Bored to tears of this. All right, Konaki, how we doing? 6%. 6% of the vote in, guys, statewide. Russell Fry dominating. Oh, no. Darlene Graham, though. Ooh, they're very close with 16%. Now, remember, I believe this is the early vote that comes in first, like mail-in voting. They process in advance and then release. So a bit more conservative. You expect the MAGA lunatics to show up on the day of because they believe mail-in voting is fraud or whatever. So probably more favorable to, well, I guess Ralph Norman and the other candidates, even though they're MAGA lunatics too, just because Trump endorsed Darlene.
Is right behind Graham here, but 7 points over Fry. He has that base there. in York County. Lancaster could be, these could be big numbers for him too, like a Lancaster when it comes in. But what that does statewide is that puts Darlene Graham now in front. Oh, it just came in. Okay, so we got Lancaster and, early vote, Norman's district. Again, this like touches North Carolina. This is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, right outside Charlotte. Norman leading there, although not getting the same kind of number he got out of York. We're now getting Georgetown, again, kind of extending now from Myrtle Beach. This is in Fry's district. So, so again, there's a little bit of what we just saw here for Norman, close but over Graham. We just see now for Fry in his district, close but ahead over Graham.
Do we want Darlene here? It's a good question. I think Darlene Graham would be the best opponent for Annie Andrews, who's the Democratic challenger, and seeing a bit of momentum behind her campaign due to the chaos here in the Republican race. But what we're ultimately rooting for is a close race between the top two. I would assume that Darlene Graham is going to come in first, but not enough to avoid a runoff, meaning more than 50%. And what we're hoping for is somebody to either beat her and force her to be the second spot, or to get very close to her, showing that there's a lot of division and a lot of problems within the Republican Party. And also the fact that she's endorsed by Trump, not putting her over the edge, and a lot of Republicans going against Trump's wishes and voting for someone else. So that's what I'm rooting for. But as far as who comes out on top, I would have to think that Darlene Graham is probably the better opponent for the Democrat. Though Ralph Norman and Russell Fry are MAGA lunatic congressmen who have plenty of clips and bad moments that could be used against them. And obviously they've backed Trump up on everything, whereas Darlene doesn't have that much of a trail since she hasn't been in the position for very long. So I don't know. We're basically, just looking for a fight here and looking for weakness within both Trump and the Republican Party. We've been seeing some signs of that in recent Republican primaries. I mean, just last week, there was one or two candidates that were running for congressional seats that Trump endorsed that lost. And it's not the first time this primary season. Trump's not exactly the best at picking a winner. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom.
Obviously, I want to see Election Day vote in Charleston if it looks any different here. And we just want to start seeing Election Day everywhere. I think, and Adam, that's the thing, like anywhere you start seeing Election Day vote, let's start comparing, because that's the other question we said at the beginning of the hour here is we've seen in these Republican primaries, they do the early vote, which is what we're seeing pop up everywhere now. Then they start doing the Election Day vote, and the Election Day vote is more MAGA infused. This is the question for South Carolina, is more MAGA infused going to be bad for Darlene Graham? Because, Lindsey Graham's issues with the Republican base historically. Is it going to be good for Darlene Graham because Trump is championing her candidacy? Is it going to be no effect? Is she going to look the same with the same day as she did with the early? But that looms as a big question here, obviously. And then within these counties that we're already starting to look at, is this number right? Is the Election Day vote, can Fry ratchet it up further with the Election Day vote? Can Norman ratchet it up, further? So we're kind of waiting on that. Oh, I think we just got Aiken. Yeah, we got the early vote in Aiken. Yeah, okay, now this is interesting. Wow, okay. So this is a little bit more, it's a good size, again, right on the border there, Augusta, Georgia, and, there's a little bit of money here too, and, that's a good number, at least in the early vote for Darlene Graham. That's interesting. Fry, far from his district there, distant second. Norman, distant third right there. And again, Sanford, I just keep seeing Sanford. I keep seeing real low numbers for Sanford. I think we're getting more from Sanford's district here. This is the old district that Sanford Look, this is the early vote from what's supposed to be, Sanford country, and he's running in second place.
How could Sanford do well at all? This guy is a joke, man. No shot. Steve actually thought he would do well. Forcing the GOP to spend money in South Carolina would be good. Sure. Yeah, I like Annie Andrews. I looked into her a little bit this weekend, and she's a pediatrician and seems pretty solid. I mean, it's an uphill battle to win in South Carolina, but crazier things have happened. So the polls close in about an hour and a half in Wisconsin and Minnesota. We're just watching the South Carolina special election unfold here. The polls closed there about half an hour ago. And this is Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham, trying to replace him on the ballot in November for a full 6-year term.
Kornotsky Daddy.
Kornotsky. Why did it pronounce it like that? That's funny. Thank you, Deceitful Truth, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Who are we rooting for? It's tough. We're basically rooting for a fist fight. That's what we're rooting for. We are hoping that it's close between two of the candidates, and it would be even better if Darlene came in second place, because this will go to a runoff unless somebody gets more than 50% of the vote. I don't know how Steve feels. There's not a lot of the vote in. It's 10% now. Darlene's up 30.7 to 26.7, so it's still close. And Ralph Norman not far behind. I mean, they're basically splitting the vote 3 ways. This is the early vote that's coming in now, mail-in vote, early voting, and you would assume this is less MAGA, more just kind of conservative, which I don't know who benefits from that, honestly. I'm guessing the other two candidates, because Darlene is endorsed by Trump. So we want her to do poorly because it'll show that Trump is weak.
In the early vote, in their, sort of the core areas of their congressional district.
What happens if Hong loses? End of the world. That's what I would assume. Well, I mean, that's it. It's game over. This is what we want. Clean split. Yeah, so far, so good. So far, so good. I don't know how Steve Kornacki is going to fill an hour and a half of time with just South Carolina, but he chose to go early, so.
The only places I've seen somebody get close to 50% right were kind of these two, which we've already told you are kind of outliers. Adam, could I ask just a facilities question here or something? At some point, maybe could Josh or somebody come down? This thing just locked, and I want to keep this thing on so I can look at it. Okay, we just got some more from somewhere. It looked. I saw something light up, but I don't know where it was. Did you?
We got another Francesca clip. Let's take a look here. This person said, she's getting good at this.
Election day is always an exciting day.
She's getting good at this.
Have you spoken to Evers?
I've not spoken to the governor yet. It's quite early. I want to let him have his coffee first.
Are you concerned, though? It's been a tough primary. Do you need a united party in November? Can you get everybody back on the same team?
We need a united party. We are ready to unite not just the party, but working class people all across the state to defeat Tom Tiffany in November.
Do you feel like your policies are the future of the Democratic Party?
I think our policies are ones that are the solutions to deliver for working class people, permanent affordability, so we don't come back to moments like these. I think the Democratic Party, we are a big tent party, and there's always room for better policies and always room for more people.
Do you think you were prepared for this intense pushback that you've received, especially from Republicans framing you as far too extreme for Wisconsin?
What's extreme is Congressman Tiffany, a longtime D.C. congressman, has voted against the interests of Wisconsinites over and over again. What's extreme is that he's an election denier. What's extreme is he continues to protect Epstein and pedophiles. What's extreme is that he has voted to help raise gas prices and make life harder for Wisconsinites. I think what people of our state are ready for the good people of Wisconsin are ready for a government that actually puts them first, not Trump.
Who would you hope to campaign with?
Oh, this person, she's getting good at this. I mean, it's, pretty boilerplate answers. Nothing exciting. It's all good. She's doing her best, man. That's how I see it. She's doing her best. I think she's in way over her head, and she's, I don't think, I'm sure she ran to run. I'm sure she ran to win, but she probably thought, I'll just raise my profile and, I'll get creamed by some strong moderate. And then in the end, it was a total mess with the moderates. And here she is in first place by 20 points. And so she's having to learn very quickly. Could be way worse. Her doing the bare minimum. I mean, yeah, basically, right? Like, she's cooking. Oh my God, she's just on fire right now. It's like pretty standard answer there. Okay.
Two biggest vote producing counties for that matter. York's a pretty big one. She's in the 20s there. We say Charleston's about 5-6%. She's nearly at 30% there, right? And meanwhile, in Charleston, there's Norman at 15, right? Fry at 18. So just, that is how Graham right now is. It's continued to build as this early vote is filled in. The breadth's asserted itself. Now it's a 5.2 point margin for her. I see there was something else that just came in small that puts Fry back ahead of Norman in the tally. They're just kind of playing leapfrog right here. And then it's way back. It's almost 10 points back to Sanford in fourth place. Lynch, I imagine he got a decent number here. He got 8.5%. Yeah, this was, I believe, Lynch's best county in the Senate primary. Yes.
The one thing the one of the counties that did just come in, Darlington posted an update, and so we have a little bit of split of the pre-election and election day vote in Darlington.
Yeah.
So pre-election, a vote ahead of the election was 47-25, Fry over Graham. Yep. And then in the election day in Darlington, Fry 49, Graham 29.
Oh, they both went up.
Yes.
How much of the election day is that?
We have that about 15% right now.
15% of the election
day.
Yeah,
400 votes.
Yeah. So the share between the two of them, 72, it went up 6 points. But it's not a huge. I mean, I guess it's telling me not a huge change. Although probably most significantly there, let's keep looking for where else we can find this. I think what may be more significant there is that number for Graham. Because we said we're not quite sure what to make of it as the election day vote comes in. It's the more MAGA vote. Is that going to turn? Well, okay, in Darlington County, maybe it's not representative. We're deep in the heart of Fry country here, but she actually does a little bit better with the election day vote. So that's.
We just want it to be close. That's it. Chuck Les PC, thank you for using your Prime on Twitch. Hell yeah, man. Let's freaking go. We're just trying to fill time here, guys. I know the exciting races are Wisconsin and Minnesota, but their polls don't close until 9 p.m. Eastern, which is in about an hour and 20 minutes or so. So watching this boring-ass special election with the Republicans, but it is, take solace in watching Trump endorse Darlene Graham not do as well as she should for the president of the United States getting behind her, right? Like, that should have cleared the whole field and she should have sailed to victory with no problem. Everybody else should have dropped out. But it just shows you how weak Trump is, that these guys stuck in the race after Trump endorsed their opponent. And she's not doing as hot as a Trump endorsed candidate you would think would do. It's not boring as long as Kornacki is on screen. Well, I mean, look, I'm a politics nerd, but even I have my limits. And a Republican primary in a red state where the chances of us winning are pretty slim, that's tough for me to get too excited about. But it's happening, so we're watching it unfold here till we start to get some results from Minnesota and Wisconsin. Now, I'm expecting Hong to win tonight, and I actually think she can win in the general, just to put that out there. I know people are like, she's cooked, it's over. I say don't count her out. I think she has a chance of winning, and I think she would be I think she'd be fine as governor. I'm not worried about her for a second. These people have usually they moderate as they get out of the primary and they try to win over more people. That's what I expect from El Sayed, and he's done that in some ways, but in other ways he hasn't, which is concerning. But yeah, I just am shocked at how concerned people are about her being the end of the world. Now, the latest poll showed her up plus 25, plus 22, so looking like a blowout. But those same polls still had Mandela Barnes in them, and he had like 20% of the vote. He's dropped out since then, and he was more moderate than her, obviously. And so I feel the majority of his supporters will go to David Crowley. And David Crowley seems to be doing better in the last couple of weeks as the crazy things about her came out, and he just seemed like a decent guy. But also there were a lot of undecided people in that same poll that showed plus 25. So I think there is a way that she could lose tonight for sure. Also, the El Sayed polls were way off, right? They showed him winning by 17, 18 points, just ridiculous numbers. He ended up winning by less than 1%. So I think if we're going to find out tonight if the polling is overestimating progressive support for further left candidates, that was the case in Michigan, and it may be the case tonight too. So maybe she's up 5 or 6, and those Mandela Barnes voters go over to David Crowley, and maybe she's seen a decline in support since the weird clips have come out about her. So who knows? Who knows what's going on? I don't think you realize how much people outside of Milwaukee and Madison hate leftists. Baldwin and Evers are not from either, which is why they won. I think you're underestimating how pissed people are at the economy and their finances. And usually the party in the White House is punished for that, not the leftists. I think people are way more concerned about how much they're paying for gas and groceries and health insurance than leftists taking over America at some point in the future. I mean, it is all about the economy, man. I'm telling you, like, what gets people out to vote? Concern about communism or paying $4 a gallon at the gas pump when you're used to paying $2.60? People are going to vote based on their wallet for the most part. Now, Michigan's a little different. I think Islamophobia might get people to put aside their concern about the economy. Not a lot. I don't think it changes much, but I do think that there is sort of a holy shit moment for some voters in Michigan, which is unfortunate and undeserved, but you know how the Republican Party rolls. They are stoking the flames of Islamophobia, and there may be some people that are willing to stomach these high prices and Trump's bullshit in order to, in their eyes, prevent the Islamic takeover of America. But I still think the economy is huge and like the main reason people come out to vote. Plus, she has 80 plus days to put out a different narrative and push back on some of the things she said. I mean, she may come out saying, yeah, I was cringe as hell, but I'm throwing a Thanksgiving Day party tomorrow at my house, so I love Thanksgiving now. If Crowley wins, you heard it here first. I mean, I don't think a lot of people out there are making the case for Crowley to win, and I think I laid out a decent case. It may be Cope, and I may be totally wrong, and she may go on to win by 20 points tonight, but I don't think anyone can really say what's going on. I know the betting markets show, the prediction markets show that she's winning by like 95%, but I don't think those people really look under the hood on things like polls or understand what's actually happening, but we'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, I'm trying to give you guys a little bit of drama too, to like, pique interest, so people don't just check out and like, well, Hong's gonna win and I'm gonna leave, right? Like, it's like, I don't know. I'm being honest. I'm not like making stuff up, but still.
I heard his fiancée left for not endorsing Hong.
Wow. His fiance? About AOC? Poor AOC. Breaking up with your fiance sounds terrible. Somebody on X, some reporter, and it's not just some nobody, but some reporter was saying she hasn't been wearing her engagement ring for years. But then I saw some Instagram post of her with that dude just a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, at some restaurant in DC. So I don't know. I guess it shouldn't be our business, and I guess we shouldn't care, but it's interesting. AOC's love life. I think she probably wins +7 or so. Yeah, I think that's a fair guess. We are still about an hour away from the polls closing. Oh, looks like he's going to talk about those races.
Me to think is either some kind of error in the input or error in my dashboard here.
Okay, is Decision Desk saying anything?
They're looking into it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to circle this because we got a bit of a question here on, well, answer me this. What's our expected vote statewide?
The expected vote statewide, 346,000.
Okay.
Bernanke's about to nerd out.
I see. Yeah, that would be very high. Richland accounted for 4% of the vote in the gubernatorial primary, in the Republican gubernatorial primary. So that would be high, but this is a kind of unusual election. So let's see. The other big one, in fact, bigger than Richland, really want to see here is Lexington County. We say that advantage that Fry has over Norman right now. I do think that is powered to the extent there is, the advantage there. About 1,300 votes, 1,336 votes. That's powered by what we saw in Richland. So it's a big question there in terms of what Adam is trying to track down. I'll try to be patient, but Adam, I'll probably ask you 1,100 more times in the next few minutes if we have an update from Decision Desk about Richland County, because that looms as a very significant thing. If you're communicating with them, I don't want to interrupt it, but do you know, is there anywhere else right now? I think we got some Beaufort too.
Here we go.
Okay.
Beaufort.
Hilton Head. This is again this in theory would be Sanford country, but it's Graham. It's Graham in the early vote, and Sanford running distant second, which Graham's advantage statewide. She's over 30%, 6.1 over Norman.
The statewide number should be updated now because, we're checking into that Richland number.
Okay, so you see it, folks, just full transparency here. It lit up. I showed you a result. As Adam said, the number of votes that reflected significantly higher than our expected vote. That doesn't mean it's not legit, because sometimes our expected vote is off. Sometimes there's much higher turnout in places than expected. Also the number, though, would be much, much higher than Richland has typically.
Look at this. 18% of the vote in statewide in South Carolina, and they are right there with each other. Darlene Graham has 30.2%, Russell Fry 24%, and Ralph Norman 23.9%. So it's like split pretty evenly there between them. I would argue this is a bit of weakness from Darlene. She's the Trump-endorsed candidate, sister of Lindsey Graham, total DEI candidate, if we're using the definition the Republicans use for DEI, which is, of course, wrong. But Trump decided she's the best for the job. And we're hoping to see weakness here. We're hoping to see her come in second place would be best case scenario. And it to be very close between her and another Republican. That would show a lot of problems within the Republican Party. It would show Trump's endorsement is weak. That's probably best case scenario. Does South Carolina require 50% to win? There would be a runoff unless somebody gets more than 50% in this primary.
Day.
Yeah, do you want to take a look at Lawrence? Let's see.
Yeah, or, where do we have more election day vote, Anderson or Lawrence?
That's what I was trying to look at.
Oh, right.
It looks like we have more in Lawrence.
And I think we just got a big bunch in Lancaster, too.
Lancaster was one of.
And remember, this is a special election to take Lindsey Graham's spot on the November ballot. These people, while his sister is filling in for the remainder of his term through the end of the year, she's now trying to win a full 6-year term, which I find ridiculous. But that's what these guys are fighting for, a full 6-year term starting on January 3rd.
His district, right? We were saying is also now is happening right here. This is, the heart of Norman's district right here. Same thing. Graham doing better with the election day vote. And then Norman, whose district this is, right, who led that first, report, actually now trailing her just in the election day portion of it. These are, if you're Graham, super, super encouraging numbers here, because what they suggest now having been replicated, right? We told you about the particular demographics of the Myrtle Beach area, of the retirees, the golf players.
Thanks for the
Now we're
streams.
talking about fast-growing suburbs, exurbs, outside Charlotte, in Lancaster County. Very different demographic.
Tana, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
It's up statewide. Now you can see that margin for her over Fry is approaching 7 points over second place. And in fact, she just got a little bit more. What else just lit up?
Kershaw, we got an update.
Okay, but and do you have we got election day vote? Excuse me, we have election day vote that we can look at.
Yes.
Kershaw?
So in Kershaw, the advanced vote was running Graham 34, Fry 20, Norman 26.
Yep.
Election day, we're about 40% of our expected vote there. It's Graham 38, Fry 15, and Norman 25.
25, right. Okay, so again, you're in, this is in 7, I think, right? This is this is in 5. This is in Norman's district. And Norman running 6. But we keep seeing it. Graham is running 4, 5, I think it's 6 points better with the election day vote than the early vote. Do you say Anderson? We could take a look at Anderson? That might be, do we have much there? I see 23%.
Yeah, we don't really, at least updating our system, it doesn't look like a lot of election day vote out of Anderson yet.
Okay, is there anywhere else you could just see offhand with some?
Yes, I agree. I think Darlene Graham would be the best candidate for the Democrat to run against in the general. But for this primary, it would be great for her to come in second place to advance to the runoff. But yeah, as far as who Annie Andrews will be up against in November, I think Darlene Graham is the best. Though you could make an argument for Norman and Fry because they have a bunch of bad clips and they've helped support Trump and they've been part of enabling him to do all of the carnage that has come from his administration. So I don't know. This whole race is a long shot for the Democrats, but there's some people out there that are kind of excited and think that Democrats could pick this up. I guess if we had a really good night, then maybe we'd have to have a really, really good night, which, every day things get better for the Democrats. That's for sure. I know people are concerned about some of our candidates that are winning in the primaries, but the bigger impact on election day will be what is going on with the economy, with the Iran war, and what Trump's up to. I don't think the Republicans are going to successfully turn these November elections into a referendum on capitalism versus socialism. I mean, they're going to try. They're going to pump ads out there, hundreds of millions of dollars of ads, claiming this is a fight for the future of the soul of our country and capitalism's on the line. But I don't think that's going to resonate anywhere near as much as, hey, man, you're getting your ass kicked at the gas pump and groceries, and Trump is causing inflation, and time to check him, man. Too early to call. We're at 20% of the votes in right now, with Darlene winning 30.7 to 23.8. The next two candidates are both at 23.8. That's interesting. We are waiting on Minnesota and Wisconsin. Their polls close in about an hour. We don't have to wait too long. 9 p.m. Eastern. Minnesota has an exciting Democratic primary to replace Tina Smith, right? She's the one that's Amy Klobuchar, my bad. Peggy Flanagan is the progressive. She's the lieutenant governor endorsed by Bernie Sanders. And then we have Angie Craig, who's I think a solid candidate. She's much more moderate. And so these are two solid candidates. So this is going to be exciting to see who prevails here. This is the moderates versus the progressives, and no drama, just two different ideas on how to get to the same finish line. And then Wisconsin, obviously we have the governor's race everybody's looking at, and their polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern as well. A little less than about an hour, about 1 hour. So we're just hanging out, watching the South Carolina results come in. Race, is Tina Smith not running for re-election? I don't remember. It's hard to keep track of all this. Tina Smith. Let me actually see. Is Minnesota replacing? Oh, yeah, okay. Senator Tina Smith is retiring. All right. So this would be to replace Tina Smith, who replaced Al Franken. And I assume that Amy Klobuchar is going to win, so she'll get to appoint another person. So they'll have two new senators from Minnesota in the near future. That's cool. The Tankies are mad about Peggy's foreign policy. Well, can't win over everybody. Race replaces Tina Smith. Yeah.
Primary there as well. We will, in fact, there it is. We'll keep an eye on this too. Could be, in case there's a surprise, Ned Lamont going for a third term there. But back to the story of the hour. We got 1 minute till this hit. What did something just come in the last minute while I was showing Connecticut?
We're getting a couple of precincts of Election Day vote in Beaufort and Florence and Lee. Those were the most recent updates.
Just a couple precincts.
Yeah, it's not a substantial amount to do our checks.
Why don't we do this? I'm going to take a sip of water, get ready for this hit. While I'm doing the hit, maybe if you're able to come up with what our best current county Election Day same day would be. But we're 30 seconds from the hit. I also need to pardon me. Excuse me.
Disgusting.
The county that we have the most vote percentage in right now is Lee County. So that's
okay. Well,
very little split between the election day.
We'll give Lee County the most attention it's ever gotten in a Republican statewide primary. After we do
drugs?
this hit for
Yes.
New updates in Spartanburg and Berkeley too.
That was drugs.
Joining us now is our chief data man, always the highlight of primary night, NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. As we come on the air tonight, polls have now closed in 4 states, right? So how's it looking?
Yeah, so I think the story of the hour is right here in South Carolina. In fact, there it is, Gotti. NBC News' decision desk has just made an important declaration in this race, and that is that Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Lindsey Graham, appointed to his Senate seat and now running in this special election. Our decision desk has now projected that she will advance to the runoff. This is a Republican primary. The top two candidates make it into the runoff, which will be held 2 weeks from tonight. This has been, if you've been watching for the last hour, not a big surprise just in terms of what we've been seeing, which is that there's a breadth of support for Graham here. She's not running up massive numbers anywhere in particular. She's just consistently running either in first or second place pretty much in every county that's reported. And there are some indications, too, with the latest votes that are coming in, that this number, she's at 31% statewide, that it may be on its way up, that it may improve, may boost her, into the mid-30s or so before all is said and done. And so the question now becomes, Gotti, look at this. If she's going to advance to the runoff, who's she going to run against? Russell Fry, Congressman, or Ralph Norman, Congressman? Look at that race there for second place. 19,885 right now, 19,570. That is 315 votes that currently separate the two of them. They have been trading second and third place, on and on for the last hour right here. This is basically Norman's base, his congressional district. This is basically Fry's. Also of note here, a significant name in South Carolina politics, Mark Sanford, the former governor, former congressman. He's not having a good night at all. You could see very disappointing numbers for him in what was historically his base in this state. So really now this is a question of, is it going to be Fry or is it going to be Norman? And a big development there. While I was scrolling through, I want to put this up on the screen. Some votes here from Richland County. I thought this was going to be more based on what just happened, but this is the state capital, Columbia, the area around there, the suburbs. This is the early vote from there. This is a good number for Graham. I apologize, Gotti. I thought this county was going to tell us something it didn't, because what just happened, as you can see, is that Fry, with an update of votes that we just got. Adam, you know where that was? Aiken County. Okay, this is a big one. Okay,
boy.
This is really, Gotti, the most complete picture we have from any county in South Carolina right now. This is Aiken County right there by the Georgia border. It is nobody's natural base. We're saying these are members of Congress. Nobody in the race represents this county. And there's Russell Fry winning it. This is an important notch mark for him tonight, because again, his base is right here. He's all the way across the state. And this is a very big county, relatively speaking, in terms of its share of the statewide vote. And look at that. He beats Graham here. And more importantly for him, look at that. He leaves Norman in the dust. And we say that's the real battle right now. It's between Fry, it's between Norman for second place. What Fry just pulled off there in Aiken County, that's very significant, because you can see what it did in terms of opening up a gap right there. But it's significant, as I say, because it's an incursion.
Ossoff, there. Fixed it.
Stays Face with the $20 super chat. How could you? On AOC's breakup day, you're going to knock her down to second place? Wow. Stays Face. She is grieving right now. Her relationship. Ossoff taking that #1 spot. Thank you, Stace. Appreciate that. Well, looky. Russell Fry is starting to move away from the pack here, making it a two-man race if this continues. We're hoping that they keep it close. That's what we're hoping for. We're looking for a fist fight here between the Republicans. It'll show that Trump is weak because he endorsed Darlene Graham, and it did not clear the field. And if a lot of Republicans go out and vote today in South Carolina for the non-Trump endorsed candidate, that shows you things aren't going so well in the GOP camp. EMZ says they split up a couple years ago, just didn't tell anyone. Well, we found out today, so the whole nation is grieving, and this is the day that will live in infamy. What up, Vishy? She puts eggs in freezers while we put them in refrigerators. AC will come back stronger. I'm sure she'll meet her perfect person one day. Yeah, who do we want to win? Well, I mean, I think in the general, Darlene Graham would be the best candidate to go up against because she's, untested and could be some skeletons in her closet. She's just been handed the seat. Not a very serious person, so that may work against her. I don't know. I don't know if the Democrat can beat any of these people, though. Could make a case for one of these congressmen like Ralph Norman or Russell Fry as well because they're toxic and MAGA buffoons. But this is South Carolina, so we have to, we got to keep things real here. Our chances are pretty low. Over, under 9.5 Dem majority in the House post midterms. I think we could have double-digit lead, sure. Just depends. Just depends. And we are about 50 minutes away from the polls closing in Wisconsin and Minnesota. So we just got to stay patient here and watch these Republicans punch each other in the face. Until then, not the most exciting race in the world, but something to look at while we wait. We've got exciting races in Wisconsin and Minnesota, so that'll be cool. Graham is a complete joke. I think she can be beaten. Again, it's South Carolina, you know what I mean? Like, I think to win in these red states like South Carolina, you really need a Roy Moore situation where the Republican is just a total joke. Maybe Herschel Walker type scandal, like Ken Paxton versus Tallarico. You basically need that dynamic, I think, to win in these red states. So it's a bit of a long shot. Like, our candidate is great, Annie Andrews, but if the Republicans halfway decent, then it's almost impossible to win. Imagine having to live in South Carolina. I mean, my understanding is, there are some nice places there. Barnes still on the ballot. He should be, yeah. I mean, he only dropped out like a week and a half ago. But, those same polls that showed Hong winning by 25 had Barnes winning 20% of the vote. And it had like 15% of the vote, the respondents to the poll saying they're undecided. So if you take Barnes's 20 and the 15% undecided and you put them on Crowley, who was already at like 15, you could paint a picture of Crowley winning tonight. And also, as I've said a few times, the polls were way off in the Michigan Senate race, overestimating the progressive support. So you could argue that that may be the case tonight in Wisconsin as well, with the polls overestimating support for Hong. So I will not be shocked if Crowley pulls off a win tonight. I'm not expecting it. I would expect him to lose anywhere by 5 to 7 points, I think is a fair guess. But if it's close, then Hong definitely needs to move to the center. She already has to do that anyways, and she's already doing it to some degree, declaring her love for Thanksgiving. And I think it could moderate her quite a bit. So let's see what happens. I'm not dooming. And like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I tuned into Hutch's stream today, and he was kind of what I thought was presenting a new argument for the DSA people, saying, I'm not intimidated by these people, and they're definitely not taking over the party, which I asked you guys early in the stream. I feel like that wasn't Hutch's position just a few weeks ago. I feel like I was siding with Pisco and Soypill in that we don't have anything to be scared of with these DSA people. They're clowns and incompetent, And I was a little surprised at Hutch's position today. I'm not trying to give him a hard time. I'm just saying I was kind of questioning my own memory, wondering, did I misremember? But no, I'm pretty sure I saw Hutch really taking the position a few weeks ago that these guys are dangerous and we need to be very concerned about them. Hutch move for sure, you think? I was debating Wick on Hutch this morning. Nice. His point has always been that they are weak, but they help Republicans by making Dems look crazy. Well, I just felt like the way he was talking about it today was he was not impressed and he was not concerned, which is great. That's my position. That's how I feel.
He's running at Graham 28, Fry 14, and Norman 35.
Fry was at 14. Okay, yeah. I see what happened to him.
Yeah, in the election day vote, it's Graham 29, Fry 10, and Norman 34 currently.
Okay. And so honestly, in this one, almost essentially unchanged between them, just Fry dropping off a little bit. But no, essentially unchanged there. Is there anywhere else? I'm just going to look through, see if we have more vote. We're still sitting at, still a lot of vote to come in, the heart of Norman's base here, right? Still a lot of vote to come. We do have, we had shown Spartanburg at about 50% before, right? This is not, I think we had done some Spartanburg election day.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Still just, so for Norman, these are two big kind of bites at the apple that are left for him. Look at all that vote to come in York County. And if what we just saw in Lawrence County plays out, he's got a lot of votes to come in if he's getting them at a 55% clip. That's huge. And Greenville, as we say, Greenville is more than, in terms of vote producing statewide, more than twice the size of York County. And again, if the election day vote is doing what we just saw in Lawrence, if he's still hitting 40% with that, that's a lot of votes to come in that he's getting 40% with, and that Russell Fry is only getting 10, 12% with. Meanwhile, look, Fry, okay, we just got a big update there. You saw a bunch of votes just came in. Here's the thing, what that'll do statewide, I imagine, Fry, you could see Fry opens up a 2-point advantage over Norman in that statewide tally based on, in part, what just happened there in Horry. You saw a jump from 43 to 53% in. But keep in mind, this is the biggie. We're saying Greenville's huge. This is about 10% statewide. This is the heart of Fry's district. Now he's squeezed, more than 53. He squeezed 53% of the juice from the orange. Is that the metaphor? There's not as much juice to be squeezed now.
Back him up, Adam. Hold on. Look at my governor, dog. Not my state, but still. What the hell is happening here, man? Like, come on. This is where you start to wonder, like, how serious is this person? Like, I get it. You want to express yourself, but like, you're trying to be the governor of Wisconsin, man. Come on. Like, I feel like we're not past being professional. Like, it still sends a message to people that you're a serious person. I mean, you've got people's lives in your hands as governor. You get to make some pretty serious decisions. And like, can we at least try to dress normally for one day? You know what I mean? Like, you want to rock Jordans on a Friday as governor and you go to some sort of event. Okay. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe I'm a prude, but the way you dress, it can take away from the image of yourself you're trying to present as a person, like not your actual image, but it takes away from your message, I guess. Like, why not just dress normally for one day, man? She's skateboarding after this. Dress equals messaging. Yeah. Most of her voters are probably on the younger side, I guess, but like, come on, man. What is this shit? Like, she looked in the mirror and was like, fuck yeah, this is it. Money. This is like, this outfit was probably planned, like My God, this is what people go to like the store at like 2 a.m. high as a kite. Don't give a shit. Gas station, snacks, like that's what you roll up in right there. Okay.
Of his base, just in terms of its representation in the statewide tally, then Norman has the opportunity for Frye might be kind of extending now down towards that first congressional district to outpace Norman there, for second place and make up the margin that way. But now we're getting close to 40%. As you can see,
if that's fashion, count me out, dude. That's like when Hassan was wearing big clothes, looked like an idiot, really balloon pants and stuff. It's always you can always tell when it's someone they're just trying to dress a way they saw someone else dress. That's what I get when I see her. She's trying to look like someone else who actually has that style and it fits their personality and they own it in other ways. That's the same thing with Hassan. Hassan he sees someone else who looks good and stylish and he just buys the clothes and thinks he's going to look good too. It's like, dude, you don't have the personality for this. Like it doesn't fit you. So funny. I'm a big Uniqlo and Zara guy. That's fine. You're not going to walk out of those places looking like that. Hassan dresses as Mao. Well, before he started his suit arc, he dressed like a fool. He dressed like a 15-year-old kid.
So we got about a little over 3,000 votes in. And okay, yeah, no, this is Windsor. Yeah, this is Windsor Locks, the airport, south. Yeah, look, this is so far it's consistent. Manchester, sort of well-to-do suburb there. This is pretty consistent early. If you're John Larson, you're not liking what you're seeing. It is early, but again, remember, Bronin is running with the party endorsement here. So there was some writing on the wall potentially. And, Bronin's base politically is Hartford. But when you're, and again, these are small chunks of vote here. But Manchester is not Hartford. And he's leading there. Narrow, but closer, but he's leading there. South Windsor, that's a.
We're down in the weeds, man. Desperate for something. What's going on in Connecticut? House primary. 5% of the results in. Nothing to look at here. John Larson looks like he sold insurance in the 50s, man. Why is that guy still running? Who the hell is that guy? Time to retire, bro. This guy looks like he stayed on as CEO at like 79 years old. Like, dude, what are you doing? Ned Lamont just BTFOing his opponent. Called at 6%. Let me guess, Josh Elliott is some DSA shitbag. Let's see, Josh Elliott.
The irony, 20 years ago, if you're old like me, you remember Ned Lamont. How did he come on the scene politically? He was the challenger on the left to Joe Lieberman in the 2006 Democratic Senate primary. Lamont beat him in the primary. Lieberman ran as the independent, won the seat. Then Lamont became the governor about a decade later, and now this is how it all works, right? The guy who was the insurgent on the left now facing the challenger from the left, but he's going to survive. So let's get back to the much more sort of contentious question of the hour, and that is South Carolina.
Oh, DSA did not back Josh Elliott, though he is running to the left. I just see an article that says DSA did not back him. It's so funny to me that DSA is so ridiculous with their endorsements. Like, who the hell are you, DSA, to not endorse some of these people, man? Like, absolute insanity. Pulling their endorsement of AOC. Like, it's just such a shitty organization, man. You think they would be flooding the zone with endorsements to try to attach themselves to some winners or just to get more people excited, but good God, they just... The purity testing is so out of control.
Okay, so I'm just checking an email right here, and okay, 38 minutes till polls. Oh, we got the countdown clock. Let's do Anderson. Let's just do the same day election day.
38 minutes, guys, till the polls close. Who's ready for the first socialist governor in America's history? Wick told me if she wins, he's vote blue no matter who, and he will knock doors for Francesca Hong. He told me. Chat triggered by the fact Hong is a moron. I mean, she does seem like she's in over her head, but she's our moron, okay? She's got a D next to her name. We don't abandon our people. We get behind them. If she wins the nomination, she's our moron. And we will get her across that finish line if we can. I don't know. I think she has a decent chance of winning because, again, it's going to come down to like a referendum on Trump. And if the worst they can say about her is that she hates Thanksgiving, I think she'll be okay. There are very few Democrats that I will not get behind. I mean, really, most of these Democrats are useless in their position. They can't do anything except prevent Republicans from doing bad things over the next 2 years, right? Like, let's be honest. With Trump as president for the next 2 years, Democrats are pretty limited in what they can do. But the one thing they can all do, no matter who they are, no matter how much they hate Thanksgiving, no matter how much they love Hassan Piker and think America deserved 9/11, they can prevent Republicans and Trump from doing bad things. And that, to me, means a lot. And your organization, your group is only as good as your weakest member, man. That's it. So, like, if you let them fail, then that reflects on you. Why are we calling her a moron? Weren't we enraged when Abdul called Stevens incompetent, calling him sexist and all that? But we're comfy calling Hong a moron? No. Wow. Didn't think about it like that, bro. Wow. Things just got real in here, man. Wow. I don't defend anybody. If they F up, they own it. But if they're a part of your party, then it's going to reflect poorly on you if you don't stand up for them, you know? All right. Who's going to advance with Lindsey Graham's sister? That's what will be decided here. I would say she's said some moronic things. I mean, really? Like, I think that is not being questioned. I think even people that support her think she said some stupid things. Like, what? I don't know what to tell you there, champ. People say dumb things. And if people in my chat want to call her a moron, so be it. There's people here who called Haley Stevens a moron. People called Abdul a moron. I think Abdul's a moron for some things, like not dropping Hassan Piker. What's the point? Why would you hold on to a guy who said America deserved 9/11 when you're trying to become the first Muslim mayor in America's history? Probably not the smartest move. I would chalk that up to a bit of a blind spot there. Throw that clown under the bus.
This is a big county, Lexington County. In this race, the race we're focused on right now, Fry versus Norman, no one's getting an advantage out of here. It's a wash. It was not a wash with numbers that we saw here. So we got 55% in Aiken now, meaning we're now showing a significant election day vote here.
Yes.
And it's not at all resembling what went up earlier from our system.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's big.
Big.
If you were watching 30 minutes ago, remember Aiken lit up and it was that maroon Fry color. And we said, holy cow, way outside his congressional district. Fry just got like 44% of the vote. And it was telling us completed. And then we said this might be a sort of a glitch in the system, in the stream.
Wow.
It's looking like it is.
I will never trust Steve Kornacki again. My heart has been broken. Damn you to hell, Steve. How dare you, man? I'll never forgive. Did you see the clip of McMorrow, Stevens, and AES being asked if they would support the winner? I have no idea about that. Did it for the ratings? Just playing games, man. Absolutely playing games here. Steve playing around. Ned Lamont going on to absolutely BTFO Josh Elliott and his hairstyle from 2013. Get fucked, Josh. Get out of here.
Another term as governor, faced an insurgent candidate from the left here in this primary, but Lamont really no problem here surviving it, a 2-to-1 margin here. NBC News has already declared him the winner. But within Connecticut, there's another long-tenured incumbent, a much longer tenured incumbent, who I think is in some serious trouble right now, and I'll call that one up on the screen. It's right here. John Larson, the congressman from Connecticut's 1st District. It's based in Hartford, although it's this district sort of has tentacles extending in.
Dude, John Larson cannot be a real person. Look at this guy. He looks like, what the fuck? There's no way John Larson is real. He looks like some 80-year-old CEO who's just hanging around the office way too long. Like, time to retire, dude. What the fuck? Who the hell is John Larson? He's getting his ass beat right now, man. Luke Broden. It's not a lot of votes, though.
Across the board, you're seeing Bronin put up very encouraging numbers here. So I think Lamont survives in the governor's race, but essentially a 28-year House incumbent, John Larson, he was a member of the House Democratic leadership from 2006 to 2014, I believe, in big trouble right now, deep trouble.
John Larson getting his ass kicked. I don't know. Like, if you get destroyed like that by some younger person, like, you should have hung it up a long time ago, man. Well, it's just sad to go out like that, you know? It's just sad. You gotta know, man. You gotta know when it's time. Larson was born July 22nd. I wonder who his opponent is, though. Let me look that up. John. Wait. Let's see. Connecticut. I don't have that up on my other screen. I was curious about his opponent, see if he's like some super progressive or something, but I haven't heard anything about that. Gotta know when to show him. Gotta know when to fold him. Yeah. Isn't Hong already the presumptive nominee? If you believe the polling, yes. But as I've made the case a few times, the most recent polls show Hong up like 25. But those polls also include Mandela Barnes having like 20% of the vote. That guy dropped out. So in theory, you could imagine a lot of his vote goes to Crowley, who's been rising a bit since he got back in the race. And the crazy clips of Hong have been getting a lot of talk and airtime. Also, there was like 15% of the people in that same poll that showed Hong plus 25. Something like 15% of the respondents said they hadn't decided yet. So, you know, if you take a big chunk of Mandela Barnes's supporters and add in a lot of undecided people, you could see a way for Hong to lose tonight. So I don't know. I think the safe bet is that she wins by anywhere from 5 to 10 points, but crazier things have happened. But yes, I think she at this point is the presumptive nominee. And also the polling in Michigan was way off, overestimating progressive support by a mile. I mean, there was polls showing Abdul El Sayed plus 17, and these were respected polling orgs, not just some garbage. So he ended up winning by less than 1%. So, I mean, you could make the case that why wouldn't the polls be off for this progressive in a neighboring state, right? I mean, it doesn't seem that far-fetched. So we'll see. I don't know. You're saying there's a chance. Well, I'm just trying to give you guys some honest analysis. I may be totally wrong and she wins by 20 points tonight, but I could see a scenario in which enough people got alarmed by what they saw from her recently, which I don't know if they should. It just, for me, she just seems unprofessional. She seems in over her head. It's not like her actual policy that concerns me. I mean, if you want to hate on Thanksgiving, go ahead. That doesn't bother me. I understand where it comes from. People are like, it's insensitive. It's, Native Americans don't like it. And it's like, okay, fine. I get it. It's very soy and woke to me, but it is what it is. There's people who engage in that. It's kind of like, I heard I heard some news story talking about all of these quotes coming out from Abdul, defund the police, and Hong hating on Thanksgiving. And it's like, these are sort of like academic conversations that aren't meant to be had out in public and to be voted on. This is more kind of just I don't know about granular, but like kind of down in the weeds, talking points between people on the left to discuss thing. It's kind of like talking about reparations. There's no serious conversation about reparations, but yeah, you could have a fun discussion and you could get into some interesting talking points about it and why it would be good. And so those things are meant to be had in like Twitter threads, not to be voted on by the general public. And so here she is being asked to explain why you said these things. And it's like, well, it's like you and your boys hanging out playing video games. You're going to talk about things that you wouldn't talk about in other environments. So I think it's a little unfair. The DSA stuff is definitely weird. And I just think she's in over her head. But, a lot of people get thrown into the deep end of the pool and survive and come out okay. So, hey, maybe she'll be all right. I don't know.
We are Charlie.
Not giving up that Hong is an Elon Musk AI robot that he is running as a plant. Mark Kelly.
Well, I mean, supposedly a bunch of Republican money has been spent to support her. So the Republicans think she's fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Wrinkle, for the $20. Look at Mark Kelly. He's right on AOC and John Ossoff's heels. Wow. Almost 39,000 points. AOC has 45 and John has 46. Wow. Starting to look like a three-man race at the top of the ticket there.
11,000.
We are 25 minutes away, guys. Who's excited? 25 minutes away from the polls closing in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Don't sleep on the Minnesota Democratic primary for Senate. That's a fun one too. Progressive versus moderate. Angie Craig, current Congresswoman, solid candidate, no drama, up against Peggy Flanagan, the current Lieutenant Governor, endorsed by Bernie and the Progressives. So that is quite the slugfest between those two. The race is basically a toss-up, so who knows what's going to happen there. But a lot of interesting stuff happening right now. Steve is in the zone. We're just watching the South Carolina special election results here. This is to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November. His sister thinks she should serve a 6-year term. I think she's a DEI candidate, according to Republican definitions, the Republican definition of DEI. But Trump endorsed her, and it did not clear the field. There are two congressmen that are in the race still. So it shows you that Trump's a bit weak, that it didn't clear the field. And right now, yes, she's going to advance to the general, but doesn't look like she's going to get over 50% and avoid a runoff. And it's still pretty close. I mean, she's not up by that much. So showing some weakness for both Trump and the Republican Party here in South Carolina.
Hey, guys.
Magic Mans with the giant resub, 75 months. Holy shit, bro. That's crazy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's go. DSA tankies must lose tonight. Take that back. DSA tankies are the future of the Democratic Party in America. They're the ones that are making all sense right now, okay? Down with Thanksgiving. It is a hurtful holiday that should have been abandoned long ago. Would Hong be the first
It's so
chef
cold in here. My
governor?
fingers aren't working. You said 3,800?
Yes.
Sorry, 3,800, right? Okay. Right? I mean, if he got 1,300 and Fry say he could net 1,000. He could net.
BRB.
Here. Seeing a lot of opportunities for Ralph Norman here. I mean, take a look at a place like Charleston County. A lot to come here. Good-sized county. I don't see, Fry is running level with Norman. Georgetown County, this is a big one in Fry's district. It's done. Look, Fry got 36 here. He crushed Norman 4-1, but it's done. He's not getting anything else out of it. Berkeley, almost done. Fry's running 30, or he's beating Norman. He's only beating him by 7. Oh boy, I think the folks in Rock Hill are starting to get a little excited, maybe. What are our? Oh wow, something big.
Yeah,
That
Greenville.
That was Greenville. This is what we said would happen. Tell me how it went. How'd that batch break?
Unclear exactly what that was, but let me take a look here.
I mean, we went from 14 to 66, so we just got the.
Yeah, it's not classified in our system exactly what it was, but it broke for Norman.
Can you tell me the raw votes? Because I want to get the margin. What were the raw votes that just came in?
24,917.
For Norman?
Yeah.
And what came in for Fry?
Sorry, that was the total vote. This is everything. Yeah. So the split there is what we have basically.
No, but I mean, can you just tell me how many new votes Norman just got? Is that in there?
The total vote report was 24,000.
Right. How many did Norman get? Does it say?
9,886.
And how many did Fry get?
2,700.
2007. So right. So that is 71. So we said we thought Norman could net an 11,000 more total out of Greenville. Right there is 7,100. So he absolutely, and there's still a third to come. Oh, I mean, I think that's I don't where is Fry overcoming that? I mean, more of what just happened. Look at that. Look what just happened with that. Norman now opens up a 10,000 vote, almost 10,200 vote advantage over Fry with that update. And there is more to come. He's pouring it on in Greenville, pouring it on over Fry. Graham is running in second right there over Fry. With still a third to come in York, where he's running that 50% we said with the election day vote, with still a little bit he can get out of Spartanburg. Where on earth is Fry answering that? He got another update out of Horry, right? They've been coming in these 10% batches, but now 3/4 of the vote is there in Horry. Fry could knock a couple with what's left in Horry. Fry could knock a couple thousand off that. He's more than 10,000 votes behind right now. Charleston. There's a lot to come in.
Let's go, Russell. I like that it's close. That's all. Let me see the statewide real quick. We got 20 minutes until the polls close, guys. 20 minutes. So, oh, wow. 66% of the vote statewide. And it's only 6.5% difference between Darlene and Ralph Norman. This is looking bad for the Republicans. That's a lot of Republicans voting for candidates that Trump did not endorse, right? Think about that. Trump endorsed Darlene, and so far 46% of people voted for someone else. Not a great sign if you're Trump. I hereby endorse Darlene. Yeah, nice, bro. Almost 1 in 2 people voting for the other guys. That's funny. All right, 18 minutes till the polls close in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Minnesota. we can finally move away from this stupid race in South Carolina.
So jazzed up because I'd say, oh my gosh, Fry just did it. No, Fry did not do it in Aiken. Norman is doing it in Greenville. And Greenville isn't just any county. Greenville is the single, we think, biggest vote producing county in the state. So not only is Norman putting up numbers like this within his congressional district, okay, right? Although this is part of his district too. He's actually running, he's running in second here, but he's also running more than 2-1 ahead of Fry. Outside of his district, he's doing this, right? Outside of his district, he's doing this. Outside of his district, outside of his district. I don't see this maroon shade for Fry. All of this is inside the 7th congressional district. If this were a United States senator to represent the Petey region of South Carolina, Fry would be in great shape right now. He is basically sweeping his congressional district. But this is United States senator statewide. He has not made any incursions outside of his district. Norman's making those incursions, and he's doing it in just a vote-rich hub there of the upstate. That's a very significant thing that has just sort of revealed itself here. Margin now for Norman over Fry sits at 4.2 points. Statewide, that's just under 10,000. Again, I think that had gone over 10,000. I think it came under because of that update from.
Does the Minnesota Senate primary really matter? Won't the loser just be appointed? It's possible that the loser gets appointed, but I think there's a ton of information to be gleaned from that race. It's progressive versus moderate. Let's see who is prevailing. I mean, we have two serious candidates here with no drama, so it'll be a great sign of where the Democratic voters are at. And Minnesota is a blue state, but it's not that blue. It's not like New York or Illinois. It's not a swing state, but it's probably around plus 7, 8 for Dems or something like that. It's kind of like Maine or something in that regard. But it'll be interesting to see who's resonating and what messaging is resonating. And there it is, Ralph Norman advancing. And he's pretty close to her. Damn.
That runoff will be held 2 weeks from tonight. It will be Darlene Graham. It'll be Ralph Norman. And now the question will become, how does everybody react to this? Because we told you in that gubernatorial primary, let's see if I can.
Look at that. Trump endorsed Darlene Graham, and she only got 32% of the vote. Think about that. 68% of the Republican voters voted for someone else. That's not great. That is not great. That is a big problem for the Republicans. Think about that. Almost 70% of the people voting in that primary today voted for someone other than the Trump-endorsed candidate in a red state. Trump is in a lot of trouble, man.
He reversed the outcome. He crushed her. He left her in the dust. So that's what happened in the governor's race. We're now talking about the Senate race.
That's terrible.
Graham is not going to get 29. This number's 32-2. It could tick higher. It could land in the mid-30s, but I'd say it's probably going to, if you're looking at, basically she gets a third of the vote. I think, let's say she's going to end up getting a third of the vote in this primary. How's that going to look? What's Russell Fry going to do? Is Fry going to say, all right, I'm on Team Graham now? Is he going to say, no, she hasn't proven it. I trust Ralph Norman. He's a more reliable conservative. Is he going to get behind Norman? Is he going to do nothing? What's Mark Sanford going to do? For that matter, what would Mark Lynch do? Much smaller base right there. Other political leaders in the state. We're going to do.
Yeah, think about that. They could all get behind Ralph Norman and sink Lindsey Graham's sister and go against Trump. Trump will probably endorse them both. He did that in a governor's race recently. He'll just cop out and endorse both of them. And that'll also be a sign of weakness too. Like, oh, so you abandon the person you endorsed first. So this is a bit of a mess right here for the Republicans. And I like it. This increases Annie Andrews' chances of winning, though I still think they're pretty slim. The Democrat in November.
Out there, I imagine Trump's going to be out there doubling down on this. But, how does Trump react to this final? Wherever Graham lands, wherever Norman lands, how does Trump react to it? So those are the questions. In the coming days, what tone is going to be set for this runoff? Is this going to be a party that consolidates quickly and dramatically around Graham and really puts Norman at a disadvantage here? Or is there going to be some, movement towards Norman to try to consolidate? Coming in to do an update on this, folks. And then as soon as we do this update, we're going to start talking about the Badger State.
Woo! Well, 12 minutes, guys. Go use the bathroom. Get your snacks. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Polls close in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Exciting stuff. We don't have a lot more of these exciting primaries, so enjoy it while you can. Big races tonight. Big races. Go put on your Badger hats. This is the future of civilization on the line, as Elon Musk said about the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin in April of last year. Future of humanity will be decided by tonight's Wisconsin governor primary and the Democrats. If Francesca Hong wins, it's all over. It's all over. Transgender for everyone. Capitalism gone. You'll have 6 homeless people living in your house next week. It's all over. The end of America. I want Francesca Hahn to lose so Mike from PA is heartbroken. That's what motivates me. I think she can win in November. But nothing would make me happier to see her go down so Mike from PA can cry into his pillow tonight. I think Crowley, there is a world, there is a path for Crowley. It is complicated, and it is, a lot of things have to fall into place, but who knows what the hell's going on there? Who knows? I voted for her. Good for you. I'm glad you participated. How do you feel about Mike from PA hanging out with her and her bad judgment, hanging out with that guy who said that he said what did he say about Jews' ethnicity? He said it's an evil, demonic ethnicity or something. Some made up. Jews are a demonic ethnicity, a fake ethnicity. Yeah. How do you feel about her hanging out with a guy who said that? It's interesting. Something demonic. Yeah. Anytime you're talking about Jewish people and saying they're demonic, you're on the wrong side of whatever it is. They hung out, yeah, like twice, I think. He got a 3-day Twitch ban for that one. Nice. Don't know anything about him. Okay, well, now the person you voted for has bad judgment. You just found that out, I guess. Interesting. Only 3 days is mental. Well, that's what happens when Dan Clancy's in charge of the platform. One day, Dan Clancy's going to be gone, and these guys are all going to get clapped, and I will not be shedding a tear, but Dan Clancy's not going to be around to protect them forever. I wouldn't be surprised if some Jeff Bezos, freak gets put in there in a year or two to try to turn things around and decides that we need to go with a right-wing slant, and Asmongold is the new hero they protect, and Hassan and all the boys get popped. T-minus 8 minutes. How much is it actually Dan Clancy, not the whole staff? I don't know. Good question. I imagine Dan is a big part of it. But I imagine if Dan goes, then a lot of the upper staff would go too, right? All I'm saying is Twitch isn't going to be like this forever. It will change eventually. It will change.
Of the Republican base famously throughout his political career. So there's certainly mixed feelings among Republicans, historically about the Graham family name. So nobody really quite knew what to expect from her as a candidate, with Trump's endorsement too, obviously hugely helpful to her. But what does that mean? When you're looking at about a third of the vote in a crowded, competitive primary here for somebody with that kind of a background, is that an impressive showing? Does that inspire confidence? I think that's why I'm saying these next 24, 48 hours are so interesting because, everybody's going to get to look at this piece of.
This is so bad. This is terrible. She got 32.5% of the vote, Darlene Graham. Trump endorsed her. She's the incumbent. That is crazy. 2/3 of Republican voters went out today and voted for someone other than the Trump endorsed candidate. If that doesn't show you what a terrible position Trump is in, I don't know what to point to, man. That is bad news right there. Trump just made a huge mistake in trying to prop this woman up. Holy shit.
Let me get myself ready because I have a thing in here that I want to try. Did we get a call in Connecticut 1?
We have not.
Okay.
But the trend that we looked at earlier is continuing.
Okay, so John Larson is in bad.
I literally screenshotted her criminal justice section and posted it on Reddit because I keep seeing the lie that she wants to abolish prisons. She doesn't. I assume you're talking about Hong. So Hong said she doesn't support the national DSA position of abolishing prisons. She said she's a member of her local Madison, Wisconsin chapter. Well, we went on her Madison, Wisconsin DSA chapter, and sure enough, they have a working group whose focus is to abolish prisons. So you can say it wasn't on her website, but she claims she doesn't agree with the national, but her local chapter supports abolishing prisons. So I think it's nonsense. I think it's a total cop-out from these DSA candidates to try to claim that, well, I'm a member of the local chapter, and that's different. AOC said the same bullshit too, and guarantee every single DSA chapter in America supports the same bullshit as the national chapter. I guarantee it. Only Keith Shirley seems to think that the people at the local chapter are different and don't support those kooky things. But I think they all do. Why wouldn't they? I mean, that's like in the DNA, the DSA blood, right? Like abolish prisons, abolish borders. I mean, I understand where they're coming from. I get it. It's some idealistic view of the world and they want to strive for it. That's fine. I don't mind that, but don't yank our chain and act like you're running on it. It's bullshit. Even when they get pressed in interviews, they're like, oh, that's a long-term thing. Well, my long-term plan is to do a lot of things too, but we need to talk about what we can do now. That's cool, bud. It's not on her policy page at all. She has a whole bunch of stuff about criminal justice. Doesn't support prison abolition. Well, she's a member of the Madison, Wisconsin DSA. So are you saying she doesn't own what the local chapter stands for? Because she said in interviews that I'm not a member of national, but I'm a member of my local chapter, meaning she supports what they support. So doesn't that add up? You keep saying Keith Shirley. Do you mean Keith Edwards? No, I mean Keith Shirley because he's like the Nick Shirley of the left. So I'm purposefully making fun of him and calling him Keith Shirley.
Wisconsin too, and then the controversies around Hong, Thanksgiving. If you're watching this, you know them. I don't need to describe them. It set off all these alarm bells, really, I think, in the last week among the Democratic establishment in Wisconsin to get behind Crowley. So I suspect there's been dramatic movement towards him in the last week. But the thing to keep in mind is that while all of that drama in July was playing out that we just went through, 140,000 vote-by-mail votes were cast and returned. And those votes are in. They can't be changed. Now, that's the total for each party, Democrat and Republican. We know Democrats are much more likely to use mail than Republicans. So I think it's safe to say that well over 100,000 votes in this primary were cast before this race was seen as Francesca Hong versus David Crowley versus vote Crowley if you want to stop Hong. A lot of these votes were cast when Crowley was either an afterthought in the polls or had actually dropped out of the race. A lot of these votes were cast for Rodriguez. They were cast for Mandela Barnes. They were cast in a totally different environment. How much of the primary electorate is this going to account for? Well, if we said conservatively that about 100,000 of these are Democratic votes, okay, what do we expect for turnout? This
Don't
is a big
abolish
question.
prisons so you have a place to lock up turkey eaters when you abolish Thanksgiving. For D.Ches Hong.
Based. And I agree.
But if you said 600, that'd be about 15, it'd be a little more than 15%, between 15 and 20%. If that turnout goes higher than 600,000, I think the bottom line is that vote that was cast in July when this race looked totally different, and there was even a little bit of early voting that was done then, could end up being 10, 15% of the total vote.
Wow. I would imagine that vote favors Crowley and Mandela Barnes, not Hong. Now, do those people, can they do something about that? I don't know. I guess this is why I don't vote early in primaries. Never know what's going to happen. I don't wait till the day of, but still. It's going to be interesting to see how those 140,000 votes pan out. Though he did say it's between Democrats and Republicans, so it could just be like 70,000 votes for Democrats. Who knows?
We're close to an outright majority tonight to win. For that matter, Crowley wouldn't either, but I think that's something worth keeping in mind. I think you're going to see a lot of votes that are, coming in for these candidates that dropped out in July. Now, 1 minute till poll close. That's going to be the question. That's a huge question we're going to be asking. As these vote returns come in, it's handled differently in different places. In most counties here, what you're going to be seeing is a mix of all types of votes. The votes that were cast today in person, we expect those to be the closest between these candidates, right? The votes that were cast by mail in July or any other time, and the votes that were cast early. Generally in these counties, it's going to be a mix of those things. There are some big exceptions. The biggest one to tell you about is that the city of Milwaukee takes all of its early vote, counts it up, and releases it generally at the very end of the night. So that could come into play too. But I think if past is prologue, 20 seconds till poll closing, one of the first significant counties to report is going to be Waukesha County. You know Waukesha County and its importance in statewide elections in Wisconsin, big suburban county outside Milwaukee. They reported a big chunk of vote about 15 minutes after poll close in 2024. Polls are now closed in Wisconsin. We wait for this thing to light up. I have here, we're going to rely on this tonight. I'm using a lot of what I'm using here is the Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden 2020 Democratic primary. A couple other things, but we've basically created benchmarks for both Crowley and for Hong based on getting 45% of the vote statewide. Remember, we said if 10% of the vote went to all these other candidates, then you need 45 to win statewide. Okay. Now, if more than 10 to go into these other candidates, you need less than 45. But the benchmarks I've got for both Hong and Crowley here are based on getting 45% statewide. And we may get, I'm going to make sure I'm back on the statewide here, we may get our first significant readout from Waukesha. And by the way, we're not sure. There's so many variables in this. These are rough. So if we start seeing a couple of early counties and one candidate's clearing the benchmarks and the other one's missing it, it could mean that there are other counties where the reverse is happening. It may take a little bit for this pattern to come into focus. It may, or a more decisive result here tonight, could give us more decisive result could give us an earlier answer. That's like a circular thing to say. But if it's like,
one flag on turnout right now.
Yeah.
We did raise the total expected vote in Wisconsin statewide, including 40,000 more votes in Dane County based on high turnout.
Wow. And what's the total statewide expected now?
The total statewide for the governor's race is 703.
Can you tell me what Milwaukee is? Milwaukee County?
122,000.
So that went up slightly. That's, yeah, and that's the other thing to again, anything that, we'll switch over to anything that comes in. Why do I always do this? This is the biggie. This is the biggie. 20% or so of the vote is probably coming out of Madison. Probably about that is coming out of Milwaukee, too. What Adam just said is very significant, though. These are typically, recently, Madison, Dane County, this is like, it just gets bluer and bluer. You see it in presidential elections. We're always talking about this. This has become more, this used to be the sort of the heart of the Democratic, of Democratic Milwaukee. Now Dane County is. What Adam just said is like, they're updating significantly the estimated vote in Dane County particularly. The estimate in Dane that Adam just gave me is significantly up from where it was at the start of Election Day. The estimate in Milwaukee County, David Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive, is only up a little bit, suggesting high turnout today, particularly in Dane. Dane is the place. Dane has got to be like the epicenter for Hong, for her campaign.
Wow.
So that is an encouraging tidbit for them before anything, for her campaign, before anything actually comes in terms of results. But keep in mind, I think one theme we'll be stressing as these results come in tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right? Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college areas, okay? Remember we were talking about Western Michigan with Al Sayed? We were saying, why was he doing so well there? They were the counties that had the youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of for the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong and Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin. That looms as just massive for her. But there's going to be other places, here too, will look like La Crosse, young median age, in La Crosse, right there on the Mississippi River. We'll look at like, Stevens, University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, Portage, young median age. There's going to be places that have like branches of the state university, smaller cities with younger median ages, young professionals. Those are places where she needs to be doing really well too. Meanwhile, for Crowley, it's not just Milwaukee County, those WOW counties, they call them, right? Like, Waukesha, right? Washington, Ozaki, Ozaki, very wealthy, super educated, high income suburbs outside Milwaukee. These are the places where the Stop Hong side wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week, that alarm that was sounded by the establishment about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin.
No results in Minnesota yet, just FYI. I looked on my other screen.
Off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported, that there's no sequence to these where there's like a batch of vote by mail, a batch of election day, because it's so important. Just everything I was saying about what happened in July, understanding, what the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us, she told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together. Vote by mail, election day, early vote. So returns coming that are reported out in Waukesha, they're going to come from different parts of the county, but they're all inclusive of those different types of votes. So you're getting kind of a complete picture, okay, as opposed to, some of these places you only see the mail vote at first or you only see the election day. So that's important because the complete picture in Waukesha, for the Stop Hong folks to have any chance, I think needs to be a Crowley win and needs to be a pretty big Crowley win. So that's why I think that's, if they do give us an initial report, other places to keep in mind, just, again, while we're kind of waiting here, that are sort of, potentially, I think, swingish here. I think, actually, can I move this map a little bit? We're squeezing out Kenosha. I think like a good bellwether county is going to be right down here. Kenosha, you know, I sort of think, again, these targets that we've put together here, they would work out to a tie right there. So I think if one has an advantage there, if that happens to come in early, you know, yeah, Ozaki, I think needs to be a really big Crowley win. Washington's a little smaller, would need to be a big Crowley win. I think he would need to, another good bellwether could be right here, where Appleton is out of Gamey County. I think this would need to be a Crowley County Brown. This is where Green Bay is. You know, the Bow counties, we got the Wow counties, and we got the Bow County. I always say, Wisconsin's where we bark like a dog, Bow Wow, okay? The Fox River Valley.
When you didn't prepare for a presentation until the day before.
Steve, he's the man. I can't even say anything when he's going off like this. This is interesting. Oh, we got some results. Here we go.
Watertown.
Okay. Thank you, Foo Star. Lazy Sunday, thank you for the resub. Appreciate that.
Look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something, but I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out. Not going to read into that one precinct from Jefferson County, but except to say that's just everywhere. Keep in mind, you know, I said, what if it's 10%? What if it's 15%? What if it's a lot more than that? It's going to those other candidates. And again, I think if you're Hong, and you've got that, we know there is a very big sort of, you know, left-wing base there, very activated left-wing base. We know, you know, we expect certainly, you know, young voters we'll be talking about. If that win number the lower it gets, probably the better it is for her. That's more from Jefferson just coming in. We're getting some more precincts. We're getting 15% in Jefferson, yeah, and already, holy cow, look at how many. This is 2/3 of the vote for these two, and 11 for Kelder-Roys. 9, Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race. Missy Hughes out of the race. And yet, you are seeing
O'Rourke voted against
a third of the vote
border
here.
wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I want Hong to lose because she is an Elon Musk AI robot. Pretty obvious. Mark Kelly.
That is yet to be proven. Thank you, Mr. Wrinkle.
Needed to win it by like 2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote, but with a much lower, just much lower vote for the two of them. Again, this is just we're looking at, you know, a town or something in Jefferson County, Wisconsin. Nothing much more. So we're gonna need a lot more than this to go on. And not every county. I said what we see in Waukesha. Also, I should note, not every county does what Waukesha does with a pure mix of all types of votes at all times. There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so that's one other thing to keep in mind, the possibility here that you're looking at, because there's so much vote here going to the other candidate. Well, it wouldn't make sense that this is the early vote because Crowley was doing terribly when that July.
Yeah, just looking at the reporting website, it looks like maybe this is about 4 precincts, and it looks like it's, you know, a few precincts scattered around the county. They don't break out vote modes, right? But it does look like, you know, it's a couple precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from Jefferson. We're up to
Jefferson. Did they do this in the judicial race too? I think Jefferson was giving us
potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Now it is interesting that what just came in there, Crowley again leading Hong here by a point. Their share just jumped up almost 10 points, about 8 points. The combined Crowley-Hong share. So again, just in terms of trying to discern, were we looking at more early skewed vote versus election day? Bottom line, though, is, you know, this is the kind of county that between these two candidates, I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when all is counted here, Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go.
Whoa.
Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but
oh boy,
should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just, unless anything else lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility of more to quickly come. And if we get something big from Waukesha, this thing is it's potentially earth-shattering. Not trying to oversell it, but we could be on the cusp of And again, Waukesha, if you're stop Hong, it's got to be Crowley. If you're to Hong side here, and this thing is you're ever ahead if we had a substantial update, is what I'm saying here. 20% of the vote, something like that.
David Crowley.
I think this is going to
dominating
this is going to be an important signal here. If we are indeed about to get a Waukesha update.
It's another one.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Now. Okay. It's not a ton, but that's again what we're seeing. We're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns from November was it was sort of these small outlying towns and villages that were kind of reporting early. And what was the report there? I don't want to get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit in Wood just to show, Wood here needs to be a Crowley win. We think I had it at a 10-point Crowley win for 45-45. I think the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24. We have more in Jefferson. I'll just toggle back there to see. We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say, for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, okay, again, this is just a small amount. I don't want to lose the plot at all on Waukesha, but Adam, keep me honest here on anything else.
A point of privilege. Please stop the count.
Another
Hong
one.
losing would
This is
feed
Waukesha.
families love
Okay,
you.
so now this is starting to get a little more.
Can you imagine? Atlas R's, thank you for the resub.
I mean, that Crowley number just ticked down too, that Hong ticked up to, but 44-30, again, just to, what we kind of felt here was that in a race to 45, Crowley wanted to be at 49, Hong at 41 here. But that's...
Destiny, thank you for the raid. Fuck yeah, bro. Just in time. The numbers are starting to come in for Wisconsin right now. I think there is a way Crowley can win. First of all, the polls showed Hong up like 25. This is for the governor's race in Wisconsin, the Democratic primary. The polls were way off in Michigan. They overestimated progressive support for El Sayed. So there's a possibility they've way overestimated here as well, right? It's very possible.
Hell yeah. Much love, everyone.
Oh man, we got some subs here.
We need at least one upset. Come on, Crowley.
Let's go, Crowley. Ekalnib, thank you for the resub. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub. And something happened on Kick, but let me see. Mowgli gifted a sub. Thank you, Mowgli. Appreciate that. All right, I'll add 3 here. But look, the polls were way off in Michigan, so it's possible they're way off here. And the same poll that showed she was up 25 had like 15% of the people undecided. And Mandela Barnes, who dropped out about 2 weeks ago, had about 20% of the vote in that poll. So I think there's a chance. I mean, it's not likely, but I want to give people, my real analysis, and I think that there is a path to winning for Crowley. I mean, it could be a blowout, but I would argue if I had to put money on it, Hong wins by 5 or something like that. But let's see what happens. You guys are here just in time. The results are just coming in. We also have a competitive primary for the Senate in Minnesota between Angie Craig, a moderate, versus Peggy Flanagan, the current lieutenant governor, a progressive. They're both solid candidates, so it'll be interesting to see what goes down there. So we are watching the results come in. Actual Facts Racing, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Thank you, bro.
I'm trying to complete in 2 keystrokes. I've completely ruined it.
Wow. W Raid.
This is supposed to give me a projection. Oh, I just ruined it.
All right, we got another Waukesha update.
Unbelievably just ruined it.
Now you know how I feel.
Okay, I spent an hour on that and I just ruined it. Exactly. All right, we're at about, I mean, look, Crowley, we thought to get to 45% statewide, okay? The rough thing we were saying Crowley wanted to get out of here was 49% of the vote. He's running 46.6, okay, with about a fifth of the vote in. Hong to be getting, to 45% statewide, we said wanted to be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say, though, that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was.
Go ahead and call IT. See what happens.
It's complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote. But it's our most complete county that we have, So between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make this a game, but he's going to have to do this in a lot of other places. It's very, now, in La Crosse County.
Crowley.
We got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect Hong to be doing much better. Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates. But we felt that, again, I'm going to have to abandon these 45% benchmarks. That's what I was trying to go and fix there a second ago. But we felt this would be basically Hong could win this thing narrowly, could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points.
I mean, this is her race to lose. She's been ahead in the polls. It's been a mess of a primary. What a disaster. We need to work hard on candidate recruitment and just having a more proactive role in these races, not leaving it to chance and just, I hope someone good runs. Barabbas, thank you for the re-upping your membership. Something Israel, AIPAC, Zionism, yeah.
Total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there?
Can you imagine if she wins with 37% of the vote? What a disaster for her.
Only 7. We're going way up north here. Okay, again, this Eau Claire County. Now, this is interesting because I would put this in this is a county Hong should be winning. And she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley. And again, this is just 12% of the vote. We don't know where it's from. The University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here. So you continue to see early on here, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. She'd want to step it up there.
What was a
She's
bigger
running
mess, though?
low here.
Hung in her appearances or everyone else in this primary? Also Pete.
I'd say everyone else. They screwed it up.
Again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning. He wants to be winning. He'd want it to look like this. He'd want it to look like this.
Let's fucking go.
Columbia, he'd want to be. This is only 7%. I don't want to. 7% is a small county. That's subject to kind of jumping around. So we say 6% of the vote is in statewide.
Thanksgiving is speaking now, bitch.
Yeah, everything that we've seen and what's come in so far says that question of was it too far gone for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this, but so far everything is saying they're making this a game tonight. Crowley is making this a game tonight over Hong, and there really has been some serious consolidation here behind him in a very short period.
Shout out to Darius watching. What up, Darius?
The thing that's in my head a little bit as I'm saying he's hitting numbers here, is what happens in Dane County. Again, with that through the roof turnout apparently that we have in our system here. If you give me,
we got to fight, guys. Crowley not going down like that. Ligard, thank you for the resub on Kick. Appreciate that.
Right. This thing that I screwed up. So I'm just going to, bear with me. This is all directly Wisconsin related, what I'm doing right now.
So Steve Kornacki from NBC is the GOAT, and I cannot even begin to compete with his analysis, so I just kind of watch like everybody else. This is why you're going to hear me be quite quiet here as we listen to the legend break down what's going on here. But we have a couple other races too. Minnesota has a Democratic primary for U.S. Senate to replace outgoing Senator Tina Smith. And this is progressive versus establishment, moderate. Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, is the progressive, endorsed by Bernie and the boys. And then Angie Craig is the moderate. So we're keeping an eye on this stuff.
The disorder in the party is, considering Wickler is from here. Rodriguez was silent for weeks while Hong had announced and traveled half the state campaigning and then had her own train wreck. Mayor Pete wept.
It's been crazy. Thank you, C. Ghosh, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you. We got 6% of the votes in for the state. Crowley with an early lead, 42.6 to 33.2. Oh, you're giving us an update on Minnesota as well. Nice.
Do the back arrow thing.
Steve's got paper in his mouth. This is right here. This is progressive versus moderate as well. And Angie Craig voted for the Lake and Riley Act, and she's a solid candidate. So it's two good candidates, progressive and moderate, going against each other.
Remember I said this is like, I think Outagamie is like a swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now in Outagamie, Appleton, Wisconsin here, Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, it's consistent with what there's Dane. There's Dane.
Oh!
Okay. Holy cow. Okay, now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed.
Poly Market is now 50-50. Let's fucking go.
Is Madison, is University of Wisconsin. But I want to say this is supposed to be, based on the benchmark.
I told you guys.
This is supposed to be Hong's best county in the state. Biggest vote producer, biggest share of had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established, for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the vote statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this first update, he's just over 37%. And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming from in Dane. I want to see as more vote comes in Dane if it looks anything like this. If it looks, yeah.
Taking a look at their county website and the precincts reporting, it doesn't look like there are precincts in Madison yet. Yeah. But a few precincts.
Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub on Twitch. Boy, this is exciting here. Crowley putting up a hell of a fight right now.
There are, well-to-do, affluent, more professional class, even older, very liberal, politically engaged voters. It's not just college kids and young kids, and that demographic I'm describing might be a more in line with warnings from the establishment about Hong. If anything like this persists in Dane, Hong has to win Dane, and she has to win it by a good margin. We said Kenosha could be a good bellwether tonight. Quarter the vote there. There's Hong with a slight advantage. Up in Racine County, though, again, Crowley, these are, I would just say these are numbers for Crowley these are very encouraging numbers for him. Honestly, I don't think we've clicked on one yet that's not encouraging. We can qualify them all and say we need to see more, and it may not be from this part of the county and everything. These are all, if you're Crowley, I think, encouraging numbers. Dane, we're still at 5. Columbia 7. Sook, we're at 60. He's at 41 here. They're not. In La Crosse, we got a third of the vote here. In La Crosse.
Another Dane update.
We got Dane. Okay, that just flipped to Hong. Okay, well, it flipped to Hong. Now we're at a fifth of the vote in Dane County, and it flipped to Hong, but it barely flipped to Hong.
Barely.
You're looking at the precincts.
That's her
can you see if
stronghold.
anything is in? If we're in Madison, some idea where we are right here. This is.
Yeah, we are digging into Madison now.
Yeah, I mean, she needs, I think, a double-digit, margin over Crowley here. This is,
You ain't got it right now.
I think these are underwhelming numbers if you're Hong. These are very
Music to my ears. Batu, thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. Hong is struggling right now on the ropes. Holy shit. I told you guys, there's a path, man. I laid it out. It was 95% odds on Polymarket in her favor, and I still made the case. Now, she might still win. I don't know. But this is why we watch this stuff, for the ups and downs, the roller coaster, man.
Here in Eau Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now, more vote has...
Can we get a wellness check on Hassan?
By a bigger share than this, perhaps. But it has now moved in her direction again.
What were the polls
these votes
saying
come in
about
from
this
different
race?
places in the county.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Lindy, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that.
Again, for Crowley, that's I think that's a number that would land him, if that was extrapolated statewide, that would land him, that could land him in the mid 40s, for Hong, that's just, there's a lot of, you just see a lot of the vote that's not going to Crowley isn't just going to Hong. A lot of it's going to other candidates, right? There's 54% in Waukesha County right now, 54% of the voters, now we're up to 2/3 in Waukesha. And Hong's number ticks up a bit. Crowley's remains flat, okay? 54% didn't vote for Crowley. Hong is not getting 54%. She's only getting 32 of that. Look, 8, 6, 5. So it's
some more Outagamie just came in.
And more Outagamie. Now that has flipped over to Hong. Okay,
Hassan not looking
we say
happy.
This is a swing county. So now some numbers are starting to move a little bit more for her. We say this is a swing county. Half the vote in. She does take the lead right here in that count. Okay, she did flip over Eau Claire. We're starting to see a little bit more.
Nevis with the 10 gifted subs on Kick. Thank you, bro.
This area, right? La Crosse, we're at a third. Dane, we're at still 20%. We say this could be a swing county. Kenosha, we're about half in Kenosha. Hong with the lead there. Okay, so she's, when I say these numbers early, encouraging for Crowley. They're definitely, if you're Crowley, encouraging from the standpoint of being competitive. And I think that was a baseline question coming into this. Could he even be competitive? I think he's certainly answering that as an emphatic yes, but they're not, they're low. They're very low for Hong in Waukesha. And so far in Dane, not the kind of margin she's looking for, but it's vast, it's big. And so you really qualify that because she could really pour it on in certain precincts in Dane County. We did, I think, it's just a little bit, help me out of anything close to, we got half in Kenosha, significant, a little bit in Racine, 2/3 in Waukesha. We're still just at 7. Rock County.
C-SPAN.
I used to be a rebellious lefty youth. Now that I'm pushing 30, I'm a social democrat who would rather blow my brains out than surrender democracy.
C-SPAN, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Twitch. I appreciate that. Barabas, thank you for the $5 super chat. This is exciting.
Cook County now up to 62. Crowley continues to lead there. Reset it. What does it all add up to? It adds up to a 5,300 vote advantage for Crowley. Nothing yet from Milwaukee County. What you see here in Waukesha, I think you can reasonably expect to see a version of here. I think you could probably expect to see here. Probably will be even worse for Hong in Ozaki than it is in Waukesha. 1/6 of the vote in statewide. Wow. Nothing yet in Brown County. No, this is really interesting. This is like, the numbers, the best numbers, if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint right now, the best numbers that you're seeing on this map, I think are numbers that put you just where you'd need to be, like wouldn't give you much margin for error. So they're numbers that say has a chance, but not numbers that say, certainly the idea that she was going to win this thing big or run away with it early, I think that's been settled.
That's off the table. No blowout tonight. Only Brian, thank you for the $20 tip. I must pay indulgences for I have sinned my sin, ever doubting a call from someone really important. Also AOC. Doesn't work. Can't add points like that, but I appreciate that.
Up the score in parts of Dane County. The sky could be.
Actually, I'll add your points. 2,000 for AOC.
That can undo a lot. Milwaukee, I think Milwaukee County looms as a real X factor here. I think demographically, there's some reasons to think Hong is going to do quite well there. Our benchmarks say it's the kind of place she should win. These are rough benchmarks, as I say, but this is Crowley's home. This is Crowley's county. He's the county executive. So that's
Dane update.
We got a big Dane update. Adam says, what do we get out of Dane? So we went from 20% in to 31% in. That Crowley, that Hong margin over Crowley inches up.
That's not going to do
it,
Hong.
Not exploding yet. We still have a lot of precincts to come. I saw a little bit more.
All right, let's check in with Hassan. Cope Cam. Looking at his phone.
5,000 votes right now, statewide. Crowley with an opportunity. I think, look, he's beating her by 5,000.
Very quiet.
With, still a quarter of the vote to come. Okay. I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki.
Energy's a lot different in that channel right now. A lot of long faces staring at the ground, looking at his phone.
It can kind of get margin from here. Crowley, the places Crowley's got.
Look, my hope is this is just early vote. Okay? My hope is it's Red Mirage, it's just early vote. Election day vote comes in and it's like topsy-turvy, completely flipped. But then again, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how it's weighed. I don't know if it's like mixed. I don't know if it's mixed in every county. They literally said that in certain precincts they are mixed, in certain precincts they're not. So even if you look at it by
yeah, okay, bro. Kornacki would be telling us that if that was the case.
And you're looking at, Adam, maybe we can give folks a sense of this. When we say a third is in Dane County, how many votes do we think are left in Dane right now?
So
in
last
Dane
week's
County,
polls are off by 14.
Our estimate is
Today's polls
108,000.
looking like they're off by at least 18
left,
or
right.
20.
So if you...
Something is seriously wrong.
Yep.
There might honestly need to be some investigating because this stuff impacts campaigns. Either way, grab the popcorn. Danky revolution canceled.
We just got Milwaukee. Okay, now. Wow.
Whoa.
Now, wow. Now, do we know? Are we in the city? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute ago. This is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well, and this is going to be the number 2 vote producer in the state tonight. And it is, though, Crowley's political base, but it's
in cinema, man.
That's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County.
Red Mirage.
That just came in.
It's
Adam's
the
trying to
Dems
figure out here.
primary.
Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got
Stinking
Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is where Crowley needs to be winning a third of the vote there. He is doing that. This is about what he needs to be doing. This is about what he would need to be doing in Brown County, in Green Bay. About a third in statewide. That Crowley margin. Holy cow! This is. If I sound a little more subdued, it's because there's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations. And the range was like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like this is
no blowout. Blowout is off the table, which is shocking because the polls had her up like 25 points. So yes, it looks like a continuation of the failure of the polling in Michigan, where they overestimated support for the progressive candidate. Looks like the same thing going down here in Wisconsin.
Results from inside
like
Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just
night.
trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
Well, you did
from
that. I
Milwaukee.
think we just got some
Pollen market on
Washington.
50,
Yeah. Now
50.
okay. Now this is a little closer. I thought this might
50-50. Wow.
Pumpkin pie and gravy in the water fountains for everyone. Cool face emoji.
Keep in mind, Polymarket had Hong winning 95-5.
Yeah, let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there. But I mean, the opportunity here for
BRB.
The name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties. A little low for him there in Washington. I think at least in that third of the vote. But that's the smallest of the wows. If you want to miss your mark a little bit in one of the wows, you would want to do it in Washington. And then Adam is working on Milwaukee, so we reset that statewide.
Yeah, just looking at Milwaukee, it looks like from the city proper, it was about 30,000 votes, and Crowley was winning at 47-45.
Okay, so this is pretty even then, and outside of the city is not much different.
Yeah, based on those results, yeah, I think that's
pretty evenly.
Right.
So that's not like I don't know that's. And remember, I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that the city of Milwaukee is one of the places that holds its early vote until the very end of the night. And that's probably 25,000 votes, the city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley because, again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate. How much? Let's see if we're in a situation where those 25,000 votes loom big late in the night. Margin now 43-69. Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it did. And again, Hong is not opening up here. I think this is the big story. We're closing in on half the vote in Dane County, and Crowley is not even, but darn close to it.
I had a migraine earlier today
with
and I
Hong
couldn't
here.
see. I must still be having that because Hong isn't winning by 17 points.
She is not.
Shout out guy for fighting the good lib fight. Dropping my Bezo bucks and heading back to YouTube.
Straight tripping. Thank you, bro.
Trump was right. The polls are rigged. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Yeah, Hong, meanwhile, I think wanted to be getting, I think this is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that. But we're getting more and more from Dane, and it's just starting to, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
Thrash, thank you for the sub.
Yeah, it looks like we have 28,000 votes.
Yep.
And Hong's winning 47% in Madison, over 34% for Crowley.
For Crowley, and then outside of Madison, Crowley is winning it. I'm guessing.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a Madison, non-Madison divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin. Crowley's over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow, we got a fascinating race here. Brown County, we're still at 34. Outagamie, we're still at 45. I'm just looking here for places where we've got new vote that are of substantial size. Washington.
Lace with the big resub. Holy shit. Thank you, Lace. Yeah, we got a hell of a fight right now. This is fantastic, man. Two heavyweights in the center of the ring.
We did say Kenosha could be a bellwether. Now 60%. Hong continues to lead there. Less than 200 votes separating them. Racine, which I think again, this is only 3%, but I expect Crowley to, in these counties right here can bank some margin, and Milwaukee's just fascinating again because that clash between the demographics and between Crowley's political base. So statewide, 38% of the vote. Crowley continues to lead us now, about 2 points over Hong. Did more from La Crosse come in? Yeah, we're close to. Okay, now it opened up here. So we said this is one of those places where a young median age. This is a younger median age than the rest of the state. University campus is friendly to Hong, and Hong here. This is a good number for
another
her,
Milwaukee update,
and a low number for Crowley. But we got a big Milwaukee update. Now we're up to 3/4 of the vote in Milwaukee, and Crowley's gonna So Crowley up. Adam, what's the expected remaining vote in Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee, we're looking at 32,000 is our current estimate.
I think most of what's left in Milwaukee now is central count, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. The number that we had, the decision just to track down earlier was right about that, yes.
Okay, so just to let you know, I mean, we just got a ton of Milwaukee, and we think there's they call it central count. They take the vote by mail, they take the early vote, it all goes to a central facility just in the city of Milwaukee. It typically is what they report out at the end of the night. Sometimes it can be very, very late at night. Maybe it's going faster tonight and we're going to get it sooner. Huge wild card because you can see Crowley is holding his own here slightly ahead of Hong in this county. What's that vote by mail going to look like? That's a lot of vote by mail in a place where Crowley's holding his own right now. But a lot of that vote by mail we say is going to be cast when he wasn't a candidate or when he was kind of an afterthought in the polls. And
yeah, but it's going to be more conservative because it's older people who vote by mail, not young people. They show up on the day of, last minute. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub on Twitch. All right, let's check in with, let's do a wellness check.
Vote. I think it was about 28,000 was the estimate that we
had. You think about that.
Got some low energy over here. What's going on? Very quiet, Hassan.
We think in Milwaukee County is that central count. In Dane County at 44%.
No, she's not. She's supposed to be competitive in Milwaukee. No, Milwaukee was where Crowley was supposed to run up his numbers, and Francesca Hong was supposed to run up her numbers in Madison.
Just came in. Okay. Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from 0 or?
Man.
Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from 0? Or I
think so, yeah. I don't think we had done a Dodge update.
Yeah, Crowley, again, these are Crowley numbers. I mean, these are like, Crowley needs to win this. This is what he needs to be doing here. He's doing it, and that Hong number is low.
Call Darius. I'm in the middle of something here.
DGGL.
Happy to talk to Darius after this if he wants. Special Kid Miles, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. That's my homie Darius.
I think that's gonna look like this. I think that's gonna look
get another Dane
like
update.
This. We got more Dane. 58. Okay, now that was more friendly to Hong, but only, what was her margin before? It was about 2,000. She probably added about 1,700. They're up to 60% in Dane County, okay? And Hong is losing statewide by 6,400 votes with, nearly 60% of Dane in. Her margin here is only 3,732. I mean, this is supposed to be
nail biter.
The idea of this was going to be a sort of DSA earthquake in Wisconsin. This was going to be its epicenter, Dane County.
Ain't happening.
This is what Dane County looks like with almost 60% of the vote in. So again,
no earthquake
zoom
there.
out. I've been processing this and reserving judgment and the possibilities here of, the very friendly Hong precincts in Dane and everything. But that's a lot of vote in Dane County. And that margin there has not opened up the way I think a lot of people expected it was going to. Meanwhile, waiting on central count in Milwaukee. Waukesha just a tick more. Came in since we last checked. Nothing there in Washington. In Ozaki, I think nothing more came in there. We were on Dodge County. We said, he's hitting his numbers.
I can't help Darius with betting on this. I have no idea what's going to happen, but it looks great for Crowley right now. I mean, it doesn't look like a slam dunk, but he's performing way better than the polls indicated he would, and what the general public thought. But this is a squeaker. This is a jump ball, man.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I listen to Moodin in the morning, but don't donate, because he's not on YouTube. Mark Kelly.
Damn. Cold. Thank you, Mr. Wrinkle.
To consolidate the establishment behind Crowley, clearly.
Yeah, Hong is massively underperforming, that's for sure. Now, will Crowley pull off a win? I don't know. We're at 50% right now statewide, and Crowley is up 41.4. You could argue that the remaining vote is in Hong's favor in the sense that it's day of, which would lean more towards young people coming out, right? Old heads are the ones who mail in ballots and get in there early and all that. But I don't know. I mean, the numbers aren't looking great for her in the area. She needs them. So it's any man's game right now.
To Crowley wins this thing narrowly. Okay. And that's now we're, so it's as much as I'm saying these numbers for Hong are not what I think her folks were expecting, you're still in that realm where each candidate has a shot here. Because at best, this is pointing to, if you're Crowley, at best, this is pointing to you winning narrowly. At best, if you're Hong, this is pointing to you still winning narrowly. So, nothing more in Dane since 58. Did we?
Going to
round still 34. I'm just kind of poking around, but Adam, tell me.
Thank you,
if
listening library.
Anything substantial comes in.
It's got some Door County.
We got a little Door, the famous one-time swing county. Yeah, this is what Crowley exactly. Yeah, Crowley wanted a big margin out of here. Probably wanted a little bit bigger than this, to be honest.
When even the Burnster can smell your cringe.
Yeah, Bernie and AOC did not endorse Hong. They gave some bullshit reason that they don't weigh in on governor races and we're focused on the Congress, blah, blah, blah. But that was nonsense, man. Left her hanging.
And
might have made a huge difference to weigh in and help this face of socialism on the national stage. And now she's sitting here behind with 50% of the vote in, man. I was shocked that Bernie and AOC did that. This woman, whether you like her or not, is one of the few faces representing your movement on the national stage. What are you doing? Why would you not get behind her? Help her. They chose not to.
So that's 69. That's still where it was. Washington 36. So we zoom out. Yeah, it's these numbers. If you're Hong, I say are low, and Crowley kind of hitting just about what he needs to. That again, if you're Hong, that's all undone. If you can get this, if you can really open up Dane County, so much of that's all undone if you're able to do that. But so far, she's not been able to do that. And so you're looking at these sort of, large, the vote is, outside of Madison and Milwaukee, and, the vote's a little bit more spread out in Wisconsin. Marathon County, what do we have here? We got some vote. It's basically a tie in Marathon County. This is when our benchmark would have said Crowley needs to, would like to win. Strikingly low, though, again, just like that win number statewide is going to be probably about 40%, huh? Where else can we show you here? We got some more. Just go through these counties. Okay, here we go. This is near Superior, Wisconsin is here. Okay, this is one where this is one we had as a benchmark. Crowley would like to be winning Douglas County. Crowley would like to be getting a good number out of Douglas County. Most of the vote is in, and he's not going to get that. This is better for Hong than it is for Crowley in Douglas County. This isn't that big, but this
not that big. Pedro, thanks for the $11 on Venmo. Thanksgiving landed in August this year. Lol.
Let's just kind of go through and see what else we have vote from. Dunn County, what would each candidate want to see here? I think Crowley would want to win this narrowly, okay? Chippewa County, Taylor, I'm just kind of going through them. Trempealeau, we're in the...
So the polls had Hong up like 25 points, man. It was a total blowout. Supposed to be a total blowout. So already a W for Crowley by preventing Hong from having a blowout. She might still eke out a victory here, but she's going to limp across the finish line if she does, like Abdul El Sayed, who also had polls showing him winning by 17%. So polls have overly represented progressive support, and this is a problem for the polls. But also, like, the same poll that had her up 25% had Mandela Barnes, a more moderate candidate who dropped out about 2 weeks ago, with 20%. So I'm willing to bet a lot of his supporters went to Crowley, and there was like 15% of people responding to the poll undecided. So this was the case I was making, that this is still possible for Crowley to win, even though Polymarket said 95% chance Hong wins. So here we are. Here we are.
Wisconsin results. If you want to take a quick detour to Minnesota, we are getting about 12% of the vote there total overall, including Dakota.
Didn't the DSA crowd whine and cry when Dems didn't endorse Zoran? Where's the fire for Bernie and Doc? Did not get the invited to Thanksgiving?
Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, running on the left. Angie Craig, the Congresswoman from the Twin Cities area. And as Adam says, basically, how much of the vote is just that? Okay, it's about half the vote is from Dakota County.
Have been tailored to factor in Trump voters, not tailored for DNC internal races.
If more keeps coming in, will
strange.
Keep me posted. I'm expecting this to be super slow.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted for large counties there.
I want to get back here. Anything happen here while we were just checking that?
We got 177 votes from Jackson.
Okay, so we didn't get to it. Okay, so we're still sitting here in Dane at about 60 in. Crowley's leading this thing by 6,600 votes statewide. Let me look into, I want to see, where is it? Oh, shoot. Is Josh going to be able to get me into neat?
Yeah, he can get you.
Darius, I can't tell you, bro. I have no clue what's about to happen here, except the analysis I've given. I don't know who wins here, man.
That's what it was.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. What's happening here? I think we got a little 42, 45, 48. Something's off here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see the error.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's, folks, this happened in South Carolina, too. Sometimes there's these glitches, data entry glitches, and I think that's what just happened there. Brown, still 34. Again, I'm just looking to see if we got any more vote from these places. Atagamey, Ozaki, we're talking about has the statewide expected vote been adjusted again?
Yeah, our current estimate is 743,000 total.
So it's going up again.
Yep.
What's our Dane?
Dane County, 157 total.
Okay, so that's only going up 1,000. What's Milwaukee?
Poly market has Crowley at 72%. What a turnaround, man. Holy shit. It was like 95% for Hong before the votes start coming in. My God.
Right. So, I mean, that's the other possibility we have to keep in mind. 70, we got more in Dane. Okay. So now, again, Hong continues, it's a 4.5-point margin here. Her margin she's getting a net of 5,100 votes out of here. This is one of those places where we got to be careful. What Adam just said, if the election day is through the roof in Dane, this could be the kind of place where this is the expected vote. This is based on what we were expecting the total vote to be in Dane. If the election day vote is through the roof, this can be adjusted. These numbers are often adjusted by our decision desk throughout the night as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast, as they go from the expected vote to seeing what it actually was. So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County. There's a possibility, it could be less. I think tonight, though, the possibility we're dealing with is it more? Is it more because of surge turnout? And again, I think Hong needs something. I think that's something she needs.
O'Rourke voted
the more
against
votes she can get in
the border
Dane.
wall. No, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Will Crowley win Erie?
I mean, he's got a fighting chance here. It's a jump ball. What up, Josiah? How you doing, bro? Thanks for the $10. I mean, first of all, it was supposed to be a blowout for Francesca Hong. That ain't happening. So political earthquake for DSA has been canceled. So now that Crowley is even in winning territory is insane. So it's an exciting night. That's for sure, man. This is anybody's game right now.
If we get to a point where Dane is basically done, again, that's like 20% of the vote statewide is Dane. It's the most, liberal, progressive. It's supposed to be the epicenter of this. If we get to a point where that's done, okay, this is a big if, and she were still trailing Crowley here, things open up for Crowley because he's still got, he's still got places on this map. We're talking about, well, we'll see. We'll see. That's that Central County.
She's starting to run out of runway here, man. She's starting to run out of runway. 57% of the votes
the corporation's won. It's all over. Now a data center in everyone's backyard and Elon Musk $2 trillion.
Hell yeah, now you're talking.
One thing is for certain, polling is broken.
Yes, polling shit the bed on this one. Absolutely.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. No, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
What's Crowley's position on holidays? Does he want to cancel Arbor Day? Has anyone asked him?
Probably. I think he loves holidays. Thank you. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Look at this. 60% of the statewide vote in, man. He's up 40.4. She's starting to run out of runway here.
She is leading currently in Outagamie. She is leading currently in Kenosha. I think some more vote has come in there. And we said she did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up.
The border wall, no, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
The huge turnouts in key swing states feels good for General. I'm not sure if polling is bad or if leftists still aren't voting.
I think the polling is way off. That's what's going on here. It's like
Vichy is vindicated as he said the earthquake was fake. Let it be known that Vichy is always right. Let's go Crowley. Even if he loses, libs win.
Yep. It's just overestimating progressive support for some reason. I don't know why.
Nope. Turnout, it looks like higher in Milwaukee County than we thought. And that last update was a little bit more, not much I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. She won it, but not by a ton over Crowley. It did cut that margin statewide, but it is still 5,600 votes. That central count number from Milwaukee, the risk for Crowley, again,
Hassan's not even saying anything. That tells you everything right there. Devastated.
Milwaukee, the risk for Crowley, again, what we're talking about, now it may be, we may now be in a place where it's that central count, that absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes, right? Now this is absentee by mail. This is in-person absentee. Not all of it was cast, before this became a Crowley-Hong race. He also has the added benefit of this being, Milwaukee City is in Milwaukee, his home county. But a chunk of these votes, a chunk of this 25,000
the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
There was an interesting article about how the dearth of high-quality public polling has allowed campaigns to flood a zone with internal polls that are essentially push polls.
Yeah, they're like candy. They're pretty lame. Got Snipes, thanks for the $10 tip as well on PayPal. Can we get a Hassan wellness check? You got it, buddy. He's just sitting there silently praying.
Is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot that's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. There's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that he was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant, that is significant there. That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee's the biggest city,
I'm going to disable the TTS guys for now, the alerts and stuff. I'll just read them off so that we can just listen into Kornacki here, because this is an exciting moment in the race. It's not going to last too long. Just FYI.
Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties, remember we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more, it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay, yeah. So, and we've got, and what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well. This expected vote in Dane. So we'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide, and
60% in, and he's up 41.2 to 40. That's crazy. That's with other candidates getting votes too. Pembroke, thanks for the $5. Real talk. If polling is this bad, we need to mobilize big in November. I don't know why you would think why polling would impact that, but yeah, I mean, everybody needs to get out, get involved in November.
We have one central count in Outagamie, so I don't think that's what it was. But so that for Hong, that knocked the margin inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers, and so it's significant that she is ahead in both of them. I really would like to see Winnebago County. We have nothing there yet.
Batusai, thank you for the gift membership. Still got 39% of the ballots to be counted in the state. So it's close. It's 1% difference. Yeah, it's like 4,000 votes separate these two candidates out of, 360,000, 370,000. It is super close. I mean, it's already an L for the DSA far left. They were supposed to have a huge blowout. This wasn't even supposed to be close. So this is already a win.
Again, expected vote was just dialed. The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun. Master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay. So now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these questions.
Steve crunching the numbers.
Yeah. So we still, we have 6 counties.
Wow, this is close too.
7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them. So are both Racine and Kenosha? Just Racine. Racine.
Lefty psyop. El Sayed released a bunch of these internal polls that showed him winning by a mile, and everybody knew it was bullshit, but it juices the headlines and it gets like social media excited. So it doesn't seem like a winning strategy. I hope people knock it off. I'm tired of seeing these internal polls that have their candidate winning by a mile. It's total bullshit, and it messes with the average.
Where there's more than 10,000 remaining votes.
But there were serious polls done by legitimate orgs, like Marquette, the school, that had hung up 25. So, it's not just internal polls getting it wrong. It's valid polling organizations as well.
Up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in Racine County.
Got another Dane update.
We think, okay, let's go into Dane. And now that was if you're hung, that was a positive one. That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes. That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the break, Adam, of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49-33.
So, okay, those are now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close to 3,000. And if that kind of clip continues for Hung, there's still a lot of votes to come in Dane County.
Chipping away.
15,000 votes?
Yeah.
It's about 15,000 votes. So that did bring it down. We still have just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some adjustment because it has kept going up. But if she won that, if she won the remaining 30,000, let's say, by what she just won that last update by, it would net out to about 4,600 votes. She would just overtake Crowley in the statewide vote. That would then, the next biggest source, we're saying 27,000, say, remaining in Madison. We're saying 27,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Again, that's mail, mostly vote by mail, early vote. That's a huge wild card for the reasons we discussed. We're saying 19,000 just south. That's a 19,000 in Racine County. Racine County so far is a good, it's a tiny bit that's in. The tiny bit that's in has been good for Crowley, and we think that's going to be a good one for Crowley. Winnebago has absolutely nothing in. I keep saying Winnebago. I said maybe Kenosha, maybe Outagamie, maybe Winnebago as a bit of a bellwether. I think if, be a little bit better perhaps for Hong, maybe a little bit better than it is for Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between the two of them. We think there's about 17,000 votes there in Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those have clearly been good for Crowley. And we think we have, and in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000. Currently Crowley leading there. But again, they're going to have the same issue in Green Bay that exists in Milwaukee, where a lot of that remaining vote is going to be a vote by mail. They process it centrally at the end. So Is that really good for Crowley? Boy, that's a question. That's a question right now.
I think vote by mail is great for Crowley. If you think about it, it's older people, probably more conservative, more moderate. So that's going to favor him for sure. Hong is banking on the same day. That's why she's starting to chip away in Dane County, but that's a stronghold for her, and she's still not even up double digits. So this is why everybody's on the edge of their seat right now, wondering which way this is going to go. But so far, not good for Hong. It was not supposed to be even this close, and Crowley has held a lead the entire time. I mean, he has not been in second place as far as I recall since they started counting, and they're up to 64% of the votes in right now. So, only 35% remaining.
University town right there, right? Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect.
Vote by mail might have happened. Yeah, they estimate about 70,000 for, I think, 140,000 total between the Dems and the Republicans. So is some of that for random candidates? Yeah, sure. Don't know, though.
1,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful number, because I think he's expected to do he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin, they're sitting at 3,200 statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha, certainly. I think Hong is looking up here at Portage County and thinking she can net some votes there. I said we don't know what to expect with the 17,000 here. We got the mail question, the vote by mail question, the mystery in Milwaukee and in Green Bay. That's not all that's left in Brown County. There could be some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley. And then we got 27,000 at least, right, left in Madison. I keep saying Madison. It is Dane County. But where the most recent update broke sharply towards Hong. And if it continued to break that way towards her, she could net still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over Crowley out of there. Again, she is trailing Crowley by 3,200 statewide. So if you're Hong, you want to close with a huge kick in Dane County. You want that turnout number perhaps to go up again and be big, a big number for her. That remains her biggest opportunity on the map. She wants to squeeze everything she can out of Portage. That'd be an opportunity here for her there to net, 1,500 votes or something over Crowley. She wants Crowley to, it's not so much that she has big hopes for the vote by mail in Milwaukee or in Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there, for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in. How did that break?
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see. She wins 41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just, this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. Makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been 520, something like that.
Wow, big turnout, man. That's awesome. Carrie, thank you for the $10. We'll be here till 2 a.m. Hopefully not.
This must be vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County, where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August. All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still, just show you that is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger we keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expected going in. There it is. It just came in Portage County. Okay, basically all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage County just came in. Again, this number can be adjusted, but it means we may be getting close. And we said this should be a Hong County. Stephen's point, it is. She ends up netting just under 1,000 votes over Crowley. What that does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide, now falls below 2,500. It takes
2,500 votes separating them out of 400,000 plus. I mean, probably 500,000. That's crazy. Lost Cafe, thank you for the re-upping your membership on YouTube, man. Hell yeah.
See Winnebago. Out of Gamey sitting at 81,000. She's doing well there. So again, this is when I say like Racine, we think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more. This thing about, the election day vote being higher. Early precincts, look what it looks like. And it's based on the sort of demographic benchmarks that we set. We expected something like this for Crowley and Racine. So he could squeeze a lot out of here.
Shia, thank you for using your Prime on Twitch.
See what he's doing there. Although it's gotten a little bit closer. I think, the city of Waukesha, Hong might be doing better, and that one is typically reported later here. Washington County, the smaller of them, but still vote to come here. It may benefit Crowley more, though Hong is doing a little better there than expected. Getting close to done in Ozaki County.
Cheesy Fries re-upping their membership. We don't need that county.
The biggest place, and Racine comes to mind at maybe the top of that list at this point. And there's places where Hong can make big jumps. This is top of the list. Dane County. What's the next update we're going to get, and what does it look like?
There's only 17% left, though, in Dane County, so not really sure. Don't know what she can do there. Are we ending with a triple-digit margin? Triple-digit?
If it does, if another one of those updates were to come in right now, we'd be essentially tied statewide. But is that how it's going to break? Because Adam is saying there's this big divide from the city of Madison versus the outlying parts of Dane County, and they're running very differently in those places. Do we have a sense here between the two, what the breakdown is of what's left?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking before that last update, and it was about even from the break, and we saw, that last update be very favorable for the Hong, so I think it was probably from Madison. Yeah. But I can take a look.
Yeah, if we just have a general sense, because that split looms large, like if it's disproportionately Madison versus if it's disproportionately outside of Madison. I do know some of these cities have tended to report a little bit later, so if it is, obviously, Hong wants it to be from the Madison side, but if it is, she's got room to boost that. We were saying kind of going in, she wants double digits out of Dane. It'd been 2, 3, 4. She's got it up basically to 6 now. If there's a lot more Madison to come, and that expected vote goes up again, there's still a chance she could get she could get that margin up closer to where we thought going in she needs it to be. But look, bottom line is she's basically 2,100 votes behind statewide right now.
That's crazy.
And we're giving you a sense here of the obvious opportunities for each candidate.
2,100 votes separate her and Crowley, and this is out of, if I go over here, 509,000 votes, and they are separated by 2,000 votes. What a slugfest. You couldn't ask for a better race right now. Incredible.
That our estimate we've revised several times our estimate of that total vote in Milwaukee up. It's going up, and so it may not be just vote by mail that's left.
Anonymous with a gift sub. Thank you.
It's an imperfect measure, but of the precincts that have no votes reported, 28 are from outside the city of Madison and 27 are from inside the city of Madison.
That's useful. That's useful. So, right. And again,
Poor Steve gonna have to put in a ton of work, man. This is a difficult race to call shoutcast right now and try to juggle what's going on, what remains. This is what these guys are doing. They're looking at the counties. They're seeing how they would go one way or the other, what vote is left, what percentage of that vote is same day versus mail-in versus early. A lot of things to keep in your head as you try to analyze what's going on here. That's why I just kind of watch and let these guys lead. And by the way, have the alerts off, guys, just so we can hear what's going on here, and I can just interrupt once in a while. But I'll turn them on once we get a clearer picture of what's going on here. But for this to be a 2,000 vote difference and out of like 500 to 10,000 votes cast is crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting making this county look a lot different than it did when we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern Wisconsin counties that add up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them, it's 13% in Ashland.
Clem, thank you for the 1,000 bits for Mark Kelly. Hell yeah. Oh, he's right up there. He's 5K away. He's close.
And Crowley, we're talking about a race right now where Crowley is leading by 2,200 votes.
2,200 votes. Bad company. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Block for Crowley, and he's winning them by, I don't know. So we have more of the vote in Lincoln. He's winning it by 8. We have, he's winning it by 10. If he could sweep across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points, it could be a not at all meaningless boost to that number for him. It wouldn't be on the, whoa.
Got another Dane
update. I guess. Look what just happened. So how many votes just came in Dane?
10,600.
What was the break?
They broke for Hong 50 to 33.
It got to be Madison. Another one of those big updates for her. I think it puts her up 6.5 county-wide, but more importantly, look at that. Look what that does statewide. 575 votes.
Wow.
Is David Crowley's lead in the tally over Francesca Hong. With a huge variable here. It says 90. We are trying to, these can be moving targets. And if there could be more. And that's a huge question right now. Because if there's more, and it's coming from Madison, which is what we just saw in that last update, and you saw what that did statewide, what that meant statewide, and what we saw in the update before that, those 2 updates have taken what had been a pretty steady Crowley lead in the 4,000 or 5,000 range and brought it down to this. So we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane County website is they report 78% of their precincts reported.
Thank you, Sinkeas.
So still 60-something precincts with vote to come.
It's only like 10% outstanding in that Dane County. That's really favorable for Hong. So I don't know. Cy Bexon, thanks for the $10. Has somebody done a welfare check on Mike from PA's couch? I don't know, but they should. And thank you, Crowley, for the $5. Don't worry, we got this. Nice, Crowley in the chat.
Well, as our expected vote.
Yep.
That ticked up from our last update.
Yep.
Hold on, let me refresh this. I want to make sure we are live.
17,000 expected left out of Dane, but I say take that under advisement. There could be more. But if there is 17,000 left in Dane, and if Hong won it by the margin she just won that last update by, it would amount to she would net over Crowley close to 3,000 votes. Now, I don't know that it's all going to look like that because, again, some of this is outside of Madison, but there certainly looks like there's enough there. What I'm kind of getting at here is, I think what's left in Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think it's this is the top of the list. One of the, Racine County. I think this is a place where Crowley is going to, if Racine came in right now, I think that goes up, not insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki.
Yeller with the 10 gifted subs on Twitch. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller.
Been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here. He could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, even I'm just going to look kind of through the driftless. I should go to a county that actually has votes in. Through kind of the driftless area, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul here, and could be all the vote here. Hong wins this one. Could win this one.
Speaking of Minneapolis, our decision desk is flagging that they do expect a Hennepin County update in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And I'll flag you when that comes in.
In St. Croix, now I think this is very interesting. Here, I think our benchmarks. I think Crowley wanted to have a much better night in St. Croix than this. This is bedroom community. I mean, you could just see it. Bedroom communities of Minneapolis right here. That's a very good number for Hong. 70% in statewide. Crowley 773. But
wow, 70% of the statewide vote. Done. And Crowley is up 773 votes. That's out of like 500,000. That is insane. What a slugfest.
Didn't know Milwaukee was washed like that? What are you talking about? Milwaukee's actually really good for Francesca Hong. The difference being 1,000 votes is crazy. This is literally David Crowley territory.
How well will Crowley do here? Does he win Racine County by double digits?
Oh, Hassan eating his nails. Uh-oh.
By 10 points, he nets 2,000 votes. Can he do that? Or is this a place where he ends up only winning by a couple and doesn't net much? Those are the opportunities for him. Fill in the rest of the WOW counties, Racine County. It does look like some more in Brown County. Can he do better than a 4-point margin with what's left there? Can he kind of sweep the, most of the...
I mean, even if Hong pulls this off, which she very well could, she's going to have to change. She's going to have to, just like El Sayed, going to have to moderate, going to have to make some major changes. This is a disaster if she wins. I would argue for Crowley, it doesn't have to change much. I mean... He came in late. It was a split ticket. He was surging at the end. I mean, again, win-win for the moderates here. If Hong wins, she has to moderate. She's got to come back down to earth, knock off the Thanksgiving hate and all that bullshit. And if Crowley wins, well, we just got rid of one of our biggest liabilities for November. But it is still a jump ball right now. It's insane how close it is. This doesn't happen every day.
Northern Wisconsin, I think we had a few votes. I think this was Hong's shade of blue earlier. I'm not going to make much of it, but it's 15. But again, I just like if he wins the iron counties of the world, by 50 to 100 votes and, sweeps 20. You see, I'm saying how that does ultimately add up in a race like this. So I could just see collectively in sort of the small rural counties of northern Wisconsin and the driftless area, I could see Crowley getting votes that bring this up, not in a huge way, but that do pad this. I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine County, and certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw, Ozaukee County. It looks like we got a little bit more of an update there. It was friendly for Crowley. These are all places where we're talking on the order of hundreds of votes, maybe in the case of Racine, thousands. He could pad this margin. Whoa, he just got something big. What was it?
Racine.
That was Racine.
Yes.
Okay, whoa, okay. What did I say? We said he could maybe get 2,000, right? And he gets 1,763.
Big jump.
So not necessarily all of it. This is where we check. We find out, is it higher? But this is a lot of it. This is probably most of it. And so there it is. That's exactly, it's pretty much what Crowley wanted to get out of there, I would say.
Look at that. Crowley up 0.6% now.
You're saying, okay, you just took your shot. Was that your best remaining shot, Crowley?
Yeah, Crowley taking landing a blow late in the match here. Up 3,000 points now. Crowley landing a hard punch right there late in the fight.
Okay, again, just small, but this is what I'm saying. From Crowley's standpoint, if he's doing this is the kind of thing that adds up. What was the other one you said?
Jackson.
Okay, yeah, small and right. He is. I mean, but it is like he gained some votes here, he gained some votes up here, he gained some votes down here. The opportunities for Hong are much more concentrated. Right? She is leading in Kenosha. Now, Kenosha, we should say, city of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another Outagamie update.
Early in person. Okay, Outagamie, where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
Oof, tightened it again.
She won by then dozens of votes, we're saying.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Oh,
at this point, it's not. I'm looking for raw votes.
Crowley now up 3,100. Look at Polymarket. Watch this, guys. Look at this. Look at this graph. What the hell? What is this, bro? What in the world? Do the last hour? Look at it. Look like a DNA strand right there. What the hell is going on, man?
What just came in now? See how it just ticks up like this?
We got another. We got a Dane update. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay,
but we got Dane.
We got Dane. Okay, let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes. Hong 1,868. Crowley 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point because that's not 1830, 915. It's no 60-40. No, okay, that's yep. So
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. I got to say, it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like. What just came in, a chunk from a small, driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small, the places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one, La Crosse, it's the college, Eau Claire, college, Stevens Point, right? Wausau, I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail. But there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last. 3.5 points, 180 votes, 73.
It's all over the place. It's such a close race. But, and again, if you go back to the poly market and do the last 6 hours, look at this. It was just Hong dominating. And then now it's just boom, 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 swapping. That is crazy, man.
You're close to, that might be it in Wood. And
let's do a wellness check.
Think about how many Republican voters are like closely
County,
following.
I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but again, by and large, we've been seeing more of the small updates from small and mid-sized counties, just slowly.
Also,
dozens
support
of
independent media, chat. Piker Broadcasting Service,
Crowley
People's
number
Broadcasting
north.
Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, for tomorrow's news. The People's Broadcasting Service. If you want to support independent media, please subscribe for $6 or for free.
No shot. Hassan is begging for money. Oh my God. No shot, dude. What the fuck? Now that's sad. I don't even ask for subs, dude. Holy shit, man. Oh my Lord.
Act yet. Because that
shameless, absolute shame. Like what, for another $40 or something? Like that's crazy, dude. Oh my Lord, that's kind of sad, bro. That's actually kind of sad. I don't even know what to make of that. Like, bro, you're rich as shit, and you're asking your audience to subscribe for $6 right now. That's insane, dude.
That just every time you get an update, it's going to nut. So what does Hong have to work against that? She's got potentially more votes here. Certainly Dane, right? Maybe she's got more votes in Winnebago.
Wom, thank you for the Prime. Candy Sig, thank you for re-upping your membership. And Chad, thanks for the $5 super chat. I just think that's insane when you're as rich as he is and have all those viewers to even ask your audience for money is crazy. Like, I'm a small streamer, so I have the sub goal and all that stuff. But him, dude, that's just embarrassing, man. Come on, bro.
Very, sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail.
Zavehi, thank you for the sub. And Pone Java, appreciate the Prime. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the support.
10 is his margin. Let me look at it this way. Sorry.
Begging for subs. He should just be happy people are watching, like, God, that is just so embarrassing. I can't believe I actually heard that and it was serious. That is something, man. I wouldn't ask people for $1 if I was in his position. That's crazy. Mr. Sleepy Guy, thanks for the $10 super chat. I agree we should support independent media. Yeah. I have great supporters. You guys are awesome. I am just happy to be hanging around so many cool people. But for that guy to be begging for money, that is just sad, bro. Joe, man, thanks for the $5. Literally, his outfit is worth more than people he's soliciting subs from.
Numbers may be higher than this in these places. That is
Joshy, thank you for the sub.
But that's our current thinking in those places. We also think.
Oh, we got a treasure train. Uh-oh. That's a good one. You get a discount on the mass subs. The Epic with the Prime. Thank you, bro.
Columbia's got, we think there's like 6,500 votes that are left. That's not a good, it's too fat. And then it just small places.
Thank you, Two Tooth.
What do we think of how that vote is going to break? Of what's left in Columbia County right now? Maybe see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. I think this is likely to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, there's 6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because
Astro Greens, thank you.
Winnebago, Adam, or just those few precincts?
Not in Winnebago. We got Polk and La Crosse came in where Hong nets a couple votes.
Only a couple in lacrosse?
E-Biker, thank you for the 5 subs. Appreciate that, man. That's awesome.
And how much of lacrosse is in now?
Lacrosse, we have.
Oh, and Phantom with the 5. Damn, you guys are crazy, man.
Yeah. Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, there's
Steve crunching the numbers here, man. Tough to keep up with you guys here. Thank you guys for all the primes. Beep bop, beep boop. Thank you for the prime.
wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this in Brown County's vote by mail Green Bay, but that would be, I would be a little more emphatic now about saying what's left is more favorable to Crowley than Hong. That said, even with those questions, there has been. Well, let's see the rest of Winnebago, because if Winnebago's a surprise, I think things that Hong is looking for right now are for. I don't think it's going to look anything like this, but I think this is a surprise, and I think if Winnebago looks like, this, right, and she could net something like 1,500 votes out of it, right, that'd be a surprise. But
thank you, Dance.
Going into that, it would have been a surprise. But that's something I think she'd be looking for right now. And we just keep saying it, a broken record, but, big numbers and more votes out of Dane. And
Dane doesn't have much left. It's like 8% left. Not a lot of votes left to get there. Starting to run out of runway here. Yeller with the 5 subs. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller. And Drillist, thank you for the prime. And Giant Squid Cookie, thank you for the resub.
Best numbers right now. I'm just looking
Steve
through
Wilson, thank you.
Places where he's running. There's a couple places, Manitowoc County. There's still a lot of vote to come. He's running 20 points ahead of Hong. 15. Sheboygan, we say there's a lot left. He's running 15. Places like this.
Roadkill, appreciate it.
There's a fair number of places. This is a more dramatic example, but there's a fair number. I think there's a breadth of places like, what just came in? More Dane?
Oh!
Brown.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Whoa.
What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
Okay.
Hold. Question. Was that that wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay.
It was 44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah, can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just, and do we think there's central count left for Green Bay? Wow, that's...
The decision desk also flags that the expected vote in Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
Oh, wow. So, remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80, went back. So it makes me more and more, this thing makes me, pardon me for a second, I just gotta.
Yeah, he might get screwed by mail-in voting because he wasn't on the ballot. But, I imagine a lot of people mail in their ballots like a week before the election, not 4 weeks before. I'm sure some people do, but still, I can't imagine that, like, the majority of mail-in ballots, he was out of the race. He's been back in the race for a couple of weeks now. So I don't think that's going to screw him. But it is still like a 1,000 vote race here. 77% of the votes in. He's up 40.26 to 40.04. He's up about 0.25% right now. That is crazy. It's less than 2,000 vote difference, like 1,300 votes between them out of 600,000 votes cast. That is nuts. Still 23% of the vote to be counted. Wild.
Election day, which is going to be more total vote here than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much, much lower. And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where there's more than 10,000 votes expected left. I said that wrong. There's also Winnebago. Which. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first. This is just precincts. That's why. That first update was hung by 26. Now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate. But we did just get some more. Something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah,
1,200 votes, and he wins about 300.
And it must have been that update from Winnebago must have come in too. But yeah, again, this is just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to
Yeah, this is a win no matter what for the moderates. Like I said, it shows that she doesn't have this overwhelming support, and she's going to have to change some things here, and not in the DSA direction. If she wins, she could still win. You guys have to prepare yourselves for that. It's looking fine for Crowley right now. He's still up 1,800 votes right now with 23% of the vote left. So she could still pick up votes here and end up squeaking a victory out. It could go either way. It's impossible to tell right now. But no matter what, I think it's a win for the moderates.
We saw it in Crawford.
This is basically the state, the Democratic Party, rejecting what she stood for. Like, dude, you were up like 20 points in the polls, and people came out. I'm assuming they were concerned, and they are rejecting her brand with this vote so far. Definitely going to hopefully cause some change on her end.
Okay.
But as of right now, Crowley's in the lead, so it's his race to lose right now.
And this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number for Hong. 0.2 of a point. So it's not. I say there's more breadth to his, but there are places like that.
No, I'm not jumping on anybody's stream. I appreciate the invite, though. This is hard enough for me to just run on my own right here. Afterwards, maybe.
The youngest places, we said we thought like this would be bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha be bellwether, and she's winning it. So that's why this is, and we just don't know how many votes are left here. Is it really only 13,000? And if it's more, and those more are from the city of Madison, it is true, though, that, we've been at this only an hour 51. But we started at 7 with South Carolina. That's why it feels longer. I don't think, maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually tipped this thing over, right?
Right.
You know,
yeah, he's been in the lead the entire time. I don't think she's ever taken the lead since they started counting ballots.
Wide. And, you know, she, as I say, she gets these big updates. You know, a couple of them have been in surprising places. And I think the Madison number, you know, honestly, going into the night, you would have thought this number was a lot better for her. It still could get better. So I think there's more flux in this, I think, maybe, than that 92% suggests. So sitting 1382. Let me just.
She's ahead on Polymarket. I don't know if you've been paying attention to Polymarket tonight, but this is what it looks like over the last 6 hours. So don't think Polymarket means anything right now. Okay? There's not much information to be gleaned from this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Reporter, I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay. But it does look like, I mean, clearly it's not just Central.
Never seen Steve so flummoxed. I mean, this is tough. This is, 2,000 vote difference out of 600,000 votes. Trying to figure out what remains. This is not easy, man. I don't know. This would test the best of the best to try to figure out what's going on here. With 23% of the vote outstanding, Crowley is up 40.2 to 40%. A 0.2% difference. 1,300 votes separate them. Wow. What a fight. Pondering. Thank you for the $10. How's it looking, bro? It's incredible. It's a slugfest. It's a title fight. It's happy to be here watching it go back and forth. It's fascinating. Crowley been in the lead the entire night, though, just by a little bit right now. Out of like 600,000 votes, he's up 1,300.
Substantially.
Also, an update from Brown County. Andrew at the decision desk talked to the clerk, and everything in that last update was everything in the city of Green Bay in one of the villages, Election Day and Central Count.
Oh my God. Look at this. It's 620,000 ballots counted, and the candidates are separated by 320 votes. 320 votes out of 600,000. This is insane. You just don't see races like this. I mean, you do once in a while. Cortez Masto had a super close race in Nevada in 2024. But it happens, but it's rare. Super rare. Every vote counts. Yep. CB, thank you for the $10. My queen Klobuchar is 90% of the vote so far. Hell yeah.
Those, I don't think there's any reason she's not going to win or can't win Winnebago County. 324. See, I'm just saying 2 minutes ago, Hong had.
I'm telling you, you guys were looking at me like I had three heads as I explained how Crowley might win this. I talked about the polling overestimating progressive support. How Mandela Barnes had like 20% in the poll showing Hong up 25% and he dropped out. I saw the path. Rock Hard, thanks for the $10. What do you think about the prediction that mail-ins are going to break heavily Hong because Crowley wasn't on the ballot? I don't know how much weight there is there because I don't think people mail in their ballots weeks and weeks in advance. I think that's a small sliver of mail-in ballots who mail it in, weeks ago. And he came back to the race like 2-3 weeks ago. So I'm willing to bet the lion's share of the mail-in ballots were sent in once he was back in the race.
The central or the largest county or city inside some of these counties have different voting patterns than what's looking at these cities. And because these places have the biggest populations in the counties, potentially they're reporting the last.
Yeah. Yeah,
and the polls for Michigan Senate were way off by like 15, 16 points, right? They showed Abdul up 17%, winning by 17. He won by less than 1. So, you take all these things into consideration and you can paint a picture for how Crowley would be able to win. But wow, pretty crazy.
One or two that just came in.
Chippewa,
305
new votes. Crowley 139, Hong 83.
Yeah.
Polk 79 new votes, 39-24. Washington 402, Crowley 138, Hong 128.
Yeah, I mean, so again, Crowley has this working in his favor. The Chippewas of the world, the Iowa counties of the world, the Marinette counties of the world. That keep giving him dozens at a time to pad that, and then, yeah, you're right. Those seem to be like
444 vote difference out of 620,000 votes. 400 votes separate the two. Wow.
Next year is huge, and we're at 90 in Racine. We had that all come in at once. I think.
Yeah, we just got a Kenosha update.
Yeah.
She nets 26 votes.
26, and that might bring us to all in Kenosha.
Yeah, let's take a look at Kenosha. Keep you updated.
So 418. Holy cow. Well, I'll ask you a question after this, or maybe I'll look it up on my own.
Crazy.
Insane, dude. Of course the results are coming in like this. They're not manipulating how they're reading the fucking results.
I think there might be still a few precincts out of Kenosha.
Okay.
Holy fuck, every vote counts, dude. Holy fuck. The difference is 400. The difference is 427 right now.
Yeah.
Because I think we're also getting to the point here where this might land in a range that we're saying it might not be resolved tonight.
Stop! Recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but a trailing candidate may request one if the winning vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more than 4,000 votes are cast. That's from Associated Press.
Okay. Well, certainly more than 4,000 votes are cast.
Oh my God.
1/10 of a point right now. I don't know whoever ends up on the short end here if they'd want to. That also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling if there is a potential recount? If it falls in a threshold where a recount is permissible, does that affect the call at all? I should know this. We could get that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think our decision desk will get ahead of. If it's super close. I think that's been the past precedent, but I'll get clarification from them.
Let me just look at this. Where are we? 7. So I'll just run down the numbers here. 38 by far, at least as of our current estimate from the decision desk, by far the most, well, put it this way. We think right now that there's 172,000 votes left statewide, okay? We think that 38,000 of them come from Milwaukee County, okay? We think that 16,000 come from Winnebago County, that's 54. We think 13 come from Dane. We think 7 come from Waukesha. And we think 6,000 come from Sheboygan, 6,500 from Columbia, right? And we can keep going. Those are the only ones with more than 5,000 votes we think left. 38, 54, 67, 80. That accounts for 86,000. Yeah, I mean, that accounts for exactly half of the remaining vote. exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of, it's scattered. In those places that are left, right, what can we say about advantage for who? Sheboygan, I think clearly advantage Crowley. Waukesha, advantage Crowley. Milwaukee County, they've been running even, pretty much even, but, and so there is still some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash, but a big chunk of this is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that. We think Columbia, do we have much more in Columbia? I would think it's advantage Crowley, okay? Then Madison, advantage Hong. Winnebago, I think we could now say advantage Hong. She's overperformed in this part of the state, right? So counties totaling 29,000 remaining votes, I'd say advantage Hong. 7, 13 counties totaling about 20,000, I would say, of the big, we'll call it the big six, I would say are advantage Crowley. And that big puzzle there of Milwaukee, I just don't know what to make of it. It could just be a wash. But, there's the possibility that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now.
Wow.
Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the 6 that account.
What a nail biter, man. Holy, 79% of the vote in statewide. And an 886 vote lead for Crowley. That is incredible. Talk about a comeback, man. Wow. I got to see what's going on in Minnesota, too. We got a real slugfest at the top of the ticket for U.S. Senate. Moderate Angie Craig versus Peggy Flanagan, and 35% of the votes in. Peggy, endorsed by Bernie, a more progressive candidate, up 54.4 to 43.9. So about a 10% difference, but a lot of vote to be counted still there. A lot of vote left to be counted. I think we're going to be here a while, guys. I just put some food in the microwave there. My favorite time of year is when you see every pundit become a goldfish, forget that every election in my state looks something like this. This is a swing state, man. This is a fight for the soul of the Democratic Party right here.
Right there.
But like I said, this is a win for the moderates no matter what. This is a win for sane people all across the United States to say, hey, a lot of people coming out to push back on the kookiness, and it's time to reel it in. Time to come back down to earth. Time to moderate. I think the moderates walk away with a W no matter what. Also, people were claiming, the polls showed that Hong was up 20 points, and this is a reality check, man. So good news all around no matter what happens in the end. Obviously, I want Crowley to win. I don't think he's an exciting candidate or anything like that, but Hong is a bit of a liability, even outside of Wisconsin. I don't even think she's that crazy. Like, honest, I've talked about her a lot. Like, is what it is. I'll support any Democrat, almost any Democrat.
Reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh? So there's still a lot to come there. That the amount left there is important because that's such a
even if she wins, she's going to have to moderate. She's going to have to come back down to earth. She's going to have to change it up, start praising Thanksgiving or whatever. So I think we win no matter what happens here as the Democratic Party as a whole. How many all-nighters Steve going to pull? Yeah, he went pretty late last time. The cameraman had to get out of there. Like he almost had to shut it down because the cameraman's hours or something. So hopefully we can keep going for a while.
It was pretty even.
He wins 38-32. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
She gets 38% of the vote. He gets 32%.
What was the raw
It's about
vote?
500 net votes for her.
Hold on. Did we? Oh, wow. That literally. Okay. Yeah. Because this was. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I said
Yeah. I see. Okay. Yeah. So So there's an example. We thought in Milwaukee, right? We were at our we thought we just had the central count left. Turns out much more turnout than we had expected. And look at that. The first update we get from it is very friendly to Hong. She cuts it to 500.
The expected remaining vote in Milwaukee now again is 28,000, and that's right about where we have our central count Milwaukee absentee.
I'm not falling for this trap again. I'm not falling for this one.
Possible again that's the remaining update there, but we'll see.
16, 13, geez, yeah. And I see 152. We should, show folks. Sorry. I said 172,000. We now have about 152,000 left, we think, statewide, with an expected turnout of about 800,000. Couple counties, we still have a scattering we haven't heard from at all, but they're small. Greene County is the biggest with no vote. What do we think is gonna, how many votes do we think are there? Hang on a minute. 35, 40, okay, now that's interesting. 4,600 votes, no votes in Greene County. I think that's gonna be, in the context of this, I think Crowley's going to probably do pretty well there. That's a bigger piece of real estate, 4,600, that's right there. Where else do we have? We have nothing yet. Let's see. We think 3,000, we got nothing in Pierce, is that right? We got nothing in Pierce yet. That's an interesting one. Because I think on paper that I would have said again, this is these places where what's kept this from being simple of just like Hong is running up the score in the college towns, blah blah blah. Is she's had some unexpected strong places. I said the Bow counties are definitely there. St. Croix County is another one, and now Pierce County, just south of there. There's probably 3,000 votes. No votes yet. There's probably 3,000 votes here. It's one of those on paper I would say is a Crowley County, but given what happened in St. Croix, all bets are off. If Hong ends up winning this, I think we're just going to say she found just enough sort of unlikely support in unlikely places. Just if she wins, I think that'll be the story. It'll be that, she won St. Croix. It'll be that she swept the Bow counties. These aren't things I think that were expected. And I think if you looked at some of the if you looked at some of the numbers elsewhere in the state and then said, okay, now how do you think the Bow counties went? You would have said they were going to Crowley. These things are not necessarily so, or for that matter, Kenosha. That's if. Again, she's yet to actually jump him in the numbers here, and we've just seen this sort of game they're playing here, where she'll take a big bite out of it, and then it'll kind of trickle back up. But 4,000, 3,000. Where else are we looking here?
We just got Columbia County, another 356 votes. He wins 222, she wins 86.
That was right there. Yeah. Okay, again, and that was one of, believe it or not, that is one of the bigger remaining pieces of the puzzle. How many votes were there, you said?
356.
Okay, yeah, there's still, yeah, in this number with what's true, we have 144,000, we think now, remaining statewide. I see this is the first time, okay, things might be settling down a little bit. I say this only because this is the first time I see our expected vote actually come down.
Yeah, I see 793 now.
Right, so that's partly why that number of remaining votes just went down. Our decision desk has now lowered slightly, but lowered the total expected vote, the total turnout. So we may be a sign of kind of getting a little bit better handle on it and maybe narrowing a bit the universe of what's left here. 144,000 votes, 828's the margin. Adam, just tell me, what were the last two? We just got some small ones, but I'm just curious what they are.
Yeah, Shawano was the most recent one, 511 new votes. Crowley 238, Hong 155.
Right. Yeah, see, that's it. He's sustained by a lot of that. A lot of that. Sorry, where else were we looking here? Where else is blank? Washburn County up here is going to probably 1,500 votes. We think 1,500 votes. Certainly think that's going to be I would think that's going to be a Crowley County. I would think Crowley. I would think Crowley. I would have thought Crowley, but I don't know what to think. Look what's happening around there. Where else do we have here that just has absolutely nothing? We think there's probably about 3,000 votes here. I would think that's Crowley, and that's certainly the local pattern. So again, those are all places where this could, if he gets what I think out of a lot of the places I just circled, that number could get up to, that could knock that up to 1,500, 2,000, somewhere in there, What else is, and then if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint, right, I'm circling these small ones, 4,000 here, 3,000, 1,500, all that, right here. She's been doing very well in this area. We think there's 16,000 votes left. So, that's the game they've been playing, right? Like Crowley could take, add a little bit here, add a little bit here, add here, and then Hong could get a big chunk of it, could just slash it all away in Winnebago. She's doing quite well. Did we get a few more in?
Yeah, we got another update in Iowa and Marquette.
How did Iowa break?
242 votes, Crowley 118, Hong 64.
And then Marquette was what?
Crowley nets about 62 votes.
Yeah, just that. Okay. And 142,000 left.
Starting to get late. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast. You got to imagine they're going to start slowing down here. We're going to see a trickle of votes coming in. Have to see what these guys think. When do they expect a big dump? What's the next big update? What time? But wow, couldn't ask for a better election than a nail biter like this. It's crazy. 82% of the votes in statewide, and a difference of less than 1,000 between the two candidates. Out of like 600, how many thousand? Let me see. $651,000 ballots, 652,000, and less than 1,000 votes separate the two candidates. That is incredible. Imagine sitting out this race today. You're like, I just can't make it, but you care one way or the other. That's crazy. What does it take? I think Adam said that if it's less than 1%, a manual recount can be requested by one of the candidates. You think pollsters are only targeting people living in their parents' basement was the reason they were so off? Yeah, I think pollsters were targeting vegans, furries, and people that claim their parents' residence past the age of 26. That's what I saw in the crosstabs, I believe. So I think that's what's leading to the progressive surge in these polls. A lot of vegans answering the poll. It was brigaded too. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Why no endorsement for Hong? Yeah. Bernie Sanders and AOC kicking themselves right now. Maybe actually celebrating. I bet you Bernie's fist pumping every time there's an update for Crowley that's favorable. He's like, fuck yeah. Get that fucking embarrassment off the ballot. Cannot carry her across the finish line. Too heavy, man. This is like when you're top lane in League of Legends and you're doing like fine, like 7-0, and your bot lane is like 1 and 30, and you're like, what the fuck, dude? Really? Can you guys just sit under your tower while I carry your ass? Just too heavy, man. Too heavy. But I don't know. Bernie Sanders and AOC did not endorse Francesca Hong. And their excuses were bullshit. Total bullshit. I've never felt lied to by Bernie and AOC like that. They just straight up said, we don't get involved in races outside of the Congress, basically. Even though Bernie endorsed Troy Jackson when he was running for governor in Maine back in June, and he came in third. So what do you mean you don't endorse people in governor's races? You just did 2 months ago. And then AOC said, I'm focused on the House, even though she endorsed a bunch of assembly members in New York State legislature. So 2 bullshit answers. Bernie and AOC, they left their socialist friend here hanging out to dry, and I don't get it. I don't understand. Some of you guys will say that's because she knew that she's going to lose and they didn't care. They think she's bad for their brand. Doesn't matter. She's one of very few faces representing their brand on the national level. I mean, you got to go all in on helping her, man. Otherwise, she's going to drag down your movement. What are you doing? You don't just let her hang out there to dry. So I think Bernie and AOC screwed up royally on this race, man.
Milwaukee number is bad for Crowley for the reasons we're saying. And he ends up taking a real hit there. You know, it's such a wild card. You know, the county's been running pretty even. There was an update I know that just came in before that was good for Hong.
Wait, they both endorsed her today? I didn't see that. Hong is feeding in the bot lane. Yeah. Hong and her support are down fucking 130, man. Come on. This is a wild race. I don't even know. 83% in statewide, 836 vote difference between the 2 candidates out of like 630,000. Crowley in the lead all night. If that's true, they endorsed today, that's pathetic. I agree. Snopple, thank you for the prime resub. Appreciate that.
From reporter Alexander Shore at VoteBeat from about 15 minutes ago. He's on site in Milwaukee at their processing center. They were beginning their process of doing the votes on site there, and then they have a transit process where they bring it to a central place and then report it out. So he was estimating another, maybe midnight Eastern for that vote report. But that's the update we have from Milwaukee.
All right, the late night transit. This is like a tradition, right? I feel like we've broadcast this before. Okay, 11:20. We think now. I mean, when they say midnight, we're always optimistic, right?
Yeah, it feels aggressive to me.
Right.
Given
they
that
never they never take they never go quicker than expected.
I've seen the video before. They take it out of the building, they bring it into the car, they drive the car. It's they
have to put the oils on it. They
take the USB stick, they put it in the machine. It's a ritual for sure.
So we may be waiting a while on Milwaukee absentee. Almost 30,000 votes. What just came in again?
Yeah, we just got a combo of counties. Oneida and Lafayette were the biggest. Hong nets about 30, 40 votes in Oneida, and
30 votes.
Crowley nets about 150 in Lafayette.
Okay. Yeah, that puts you again. You're sort of in that driftless. He's done.
These kind of updates would be laughable back in the day, right? Like what it's at a 630,000 and you're telling me about a 30 vote swing in a county. But when the difference is 800 between the 2 candidates, Every single vote counts. It's crazy. Absolutely incredible, man. Well, I'm not going anywhere. This is amazing. I'm surprised Hassan is still going. Let's look at Minnesota. 42% of the ballots counted. Peggy Flanagan dominating right now, 55.4 to 42.9, basically 55 to 43. Angie Craig getting dumpstered by 12%. Ouch. That's crazy. They're both good candidates, so we win no matter which one of them becomes the Democratic nominee for Senate.
$2,054.
She won it by 1,000. She won it by 1035. She won the update by 1035 from Dane County, taking a lead of 254. For the first time tonight, I believe Francesca Hung has taken the lead in the statewide tally. That is now with 83% of the vote in statewide. She's taken the lead. It is 254 votes. That update from Dane, you said it was how many votes?
6,000, and there was another 700 from Portage as well.
700 from Portage. She won the Portage update?
Yes.
What'd she win the Portage update by?
385 votes for her and 185 for Crowley.
Okay, and I'm also seeing something else significant here. This update just came in from Dane. It was very big for Hong. It looks like as that happened, we increased the remaining vote in Dane.
I hope not.
We were looking at, before this update came in, we were looking at, remember we were saying 13,000 remaining votes in Dane.
Yeah.
So that update was 6,000.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think it knocks it down to 7. We now have a remaining vote in Dane of 15,000.
I'm looking at the Dane County website in the most, as of right now, and there could be a pending update that hasn't yet hit our system, but they say 274 of 281 precincts reporting on their website.
270, say again?
274 of 281, so they have 7 precincts remaining.
Right, and we're trying to just gauge how many votes are in those precincts.
Yes,
and
yes.
it seems
that's
like
those are 2 data pieces we have: that estimate and that precinct number.
I mean, yeah, that's this is what I just feel like I've seen this in Dane before. That's, and I think we might be seeing it again here, where it's just like get late at night and it turns out there's more. It just turns out there's more than you expected, and the turnout was just that much higher. And that is such a huge. If that is the case, that is such a huge thing for Hong. Because again, I think we're now expecting there to be what just happened.
Steve, we just got an update in Hennepin County in Minnesota. That looks like all of their vote, so we may be close to a call there.
I'm sorry. This is what happens. We get so locked in, but folks, this is in Minnesota tonight. This closely watched, and there it is. Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, NBC News projects will win the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Minnesota. She defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, and she will advance to the general election to face former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya, who easily won the Republican nomination tonight. Again, closely watched race here that pitted Flanagan, certainly running on the left here. Craig representing a more competitive congressional district in the Twin Cities area, seen as the more moderate centrist candidate in this race, but an emphatic victory, it appears, for Flanagan here in this United States Senate race. I say closely watched. Unfortunately, we didn't watch much of it tonight because we've been...
Congratulations, Peggy. She'll make a great senator. I think she's fine. No problemo. Hold on. I got a tip here. $13.30 from Anonymous says, Thanksgiving is speaking now, bitch. Wow. Got him.
A puzzle. 295 votes. Francesca Hung leads David Crowley by right now. Okay. I still do need to.
Yes, and they're ready. They're ready.
Okay. Okay, I mean, if you don't mind, just leave it right on this screen, and I'll be right back. You're free to come up, Adam, but I'll be
do it, Adam.
super quick.
I'll stay here. Thank you.
Okay.
Probably has to use the restroom, man. Kornacki, the GOAT, up late, on his feet the whole time, working class. He's like a waitress, on his feet all day, working hard for that money. Amy Klobuchar with a dominating performance tonight, 89.3. Kobe Lane, you got dunked on. I don't know who you are, but you got BTFO'd, man. Time to rethink that. Peggy Flanagan, projected winner with 58.8% of the vote. Angie Craig, the more moderate candidate who voted for the Laken Riley Act, not resonating with the people of Minnesota. Royce White, who declared that he's a trans woman now or something and said he's going to fight in women's sports, only getting 10.6% of the vote. Tafoya winning 54%. Right? Isn't he the guy who said he's a woman now or something? And here we have a difference of 261 votes with Francesca Hong taking the lead for the first time tonight. Wow. Been in second place. She's been in second place all night long. Finally, just took the lead with 261 votes out of like 650,000 votes. That's insane. Nobody has 40%. Yeah, not exactly a sign of confidence from the voters there for either candidate. Ned Lamont BTFOing Josh Elliott, who was a challenger from the left for governor of Connecticut. He got destroyed. But look at this, an incumbent Democrat going down. John Larson, looks like he hasn't updated his profile picture since 1986. He went down to Luke Bronin. Probably should have retired a long time ago, bro. In South Carolina, we had a hell of a race tonight. Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, a DEI candidate, only getting 32.7% of the vote. Basically, 2 out of 3 voters in the Republican primary in South Carolina picked someone other than the Trump-endorsed Darlene Graham. Trump taking a fat L tonight. And Mike Lindell not winning the Minnesota governor's primary for the Republicans. Shocker. What a political earthquake. Mike Lindell going down. Wow. Well, I'm shocked. I am completely surprised by that one. Let's check in with the Cope Cam. Looks like Hassan has moved on to Twitter, his number one news source.
Only about 6 minutes at the next tabulator. We're probably looking at later than 11. Only 3 minutes at the next one. Yeah, that's it. Streaming is the hardest job. Streaming is the hardest job. Fox News, news alert. Controversial radical terrorist Islamist Twitch streamer says streaming is the hardest job. Sincerely, not even a shred of irony there, folks. Fox News, breaking news alert. We should kill this guy, Hassan Piker. How would you guys feel if we just killed him? Pretty good idea, am I right? Fox News alert.
What the fuck?
Steve Kornacki proving that? That's what I'm saying. No, she fell out of the lead. What the fuck? It's flipped again? God damn it. Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Good one, Hassan. Is Crowley back in the lead? Yes, sir. We're back, boys. Crowley takes the crown again. She had a little bit of a vacation there. She had a little bit of fun in first place. Big balls, Crowley taking the lead. Hell yeah. Rightfully so. We're back. That's what's up right there. We got to see Hassan respond to it as well. That's beautiful.
Yeah, we're doing the 4 Pest campaign in Wisconsin. Is just turkeys, okay? All 4 of the pests are turkeys. We're taking out all the turkeys. No more Thanksgiving.
Oh man, he's so funny. Oh my god, he's like a comedian, man. I guess that Stavros guy rubbed off on him. That is hilarious. It's like the movie Twins.
Here, Hong has been exceeding expectations, running so well, right? She won Brown County, Green Bay. She's winning Outagamie County, Appleton. Why wouldn't she then in Winnebago County, Oshkosh? Why wouldn't the same thing happen? Well, okay, Crowley has the lead here. The thing that we just saw, though, in Brown County, of course, was it was at the very end that Green Bay came in. Is Oshkosh coming in at the end in Winnebago County?
Yeah, I could take a look.
Yeah, that's the question that emerges. But for Crowley, because we see it in Madison too. But before you do that, Adam, was it where else came in? I do feel like he got something else here.
Raleigh up 535 now. His lead's growing, baby. We dipped into second place for a minute just to make Francesca Hong feel good. First time of the night, she was in first place, right back down to second. Second place, a.k.a. first place for losers. Let's go, David. You got this, bro.
On that, but that leaves, we think now, we still think, I'm just checking in here, that we still think 13,000 votes to come in Winnebago County. We still think 15,000 votes to come in Dane. And then this is it. This is central count. Okay? Get familiar with that term. If you're watching this, you already are familiar with that term, I bet. But that could be the decisive moment in this thing. That is City of Milwaukee. That's the vote by mail that all gets reported out at once. Adam said they've already begun the procession there. A reporter on site, good reporter on site, saying maybe as early as midnight. We know these estimates can be a little optimistic, but I suspect you want to say sometime in the hour would be I think that's maybe reasonable. It's midnight. Maybe it's midnight.
His lead's going up, 650 now.
All these expectations have been upended.
Oh,
something else just came in for Crowley.
He's almost got a comma. He's at 949 now. The momentum is back in Crowley's direction.
92.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update.
Mm-hmm.
Crowley 293, Hong 231.
Mm-hmm.
And we got another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439 votes. Crowley gets 210 to Hong's 124.
So, yeah, I'd love to know if this is it. So many puzzles with these numbers that they come in because, just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox Valley here, Crowley.
So there's no automatic recount in Wisconsin. I'm looking at a website talking about the state laws. If the winner wins by less than 1%, then somebody can request a recount. One of the candidates, right? So there can be a manual request made for a recount if it's 1%. Let me see. If it's actually it says 1% in a race with more than 4,000 votes. The margin required is 40 votes in a race with fewer than 4,000 votes, or 1% in a race with more than 4,000 votes. There you go. Probably going to see a recount.
A single tenth of a point, but
comma cited.
Now I'm going to ask you.
1,100 votes now for Crowley. He's picking up steam.
Yeah.
I now see a Milwaukee County expected vote that is yet higher.
Yeah.
You see it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our total expected vote for the state also higher.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. Remember 30 minutes ago when I said for the first time we had adjusted our expected vote? Why do I say that? When I always see this, I feel, in Dane County. We're also seeing it in Milwaukee County, where again, we keep finding out that turnout is higher. 814,000 is our new expected vote for this primary. And I keep asking you questions, Adam. I just don't have the ticker that gives me county by county what came in. And it looks like he just got another significant, in context of this, significant.
He's gaining.
Yeah. Is this Vilas County?
Yeah, okay. Oh, I think there was no vote there before. Right, that was one where we had like no vote earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but we talked about this with like the small counties adding up in a close race like this, because there's, he's winning more counties than her. A lot of them are real small, but anywhere where there's not really, I think, maybe the pattern here, it's kind of like, where is there a population center, right? In these counties that don't really have a big any kind of meaningful population center, he wins by a couple hundred votes, just a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, and then he's able to take. Remember, Hong had moved ahead, and there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front, with a very interesting development there in Winnebago County that I'm trying to understand, because, if what happened in Brown, this could just be the setup for what happened in Brown happening here. Or is Crowley doing essentially unexpectedly well here? Is what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, to put this in some context too, just how high these turnouts are. Do I have it in front of me here? I mean, I think we're getting fringe-like presidential primary level with this turnout. I think they had like 900,000 for the Biden-Sanders primary. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, they're and the expected here is 814.
That is phenomenal news right there. Like, we're seeing turnout for an August primary in Wisconsin equivalent to a presidential primary. That's insane. People are so fired up. That should boost people's spirits right there. Like, no matter which candidate you're rooting for, Democrats are so pissed. And people will say, oh, it's Republicans voting in the Democratic primary. I think very few people do that. I really think very, very few people can be bothered to go vote in the other party's primary to try to give themselves a better candidate to run against. I mean, it's asking a lot for people. So these are just motivated people who are pissed at Trump and are excited to get involved. So that's great.
Moore County has more than 5,000 votes left. It's right here, Columbia County, that has 6,000 votes left. Everything else that's out in the state has fewer than 5,000 votes left. Now, in a context of a race this close, every little thing matters, as we're seeing. As Crowley, more than Hong, Crowley is collecting these little updates from a broad cross-section of the state, right? So Hong needs places that have population centers, it seems. She, I think, can look forward with great optimism to whatever it is that remains in Madison. If that ever gets reported out, I feel like they have just been sitting on this number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will be kind of, I think that accounts for the updated vote. We know the Milwaukee's somewhere around 28,000.
Right.
And there's 10,000 more outside of that. And I think that, some of these other municipalities account for that.
Or central count. Or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location. And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yep.
You're saying we've got you. Is our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count?
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
For Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, it's all
Send. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs on Twitch. Hell yeah. Appreciate that.
We'll check on that because that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes that are absentee or early, you know what I'm saying, right? How many of those votes were cast in July? How many of those votes were cast for Mandela Barnes, for Sarah Rodriguez? How many of those votes were cast when Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought in this campaign? If you're Crowley, like,
I don't think a lot of them. I think most people mail in their ballots closer to the election day. It's not like everybody mails it in a month before. Think about how many people do that. I mean, this guy's been back in the race for weeks now, so I doubt very many people sent in a mail-in ballot for a month, 5 weeks ago or whatever. AKA, thank you for the gift membership on YouTube. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for all the support, the bits and the subs and the, everything, man. You guys are crazy. The super chats. We got 2,300 people watching on Kick, 1,600 on YouTube, and 450 on Twitch. That's crazy. Thank you guys for giving a damn about our democracy and these important elections, man. Keep this energy up through November. We got to run through the tape here. We have like 85 days until the midterms. They're here, man. We got this.
Place that Crowley's doing pretty well in. That's his home base. And does that end up making him underperform with it? And I truly have no idea what to expect with this. It's just, I think if you remember at the start of the night, we said if the stop Hong forces get close but just miss, would it be because of all of the votes that were cast in that, vote by mail? When Mandela Barnes dropped out, which I think was July 30th, I think they were like 1 day into early voting. So it's a little bit of early voting and a lot of mail. All cast when nobody voter thought this was a two-way race between Crowley and Hong. And this batch of votes is going to test if that could end up testing whether that makes the difference here. Now, Hong has to get in front. Well, doesn't have to get in front first, because, again, if this batch of votes were really bad for Crowley, Hong might do better than him with it. Or maybe it's less of an issue than I'm talking it up to be, and it's quite fine for Crowley. It's a huge unknown.
Andrew at the decision desk was looking at the question that you posed earlier about those Milwaukee County votes. He thinks so. All the places that are listed as having outstanding vote on the website, the municipalities, have reported election day vote. So what is outstanding would be the absentee and early vote. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Count. I see something just came in that was about 300 votes positive for Hong. What was it?
That was Pierce.
Okay. Yes. That just you gotta love a primary night like this. It's just confounds. Is that the proper use? Confounds your expectations.
Yeah.
I shouldn't try to sound smart, but like I would have looked at this and said, this is Crowley country tonight.
Yeah.
And she wins St. Croix, and this is what I'm saying. There, I think it's population centers to some degree.
Yeah.
Minneapolis, suburbs. But yeah, Pierce and St. Croix, I would have put firmly in the Crowley category, and Hong wins them both. And cuts that margin to 1375. So, we're down to about 120,000 votes, we think, left statewide, give or take. As you know, it's been a lot of both tonight. And 120, look, a third of what we think is left statewide is central count, is absentee from Milwaukee. 28,000 of it, about 2/3 of this is the city of Milwaukee. And then there's, I can give you the full list here. Fox.
And Milwaukee County is like 50-50. Both of them are getting like 43.2%. So it's like split evenly. That's crazy. This is a wild race. 85% in. 85% of the vote is in. And it's a difference of 1,300 between the two candidates out of almost 700,000 votes. Think about that. 700,000 ballots counted, and the difference between the candidates is 1,300. Incredible. Son has stepped away.
Gosh, if you like a mystery, if you like I mean, what do you make of that vote? What do you think it is? You're watching this as closely as I am. What do you think that's going to look like? He just got Crowley just got something huge. What was it?
We got a Milwaukee update.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa!
What do we get?
We got 4,500 votes. Crowley gets 2,556. Hong gets 1,568.
Fuck her up.
Is this being reported out from Central Count?
Let me see what, yes. So now Oak Creek, Wauwatosa, West Allis, and South Milwaukee all reported. So then Milwaukee is still just the remaining.
That was, how many votes was that?
That was 4,536.
Okay. And we think that was Central, but you see what I'm getting at. If that was Central Count and he won it.
Yeah.
Can we just be sure of that?
Yeah, so those municipalities were previously not reporting, and now they're reporting, and the only one that's left not reporting is the city of Milwaukee.
I think something else just came in.
Oconto, 2,611 votes. Crowley, 1,185. Hong, 743.
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
That is potentially blockbuster what just happened in Milwaukee. And that's why I want to be so sure
Big moment.
that I'm characterizing this correctly as Central Count, because if it is a very emphatic answer to the question we've been posing about what that vote looks like. All these things about when the vote was cast and is there a penalty. Crowley just did you saw it. You saw it. Now, that's.
See the crash out?
Let's just
what's just remaining is the 28,000 from Central Count from the city of Milwaukee.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically Central Count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge.
15K
That's huge.
absentee ballot.
What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
30% take for Hong, 4,500
the
over
Milwaukee
Crowley.
update?
Crowley. That's crazy.
The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, this is how much. It's astounding to me, given how much this vote, I think, comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote, he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That blows my mind. That's just massive for him, because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the Central Count, there was no.
It's not good.
There's no apparent price that he paid.
It's not good
for that. That coming from a potentially a lot of that coming from July or something. So
Stop the steal.
It is, mail and early vote, so it's possible that those municipalities just skewed more towards the early vote. That could be one of the explanations.
But it is that combination, and we weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't.
We got the it's not good.
If that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now that's just outlying versus city, although I don't know that we were seeing a huge difference between the two. I see another update just came in for Crowley. What was it?
Iowa. 1,165 total votes. Crowley wins 467. Hong 406.
Yeah. Wow. I think we just had a very major moment. Not Iowa, but I'm still hung up on that because, listen, if the central count in Milwaukee goes anything like what we just saw, I think he opens this thing up, you know? That was a 15-point margin.
The Bali, thank you for the Prime sub a few minutes ago.
28,000, 2,800, 40. If that were to replicate, it would net him 4,200 additional votes, and this thing would move close to 7,000. That's a huge if, but just to give you a sense of it. And if he then got up 7,000, where could she counter that? And again, where he just get? Something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
Hassan giving up? No, say it ain't so. Is he tapping out?
I mean, it's not great that all of her coverage leading up to the fucking
798 votes.
last
Crowley,
week when everyone was paying
348,
attention
Hong,
was all
246.
negative. But it's literally like people weren't making a decision on Thanksgiving, okay?
Because again, if
You
he
guys
were
are
to-
being ridiculous.
We're saying 14,000.
Like it's
currently. Did we
because
just get a
the
slight
national
data update? I see
the
four-
national
we just
media
changed
hits
the-
that
we
she
just
got
adjusted
on
the
top of the
expected
lack of
level. I'm
TV
seeing-
ads, on top
I'm
of no
seeing
national progressive endorsements,
14,000 expected
and
here,
like it
right? So,
defined
like, if-
for the
if-
last
if
batch
Hong
of
were to
voters,
win
she
that
performed
by-
as expected.
Her best updates have been
Like she
about
actually outperformed in some places. She
15,
performed as
20 points.
expected and
20.
outperformed in
she
certain places. Okay,
She'd knock 20.
but in the week build up, it was all negative media coverage, like tremendous amounts of earned media that was negative.
14,000 is the
That's her fault. She had terrible media appearances, dude. This is a disaster for her. Like, this guy Crowley came from behind and did this, man. This was her race to lose. This is no one to blame but herself if she ends up losing this.
She had no backing. She had no trust that she could establish with at least some of those voters on the edge. You know, your parents, parents that say things like, I really like Francesca Hong. I really like all of her policies, but I'm really worried that she's not going to be able to win, which is why I'm going to vote for fucking Kelda Royce. Because there are a lot of people who did that. I promise you, there are a lot.
Now, the problem was there was no APAC boogeyman in this race for people like Hassan to give a damn. So they did a little charity by showing up to a rally to try to leech off her clout for a moment, and then they left her out to dry. Just like AOC and Bernie not endorsing her. So this is on people like Hassan. Why didn't you put the effort you put into El Sayed into her race? You went out to one rally. Why didn't you go knock doors and stay the weekend and go to a pool party with other influencers for Hong?
Harm reduction in the general. It is an incredibly powerful motivator for boomers. It's still unbelievable.
Winnebago, where I
no APAC boogeyman for them to give a damn about. So here is somebody who represented their movement on the national level that they just let fail. Quite sad, man.
What we had in Brown. Suspect, I don't know.
I do have an update from Milwaukee County. I am just spying in on one of the local news broadcasts that was, they were streaming live from inside the central counting location, and they're now outside. So it's possible these votes are making moves.
Wait, the people broadcasting have been moved outside?
There was a camera.
That's so crazy. They're following it to this level. Shadowjacker, thank you for the 1,000 kicks. Odds leftists support Crowley in the general. About 0. Have they announced their support for Wesley Bell when he defeated Cory Bush? I haven't seen that one yet.
Jealous. But yeah, I just that update that.
We just got another one from Grant County.
Yeah.
Another 750 votes. Crowley 349, Hong 210.
Yeah, they're adding up for him. Now if you're Hong, you need
a miracle.
You need a essentially a surprise in this Milwaukee number. Can we make a case for why that would happen? I guess the case we would make is city of Milwaukee as opposed to one of the sort of inner suburbs of Milwaukee County. So it can be much younger, right? Can be much much more demographically friendly to Hong in that way. We find that these DSA candidacies take off in the cities and not necessarily the inner suburbs of these places. So that said, we've also found
they're getting into the car.
Okay, but where's the? This is to go to or from?
This is to go from the place that they were kind of loading the ballots onto USB sticks or memory drives to the location that they can put them in the machine so they can be reported out to us here at 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
Why can't they do that in one place?
I don't know.
So wait, I'm so bad with the technology. Just say it one more time, so people can appreciate what's happening. We say central count.
Yes.
They got all these ballots there.
Yeah.
Okay. They counted them?
Yes, they're counted and processed and loaded onto memory sticks.
Memory sticks, literally something the size of a stick of gum?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And then they're transporting them over to, I don't know, believe it's the courthouse where they can be reported out or they can be transmitted.
So you're saying they're now in the motorcade on their way over?
That's right.
That's crazy level of detail. I've never heard anyone talking about that before.
In the middle of the night in Milwaukee.
I hope they don't just drive off or something.
I find it entertaining. I don't know. I'm sure everybody at home would as well. But
I mean, this is what we
just got a Columbia update as well.
Yep.
2,800 votes. Crowley 1,252. Hong 950.
She's going to need something. I mean, this is really coming. I think if you're Crowley, you're feeling better than Hong right now, and I think she needs something out of this central count Milwaukee number that, I say surprising, but we're trying to make the case for what that would be.
Never a good moment this late into the night when you're trying to fucking crunch the numbers in the exact same way that he did for Haley Stevens last race, right? It's never a good moment in the night when you're crunching numbers to see if there's any opportunity for Francesca Hong to make up the distance.
He's not there, but he has reported there in the past.
It's not looking good. Thanksgiving is going to win, folks. As the anti-Thanksgiving voter,
from the county facility.
As the anti-Thanksgiving voter, I am personally positively disturbed by the pro-Thanksgiving voters that came out and voted by large numbers.
But okay, they still just have to put these.
Yeah, it's still the same process, just the technical.
So we are
how that's happening.
Is Shaq writing to you? Can you ask him how long?
Wow.
How long till they actually tell us the number? Does he have?
Yeah.
Can he remember?
I can ask him.
Okay. He knows. He's lived through the joy of this. But yeah, Hong would need. I think she clearly. She needs to win it. And maybe it is. Maybe it's totally different than the gap between. I'm sitting here saying I think in Winnebago County there's going to be like a small town city divide. So maybe there is here too with this vote. But as you can see, look, just this number can change, okay? But it hasn't moved that much in our estimate. Yeah.
I had two updates, one from Shaq and one from the decision desk. There was about a 30-minute gap between when it left the city location to the county location before it got reported out to us.
Okay, thank you, Shaq. That would take us to 12:30. Okay. You said it was a second update? You had two? Did you say two updates?
Oh, and both the decision desk and Shaq wrote to me with that same timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you,
guys.
decision desk, too. Yes. But right, I think you can see that the 14K, give or take, left in Dane is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago can certainly get her close. The problem she has then is that you're just seeing this trickle. You just watch this number. You've seen it, right? It's this trickle from the rest of the state is going to continue. So if she were to, get a big jump from Madison, a big one from Winnebago, and essentially wipe that out, I don't know if it would quite do that, but let's say it did. What just happened is going to keep happening.
Wow, Crowley up 3,300 right now, 87% of the vote in. He was down a couple hundred just minutes ago, now up 3,300. Quite a turn of events in the last 30 minutes or so. Yeah, it's a different Shaq, believe it or not. There's a Shaquille who works for NBC News who does election reporting. That's who they must be talking about. He's out there on the ground watching them load the USB drives into to drive it to the courthouse to update the count or something. I don't know. That's a pretty big lead right there. 3,300. He was hovering around like 800, 1,000, 1,200. Now he's up 3,300, man. There's still opportunity for Hong to win here. I was looking at Twitter a moment ago and some election experts saying that there's still a path for her. It's you know, it's not terrible, but it's you know, favor right now things favor Crowley. Kind of like the thought of Shaq, the basketball player, being an election nerd. Who knows? There's a reason why it's still too close. Yeah, I mean, if there was no path for her, they would call it for sure. So we're hanging. Hopefully we get an update here. It's midnight on the East Coast, and we were expecting an update around midnight. There can't be a lot of traffic. I can't imagine the voting center is far from wherever they have to go. So hopefully we get a big update here, and maybe we get a call. But boy, this is a dramatic turn of events here for this race. I mean, she was up 25 points in the polls. And I was saying at the beginning of the stream, don't count Crowley out, man. Like, the polls were, first of all, way off in Michigan, which is a neighboring state. And the polls highly overestimated progressive support for the further left candidate. And that was definitely possible in this race tonight. As I was saying before, a single vote got counted. That plus the poll that showed her up 25 had like 20% of the vote going to Mandela Barnes, a more moderate candidate who dropped out like 2 weeks ago. So imagine a bunch of his votes moved over to Crowley. And then there were about 15% of people in that poll undecided. And I'm willing to bet they broke towards Crowley. So there was always a path. I was still skeptical, though. I thought she would win by like 5-7%. Definitely didn't think she was going to get a blowout, but here we are with Crowley up 3,300 votes hours into this. Pretty incredible. What a turnaround for this guy. You're literally one of the few saying Crowley could win. Yeah, I don't think anybody else was breaking it down like I was. And you guys were looking at me like I had 3 heads too, you know, like, wait, bro, come on, you coping, man. But here we are. Still recount range. Sure. Recounts rarely change the results, though. Same story as the last race. You mean in Michigan, the Senate race? Yeah, I mean, they had Abdul up 17 points. He ends up winning by less than 1%. So I saw a clip of you the other day saying it was possible. Really? Seeing local reports that Winnebago County is having server issues bringing physical ballots into count. Oh, no. Oh, noes. Now, no matter what happens tonight, this is a huge win for the moderates because even if she squeaks out a victory here, which is looking less and less likely as the night goes on, she's going to have to change a lot. She's going to have to moderate. She's going to have to change her tune. And I mean, this is not a vote of confidence here. Neither is it for Crowley, you know, but the point, look at this. The other moderates got like 7.6. She was running in a lane by herself. There was no one near her as far as her ideology. And he was splitting the vote with all these other people. Let's see if I go over here. Kelda Royce has 7.61% of the vote. Joel Brennan has 4.64%. Sarah Rodriguez, almost 4%. Mandela Barnes, 4%. I mean, if you total up these guys, and these are all more moderate candidates, this is 4, 12. That's like 20% right here. And I'm willing to bet these guys, these voters go behind someone like David Crowley. So I think he's looking pretty good with this turnout for the general, especially if Francesca Hong gets behind him, which I think she will, and she'll endorse him if he wins. She seems like a decent person. I know people have been freaking out about her, but I never was that troubled by her. She seemed just more like a dork. and in over her head. And I feel like her heart's in the right place with the policy she's talking about. It's obviously soy and cringe and lame as far as like, oh, no borders, no prisons, whatever. But, you know, these are like bleeding heart people stuck in 2020. Look at the Republican turnout. Did they even have a competitive primary, though? Because I think it's a bit unfair. I mean, Tom Tiffany was always going to be the guy. 444,000 people voted in the Republican primary with 91% of the votes counted.
General election polls, Hong was the only toss-up. That's the only reason why people were shy about endorsing her.
If her heart's in the right place, why did she join Mike from PA? I don't know. To me, it's misjudgment. They don't know. I honestly, I don't know. But I'm saying like the policy she supported tells me her heart's in the right place. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a real blemish on her to hang out with a scumbag like that. But it is what it is, man. I mean, people hang out with Hassan and he says stupid shit. So what are you going to do?
Say gets a sequence of like telegenic, young, vibrant, dynamic congresspersons that can caucus, that can push for bills, that will hopefully get decent committee seats. I don't know if Hakeem Jeffries will do that, but who knows? And then all of a sudden, you have a lot more legitimacy. You have a lot more legitimacy in the movement.
Yeah, but to get those seats on committees, they're going to have to play ball. They're going to have to vote for Hakeem Hassan. So they're going to have to bend the knee, bro. I want to see Hassan cry. I don't think he's going to cry. I don't think he cared that much about this race. Though he did go out and campaign with her. He did an event. I feel like Hassan, Bernie, and AOC, these leaders of that faction, let Francesca Hong down. I mean, they did very little for her. Bernie and AOC wouldn't even endorse her. And what did, Hassan could have done a million times more. The problem is there was no AIPAC Israel boogeyman in that race. So they didn't want to deal with it. They didn't want to engage. It was boring politics, just boring socialism.
Establishment still got a square. Abdul El-Sayed win with a Crowley win. Can't be sore winners and shit on leftists because one center wins. No, the establishment will be annoying and sore winners nonetheless, but it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? They don't have any fucking policies.
We just got Bayfield, 315 new votes. Crowley, 116. Hong, 113.
Yep.
And Calumet, 3,466 new votes. Hong wins 1,371. Crowley, 1,290.
ECP, thanks for the $5.
So we're down to 104,000 votes. A third of it, a little bit less than a third of it, is just that Milwaukee.
Talking a little bit to the decision desk, they do think that the expected vote number currently in our system for Dane is a little too high. We think it's under 1,000 votes.
Good.
Wait, we think it's under, pardon me, we think it's under 1,000 votes?
Yes, because the Dane County website currently says 280 of 281 precincts reporting. So we're probably just waiting for one precinct.
That's good. Dane was a place where she was doing well. So if there's less votes outstanding there, then that's good.
The same thing 3 times, but it's so big, I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
We don't think there's 14,000 votes left in Dane. We think there's less than 1,000?
That's right.
That's wow. I mean, the Hong math, this is so important to the Hong math. And the well may be dry for her in Dane County.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the only precinct that I don't see as reported on the Dane County website is one precinct in Madison.
It's in Madison. Could be. Do you have the precinct results in front of you, or like?
Yeah.
Give us a sample of
Carrie, thank you for the $20 super chat. Some choice cope from Lefty Reddit. I assume she would run away with it. The Kornacki bias is so obvious this go around. Hard to get women over the line. Cheesy, thank you for the 5. We have one policy, Thanksgiving. Yeah, don't cross it.
Yeah, so like
That's where we draw the line, is Thanksgiving. Okay? We don't mess around with our Thanksgiving, man. That is a wonderful holiday that we all celebrate. Put your woke bullshit aside. Thanksgiving is, it's sacred ground, man. We don't mess with Thanksgiving here.
a little turnout. Look, be super generous, 350 votes. You know, she may be able to knock from what's left in Dane County, okay, she may be able to knock 350 votes off this total. That's it. A minute ago, we're sitting here thinking there's 14,000 votes left and she could take a big chunk of this, okay? No longer. Now we're saying that maybe she's able to take what is currently a 33-81 deficit, and like best case, she knocks that down to 3,000 flat with what's left in Dane. Okay. 12,000 in Winnebago.
It does look like the Milwaukee City votes have arrived at the county location.
Are you back watching the video?
I'm watching the video.
So describe it. Narrate it. What's going on?
Narrate
it. There's a woman at a desk doing some paperwork.
Well, how do you see the votes coming in? Where do you...
They'll put them. I'm sure they're doing the paperwork to the machine. The reporter at VoteBeat estimates another 25 minutes.
I like Shaq's estimate better. That takes us to 12.
That's the best I got for you. I will let you know if I see a memory stick or something interesting that lets us know that we're close.
Okay, well, okay. If what's left in Dane were to knock this down to now, did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again,
she took 200 off him. He's still up 3163 though. He's still up 3,200. Oh my Lord. What if 1/5 of the Hong voters don't participate in the general? No, I think she will get behind the winner. And most of them will vote for David Crowley. Come on. Same thing happened with Bernie in 2020. Like, I remember seeing a poll by ABC News, like within a week of Bernie losing, something like 70% of his supporters said they're going to vote for Biden. That was like a week after he won. So a week after he lost. So imagine by the time the election came around. I think most people, once they're engaged, and even if their candidate loses, the vast majority of people will get behind the winner if their candidate endorses them and campaigns with them and stuff. FW, thank you for the $5. No way they'll vote for the R? No. I mean, and to Hong's credit, she spent a lot of time talking about how bad Tom Tiffany is, the Republican nominee. And I don't think they want to see a Republican in power.
She's down 3166. We say she's not going to get much more out of Dane. She could take another.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, woo. Let's check Polymarket. Oh, boy. Crowley is up 87% now. Oh, my Lord. They've got the confidence. Now, keep in mind, these people had Hong at 96.5% for like the last God knows how long. You know what I mean? Like the last week. Look at this. All week they had her up there. All month, pretty much. Like they had her up there the whole time. So that's why I don't really think much of Polymarket, man. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that crap.
She needs to see something like that. Some kind of double-digit.
Nick, thanks for the $5. Shout out to all the women doing paperwork behind the scenes to make this amazing election happen. Yeah, hell yeah. Shout out to the heroes working the election. Heroes.
New York Times claims only 92% are in. The difference is approximately 13,000 votes. Hong is currently leading the county by 7%. What the fuck is going on? I hope Kornacki's wrong. He's never wrong, but I hope he's wrong.
Maybe not.
Stop the steal.
And outside of that, as we tick down to 102,000 left statewide.
The woman that was doing paperwork at the table has left the table and went to the other room. That's promising to me.
Is there only one person in this room, or is this like...
There's press and other auxiliary
Everybody's
officials.
watching one woman at a table?
Yes.
Where are you watching this, by the way? Not that I want people switching away from the... Tell me, how are we getting this when it comes out? Do they make a public declaration?
Boy, oh boy.
Do they...
We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results, is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Well, they said it was about 25 minutes away, about 5 minutes ago, so maybe 10 minutes ago. Deadly, thank you for the $5. Scott Walker still sucks, I agree. Scott Walker's still a stinker. Oh, I got $10 on Venmo. Thank you, Jason. Can't believe they stole it from the people's candidate. True. Hassan with his little feeble, stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Play out a couple of times at this point. Yeah.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple times too, and you're very polite to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update.
Yeah.
773 votes. Crowley 291. Hong 256.
Which takes us. Whoa! Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? Oh, I think that we're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little.
Yeah, it looks like they took away or they made that adjustment
Dane.
for the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah. We 3468. Yeah, I mean, so now that Milwaukee vote is well over a third.
And we just got another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Good.
Jeez. Yeah, now our that takes us down to 89,000 statewide. And that in our Milwaukee, again, these are moving targets. Milwaukee 32. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've asked them before, but can you ask them, do they think that 32 is all? They must. At this point, the whole, of course it is, because everybody's at this one building. Believe it or not, the outside of Milwaukee, I mean, so right,
Shack Flags from Charles Benson, one of our NBC affiliate reporters. Thumb drives have arrived at the central count. We should have numbers on the 27,000 early absentee ballots in the next 30 minutes.
27,000?
Yes.
So can we ask our decision desk, we're hearing 27,000, where's the 32?
I'll get clarity, but as you saw with that Dane, I think because the vote has gone up so much throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update, they were aggressive with how many potentially might be coming, and it appears that Dane vote is now exhausted. But I will get an update from Milwaukee.
Please. Okay, thank you. Because that's our reporter telling us 27,000, and we had heard 28, and it matters from the standpoint that, like, look, if it's 27,000, and the math, 27,000. If Hong wins it by 10, she nets 2,700 votes, right? Which is short. 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just every vote obviously matters here in this situation. But she's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch big.
Boy, that's never good. That's never good. We're at 89% counted, and it is a 3,200 vote difference between the candidates. This is out of 720,000 votes. 3,200 votes separate these guys out of 720,000 votes. That's incredible. Every vote counts, man. Imagine how many people sat out thinking she was just going to destroy him with the polls and how excited they were. All the Hassan Pikers of the world who didn't talk about this race, put in the least amount of effort possible because there was no AIPAC boogeyman. All the Bernies and the AOCs who didn't endorse for stupid reason. They claim total lies. They just don't endorse in governor's races and they're focused on Congress. All those people have no one to blame but themselves.
Mandate.
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay,
So
I see.
Just
Because
keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
28,000 Milwaukee, 12,000 Winnebago.
I'm done explaining to people what AOC and Bernie's calculus is here, okay? I'm done. Please subscribe and rewind if you want to understand, because I have repeatedly explained why national
Greene
progressive
County
endorsements
is,
did not come in.
Greene County has 3,600.
I'd love to hear that.
More outstanding votes as the 3,600 outstanding. I mean, that's running big for Crowley.
Subscribe and rewind again, begging for subs again. How pathetic, man. I rarely ask people to subscribe. I have my sub goal. This guy had his sub goal till he had like 40,000 subs. Here he is with 50,000 people watching him. Just as successful as anybody. One of the most successful live streamers, begging his audience for subscribers. And earlier it was even worse when he was like, hey guys, I'm independent media. Make sure you subscribe for $6 a month. Like, really? You may think what he just did was nothing, but he's all about squeezing out a couple of dollars from his audience, which is just wild, dude. In this moment, of all moments too. Uh-oh, do we have a concession speech?
Probably out of time. Yeah.
The one, Roboderson, thank you guys for the subs. And Vishy, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. I'm not trying to get them out of you guys. I'm just disgusted by him asking for his audience's money when he's this successful. Like, you should never have to say a thing, you know?
Remembered forever.
Left this audio.
I know we don't have the final results right now, but what I do know is that we are ready to keep fighting, and I feel confident. But more importantly, I am so deeply, deeply grateful to my core for how hard you have all fought, and for what this fight, our movement, means for all of Wisconsin. We are fighting to become once more what Wisconsin has always been, a place where our future is determined not by corporations and billionaires, but our future that's determined by the working class people who live here.
Das Vildanya, thanks for the $10.
We fought through this primary.
Good one.
Because Wisconsinites have rejected the politics of fear, of apathy, and division. We are here tonight because thousands and thousands of Wisconsinites across this great state came together in living rooms, in backyards, in bars, in church basements, in community centers. And we came together to demand something new and something better. People across this state have given themselves in ways we have never seen before in this state. We love you too!
Wow, Benjamin, thank you. And ARS are real serious. Thank you for the 100 whatever currency that is. Oh, Hassan walks away in the middle of her speech. That's nice. Hassan just leaves the middle of her speech. This is your hero, man. What are you doing? This is your candidate. Why are you leaving her? That's just sad. I mean, you know, these are all like little things, right? Like Hassan asking for money while his candidate loses. He went out there and campaigned for her and he can't even listen to her speech. It just, to me, it says he doesn't give a shit about any of this. It's all about Israel, man, bad, Democrats, bad. He wants to be some sort of like bad boy of politics. Like, this guy is not serious at all, man. It's such a fucking loser. I would be glued to the screen if it was somebody I campaigned for and was giving a speech on the night of the election that they came so close and there's still a chance and this guy just walks away. That's kind of sad.
Made their first phone call, text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact to tell.
Yeah, she's just a loser to him at this point. Useless. No value. I'm telling you, the reason why people like him didn't really give a shit is because there was no AIPAC boogeyman in this race like the El Sayed race. And I hope Abdul El Sayed throws him under the bus very soon, like really hard, because he's just dragging down his campaign for no reason. He's going to drag down a bunch of other campaigns with him. They're just going to run ads for $300 million. $300 million of ads saying that Abdul El Sayed said America deserved 9/11. They're going to skip the Hassan Piker Association and just say that Abdul El Sayed supports America suffering 9/11. But he should toss this guy under the bus, man, and take a strong stance and say, I love this country. I'm proud to be an American, and Hassan is wrong, and I'll never be around that scumbag ever again. And who told me that Hassan took down the September 11th newspaper clipping? And just another lie from some idiot in my chat. Somebody kept saying Hassan apologized. Actually, AOC said Hassan apologized on the Sunday show. What was that show? I forgot which one. I think she was on This Week, ABC News' Sunday morning show. And she said Hassan apologized for that. No, he didn't. He never apologized. He said when his uncle scolded him on TYT, he said that, well, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserved 9/11. Then he blamed English as his second language. So fuck off. But poor Abdul El Sayed trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history, and he's holding on to this idiot who said America deserved 9/11. Boneheaded move.
Are disappeared by uncontrolled ICE fascists. It's Tom Tiffany who shows up in support. And while he's doing that, we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute. It is tenacious. And it will...
Oh, Winnebago Dumps came in? I'm sorry to do this.
He just goes away. This motherfucker's eating a Slim Jim and just clicks away from her speech. Oh my God. That's your like, she's the face of socialism tonight on the national stage. She is supposed to be the face of your movement, dude. And you just drop her like that in the middle of her speech. Isn't it just emblematic of everything this guy, isn't it just like tells you everything about this guy, man. It sounds so stupid, but it just tells me everything about him. I'd be in tears if I were him and I actually cared about this shit. Here's someone who came so close to winning the governorship in a swing state, representing my movement, what I believe in, to help so many people in America. And this guy couldn't care less. He's just snapping into a Slim Jim while he goes and clicks off her in the middle of her speech.
It's between is it outlying vote, is it population center votes? I don't know where it's coming from exactly. But, you know, Hong is leading in both of them, and there's vote to come in both of them. So she could still, and she just got something else small somewhere. What?
Road Crew, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it.
Quickly, Crowley just won by 2 somewhere.
Sawyer.
Okay, so, you know, but there is room for her. There is room for her to cut this further here, at least theoretically. You know, as I said, you know, what else is left here? No, I mean, like, but a place like Manitowoc County is sitting there, you know, that's Crowley country tonight, and he's, you know, there's probably 2,400 votes left right there. Okay, you know, down here in Grant County, Crowley also running up the score is about 24. You know, yeah. There's about 2,400 votes left here. We think about 2,400 votes left here. I think you expect pretty good Crowley numbers in both of those places. And then combined between the two of them, there's about 7,500 votes that are left between Outagamie and Winnebago County, right? So it's about 5,000. Between these two, there's about 5,000. So 12,500, and then there's 28 here, you know. What are we at statewide? We think there's about 70,000 votes statewide.
We got another Outagamie and an Ashland update.
Okay, what just happened in Outagamie?
Outagamie was dead even, 348 apiece.
Wow, okay.
Ashland, Hong gets 651, Crowley 336.
651 to 336. Okay, so it's 2679. So she has, look, this thing was starting to get into the high 3,000s there, right? Now she's slashed a third off of it, which...
The chat is truly divided on whether this is going Crowley or Hong.
Really?
Yes.
It's a suspense.
Suspense.
I tell you, with the last couple updates that we've got here, you know, it's like I say, she got to win it. Got to win it by a good margin, but...
That would be crazy after all this if she comes out ahead. It's possible. You know, anything's possible. The odds are not in her favor right now, but I mean, this has been a close race all night. You know, crazy.
Like at some point we're getting more of this, and that's going to be good for Crowley.
Oh, we got a live one. You know who the real fucking loser is? You. Both you and Hutch view politics through the lens of team sports. That's real fucking loser mentality, you piece of shit. Yeah, you tell him, bro. You tell him. Fuck yeah, bro. Totally, you tell him.
Portage, Winnebago, Audi.
Careful, you might wake your parents up typing that loud, okay? I don't want you getting grounded. Don't want you losing Nintendo for a week, all right, little guy? Calm down over there, okay? You tell him.
4 that I just circled, that's about 10,000 total votes that are left that to some degree I think could.
You see, you call out Hassan and you expose what a fraud and a loser he is, and the saddest of the sad find a way to crawl to the surface and shout something. I must defend Hassan.
She's leading slightly leading in Bayfield, but there's 1,000 votes left there. There are still maybe 1,100 left in Racine, which is one of Crowley's best places tonight. Yeah, 70,000, and again, it's 70,000. Sorry. It's 70,000, and it may be less than that. So I think one of these might be over by about 4,000 or so. So we really may be in the mid-60s here.
Here, I'm gonna put you out of your misery.
We're at the point now where
I'm going to put you out of your misery, little guy. I'm sorry you ran out of spoons and you were unable to handle this interaction, and this was too much for you, but I wish you luck. I hope you can take a shower tomorrow, get out of bed, and live a better life. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, get the mental health care you need. I will continue to fight for Medicare for all so you can get the mental health care you desperately need, little guy. Like, imagine just like crashing out in some random channel where you disagree with people. Like, get a life, dude. This is why I just delete these people, because they're miserable, and the least I can do is kick them out so they can go on with their lives. I mean, so sad. I am doing them a favor, yeah. Like Uncle IRI, got to help these clowns because they can't press X on the browser and move on. You know, I've got to say something. I've got to do it. I'm gonna change the world. I'm going to change everything right here, right now.
ballots, but returned was 26. So Milwaukee had 26,000. Oh no, that's in-person absentee too. I see. 15,000 of this is going to be vote by mail. 15,000 and change. 10,000 and change is going to be.
Yeah, this is supposed to be fun, guys. I like to remind people that I know it's serious stuff, but this is supposed to be entertaining. Like, you don't have to be here. You don't get credit for this. And most of you guys are here because you want to be here, but like, got to remind people once in a while, you don't have to be here. Go be among your tribe, the people that see things the way you do, and celebrate what you want to celebrate. Like, why be the one guy screaming? You know, it's so cringe. Make sure you're having fun. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Life's too short.
What am I looking at here? City of Milwaukee. And is this video showing anything?
Yes, my friends at 58 News have now posted just a shot of the board that they have, which is the same board that you find on the Milwaukee County website, which showing which municipalities have reported their central vote and which have not. And City of Milwaukee is the only one with without a check mark.
Thank you, Road Crew, for the Prime on Twitch.
Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Michael, for the $5. Yeah, Thanksgiving has been saved.
I got the spring election results up. I need that. 28,000 votes. City of Milwaukee. How's it going to break? Right? 28,000 if it broke for Hong by 10 points.
I called one out a few minutes ago, a little bit ago.
Basically make this a tie
Was
statewide.
It the dollar?
28,000 if it, broke for Hong by 5, she'd be down 1,400 votes. Facing
Cat from Garfield, thank you. Check on Mike from PA. I cannot tune into that guy. I'd like to eat something later. No thanks. I don't need
if
that.
it breaks for Crowley
Don't
by
need that
10,
image in my head.
this thing is then close to 6,000. And you don't see how, I don't see how Hong could. I think Crowley just gained a vote somewhere. He just gained 30 or 45 votes somewhere.
I think we're just waiting for the knockout blow here. Waiting on a big dump. I think from Milwaukee. Supposed to come here in the next 15 minutes or so, like that. This is probably game over when it comes in. We'll see though. Why is Kornacki so dejected? I think he's just tired, man. The guy's on his feet talking all day. It's not easy, YouTube channel, thanks for the $10. Thanks for the fun stream. Standing strong, proud, liberal. 300 on the ground today. Oh my God, that's amazing. How do you find $300 on the ground, dude? Hell yeah.
I think she thanked her supporter. I don't have a readout exactly.
Okay.
But, she didn't.
Heck of a time to give the speech.
Yeah. Maybe she has a speech at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
How am I going to do this?
I don't know. We could still get a car for you if you need it.
I get sleep. I can't. All right. Nobody cares about my sleeping. We're going for. You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is like. These are fun nights. Don't know what to expect. I mean, this whole from that first update, right? Was it Jefferson County is the first thing we got, right? We got like 3 updates in about a 5-minute succession there. And right away I was like, I was so hesitant to say it at first because we just didn't, but it was like, yeah, he's definitely made this a game. And then, yeah, he's just all night, but for about 3 minutes there, Hong has trailed, but been right there. And an emphatic number in the city of Milwaukee could put her ahead.
It's only so many times Steve can say the same thing, you know? Poor guy.
Come on, Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, let's go.
I thought they were going to beat that 2 a.m. mark or 4 a.m. mark that they normally have reported out in the past.
Who was the guy? It was the guy you quoted who said half an hour, which would have been midnight.
I don't remember.
Yeah. No,
Milwaukee's everybody's trying their best.
Can you ask Shaq from this point how long?
Milwaukee County is split 43.8 for Crowley to 42.9 for Francesca Hong. So it's a little better for David Crowley. 80% of the votes in, so about 20% of the votes remaining there. That's what we're waiting on, I guess. I'm going to use restroom. I'll BRB.
Sometimes when I do this, it works. Yeah.
Somebody in the chat was asking again about the recount rules, and we did mention it earlier.
Inside of 1%.
Inside of 1%.
By candidate request, right?
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. So there's nothing automatic triggered, but this could live on if it's close enough.
Yeah, and if Crowley were to win this update substantially, he could get this up to a point. It's 4/10 right now. If he were to win this thing by we saw him win the inner suburb by 15 points, right? So if he, again, 15 points with this batch we're about to get would be 4,200, net 4,200. It would push this over 7,000. I don't know if we're expecting that, but just to give you a range of possibilities here. He is the Milwaukee County executive. The Hong-style left-wing candidates tend to do better in the cities. They also tend to do better, right, with the election day vote. I think a little something just came in somewhere.
Let's go, Crowley.
I say thank you to everybody here in the studio for. I feel like I let you down. I jinxed you. I told you a week ago it'll be nothing like Michigan. Here we are. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Steve is at a loss for words. Nothing else to say. Just waiting for this dump. The whole world is on the edge of their seats.
2856. Let me just check this thing.
See how many people are watching this.
Yeah, I mean, the only update is the ever
43,000.
evolving, but now I think it's. I said it might really be in the mid 60s. It is 64,000 is what we think the remaining vote is. 63,000. Yeah, Winnebago, green. So. Milwaukee, come on.
Hey, make sure you guys are following on Kick if you're not already. Just FYI. That stuff helps. So thank you guys. Appreciate all of it. The support.
There's hope. Is your TV, is it the thing on there? Is it showing, are they saying, what are you hearing?
I see a podium with nobody behind it.
Ooh!
So maybe somebody will step up to the podium and announce results
goodness,
or
Milwaukee,
take some
come
questions.
Somebody sent me a tip, $13.37. I don't see the message yet, but thank you. I appreciate that.
I can't actually hear them, as the night is going on. And so, yes, there is a podium set up and there are microphones. We got a Greene County update, but there's nobody behind it in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Greene County just gave Crowley another 13 net or something.
And XVN, thanks for the $10 tip a couple minutes ago. It's a good day to be a lib. If my Venmo ever goes through, you get an extra 10. I think I got your Venmo. I see one from like 30 minutes ago, but I read that one. Thank you.
Did Connecticut 1 get called?
Yes.
John Larson lost.
Correct.
So that also happened tonight. First congressional district of Connecticut.
Upset.
We have another incumbent, long-serving incumbent, going down to defeat Democrat John Larson.
Yep.
We saw the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary result. South Carolina,
a few minutes ago.
Earlier tonight, we had it'll be Darlene Graham and it'll be Ralph Norman in a runoff that will probably take place about the time Milwaukee's vote comes in. And while we're waiting on this, we can say we'll be back next Tuesday for Florida. And I don't want to. I told everybody here last week, I said, thank you, everybody, for staying this.
Florida, we're going to watch Jared Moskovitz, BTFO, the next DSA clown, Oliver Larkin. That's an R+4 district. There's no world in which that DSA guy is going to win. Obama, thank you for the resub on Kick. I appreciate that. And a bunch of you guys followed when I asked you to. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. We're just waiting for this big dump here. Mamba Claude said, how is this Kelda Roy person on our side of the ballot? She's a moderate. I don't know much about her, but Dems, and also another $5 super chat. Dems need to put in a rule for candidates to drop out for the mail-in ballots go out so we don't vote splits. I would like to see some sort of coordination there. Like if you don't have this much in the polls or something, or you haven't raised this much money, you need to drop out. Like everybody has to agree to it or something. Because yeah, I don't like this splitting of the vote, especially when we have these, single DSA progressive candidates that can take advantage of the moderates splitting the vote. I mean, we got to do something, right? Ooh, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. And Fishy Fish with the $10 super chat. Do you think this Kornacki cam should get even more resources from production for midterm election night? Of course, yeah. I'm surprised they didn't pipe him into the regular NBC News live stream more. Usually he gets like 5 or 6 hits where he goes live on the main feed, but they didn't use him much tonight, so I don't know. Kornacki is a legend. Honestly, also, like, the biggest problem here was not Francesca Hong in this race. It was a lack of good moderate candidates. And I've been leaning more and more into this idea that we need to invest a lot more in candidate recruitment. We should be out there all year long talking to leaders in communities, from academia to sports to business to public sector. We need to be out there recruiting good people. There are rock stars in every district, every state. There's a James Tallarico, a John Ossoff, you name it. They're out there, and we need to be recruiting these people. We shouldn't just leave it to chance, like, oh, well, we'll hope some good people get in the race, and then, hope that they figure it out and drop out when they need to and don't have scandals. I mean, it's just stupid. Like, why are we leaving any of this to chance? Seems like Chuck Schumer and the DCCC and a couple of people are running this, and that's not good enough. Darius, what up, bro? Thank you for the big raid, man. Hell yeah. Welcome in, guys. Here, I'll turn off my follower mode, okay? Just for you guys. Big shout out to Darius. Happy to see you doing well, bro. That's awesome. We are waiting on the final results here, guys. Was Darius watching the results come in? That'd be awesome if he was. We are waiting on one last dump here, supposedly, for the night from Milwaukee County to decide who wins this race. And this is 3,100 votes between these two candidates. This is for governor of Wisconsin, where the Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong was leading by 25 points in all the polls. And tonight, her challenger, David Crowley, has come from behind and is right now ahead by 3,100 votes out of 743,000. That's insane. It's a difference of 0.4%. Less than 0.5% difference between these two candidates out of 743,000 votes. We've also got the Hassan Cope cam here.
Once that Milwaukee is in.
He's gotten very quiet as the night goes on. Thoughts on AOC's frozen eggs? Good for her. This is a sad day for her. The world learned that she and her fiance broke up, I guess, a while ago. Feels bad, man.
Doing well. Monroe, where he's doing well. Eau Claire, where she's doing well. And once you get, that's it. I mean,
you come in any minute now. We're just waiting here. ECP, thanks for the $10 super chat. The U.S. has so many incredible, smart, talented people. How are we ending up with so many unserious people like Hong and the DSA chairs? Well, I think we're always going to have the Hongs and the DSA freaks, but the problem was, having good, moderate candidates. We would never even give a shit about any of these DSA people if we had rock stars in every race, right? So I think we just have to deal with what we can control. We cannot stop DSA freakazoids from being weird and hating on Thanksgiving and talking about abolishing prisons and allowing rapists to run around. So what we can do, though, is make improvements with our candidates and make sure we have solid people running against them so that they get BTFO'd and we don't have to worry about it. Prangold, thanks for the prime. Appreciate that.
56. Are they still giving the update?
Yeah, and I'm just reading the closed captioning, and so I don't have the fullest grasp of this. But it appears there were some irregularities in the reporting process. So I think they have to go back to the city location and do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now.
No shot.
Or from the county update.
Really? Really? That's so we're back to square one on this.
Potentially, and she's going through the.
Huh?
I'm just trying to read the closed captioning.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I did, but that just seems like a very significant thing.
Yeah, I'd say. What the hell? Java Bolt, thanks for the $10, $10 tip. Hey, you should check out the hilarious clip about Gappy V. I'm sure it's hilarious. I love Gappy V.
Yeah, they have to restart that process. So they have to go back to the city location, I think re-grab the memory sticks or go through that vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
Nobody goes anywhere. Don't even think about it, guys. Don't even think about it.
Whatever they have to do and the drive back, it would feel that way given, we got the 30-minute watch process started at 11 and it's now 1 a.m.
West Wendigo, thanks for the membership.
Well, there's no traffic at this hour. I guess that's good.
Yes.
Are
you
serious?
Yeah.
They have to. What were they? Okay.
I don't even know, man.
Well, what are we thinking here?
The one commenter guy, thanks for the membership or re-upping your
I
membership.
guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them.
No shot. They screwed up delivering the USB sticks. Oh my God.
Yeah, and they're all the folks behind the scenes are talking about this as well, so we can also look. It's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes.
Are how do I ask this artfully? Okay. Do we still have an audience?
Yeah, there's still a bunch of people tuned in. Everybody, okay. I think everybody was very eager for what we were teeing up.
I was eager for it.
I don't know if people want to go to sleep now, but it's a blow for getting results in a timely manner.
CB, thank you. Wow.
Oh. Okay. Well. So we're doing this transparently. This is the thing. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, you also
need
physical drive time.
3 hours from here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I sent them an email a minute when I was standing here, seeing if they wrote back,
Why would
asking
you
if they
schedule
can
that?
push it to later in the morning.
Oh,
I don't know that
they went to sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Because this is the 3rd day of their conference, and they've been very good to me, and they've planned around this, but
Just don't go, bro. Who cares?
yeah.
This is your job.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Ice Beans, thank you.
Yeah.
Poor Steve.
Let's look at it this way. We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. And we've got folks here who are working real late. And I don't think we want to, keep them here to This could go 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes of me saying, have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress? It's like I know we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and intense night here, and it really is coming down to this one giant, update in Milwaukee. But man, we waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks. And yeah, so it's just my way of saying I'm just trying to say the audience here, so I'm not abruptly ending on them, just why we're doing this, because the audience has been with us for 4-6 hours in some cases for this moment that didn't happen, and so folks, I think we are gonna wrap it here for the reasons we're saying here. Just, but I want you to know I hate doing this to you, because you've been. I know you're here for results, and we've come to the point where it's like one thing away. I hope you understand that we just, we gotta let everyone here has been here for a long time, and so I'm just trying to.
Well, now what do I do?
Oh, I need. So this is okay. So folks, here's what's happening. I'm doing this is sort of a cut-in thing. I have to. They're gonna. Let me set this so it's.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Producing the producer. Melissa, do we want to do Wisconsin results in these updates, or how do we want to parse these out? Okay.
Thank you, XBN.
Okay, so we're doing this is like kind of a cut-in thing. We're gonna tape here that they're gonna insert into News Now. So if you'd like, you can watch us put this together.
So I don't know what I do now. Do I hang out and wait? We'll see. I'm surprised they didn't give us an update like when they expect the results, because I'm sure they told him that. Let's see what he says here.
This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 6 states hit the polls on Tuesday, and I got some major results to share with you, starting with the cliffhanger in Wisconsin. Most of the votes are counted in this Democratic primary for governor. The Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley leads the count right now by just over 3,000 votes over Socialist Francesca Hong, but everybody is in a holding pattern here right now. Why? It is because results from the city of Milwaukee, nearly 30,000 votes from there. They have still yet to be released. They will come sometime in the overnight hours. Those results could, depending on how they break, be just enough to put Hong into the lead in this race, or they could solidify the hold that Crowley has on first place. Again, that will be sometime in the overnight hours. We're not quite sure when to expect it. An absolute cliffhanger here. And of course, the backdrop for this is, as we say, Hong, a socialist candidate here, riding much of that left-wing energy that had powered other successful insurgencies in these Democratic primaries this year. The party establishment, led by the governor in Wisconsin, had rallied late around Crowley in an effort to stop Hong. We will see which side, when that Milwaukee vote comes in, ends up prevailing. There are other major results from tonight to tell you about. Next door to Wisconsin in Minnesota, Democratic primary for the United States Senate there. The candidate more from the left of the party, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, easily defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig Craig, more of a centrist from the Twin City suburbs. And a major result in South Carolina earlier tonight. This is a special election, the Republican primary for the seat that was held by the late Lindsey Graham, his sister, who's been appointed to that seat and who is now running for it, finishing first in this race and advancing to the runoff. Nobody got a majority here, so there will be a runoff. Graham finishes first. She advances. She will face in that runoff Congressman Ralph Norman. Norman finishing in second place there, ahead of Congressman Russell Fry and former Governor Mark Sanford, a distant fourth. So it will be Norman versus Graham. The runoff in that South Carolina race will be held on Tuesday, August 25th, a short runoff campaign. Major results from, and also one other major result from tonight in Connecticut. A longtime incumbent Democratic member of Congress, John Larson, 28-year incumbent, ousted in a landslide by Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, Connecticut. Those are the major results from tonight. Thank you for watching this special report. More news straight ahead on NBC News Now and NBCNews.com. Complete wrap up on today. I'm Steve Kornacki. Have a great morning. More news straight ahead.
What a pro, man. He turned it on. Flipped the switch.
Okay, and now are we showing something you said?
I think they got a little more in.
Okay, so folks, I apologize calling this. It's just get some sleep.
I get it. He's fair. XVN, thanks for that $10 on Venmo. Appreciate you, bro. Guys, I'm going to shut down my Twitch. I'm going to chat with somebody who's gigabanned on Twitch. Big Bad Wolf can't be on Twitch. So if you want to keep watching, I'm going to keep hanging out for now. But join us on YouTube and Kick. Okay, same channel name. YouTube and Kick. I'm sorry. Get mad at Twitch for being stupid with their bans. All right. We may start up the Twitch again if things go late, but we'll see. All right. So again, if you're on Twitch, I love you guys, but you got to come over to YouTube or Kick. Sly, thank you for the resub, bro. Appreciate that. I'm going to shut it off.
Hello?
Yo, what up, bro?
Hi.
Have you been watching all night?
A little bit. Very rudely, but yes.
What do you think? I mean, this is a shocker. She was ahead by 20 plus points in all the polls, and now her challenger, Crowley, a nobody, is up all night on her and by like 3,100 votes out of 700,000 plus. I mean, wild.
I'm gonna hit you with a big one, okay?
Okay.
I admit, this is very conspiratorial, okay?
All right, I like this so far.
Do you think Mills is feeling a little mind-fucked right now?
Janet Mills from the U.S. Senate race in Maine? I don't get the connection.
Well, she dropped, right? Because it was hopeless, basically. She stopped campaigning.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a chance that all of those were because here's the thing, like 1 or 2 misses can happen. Polling in primaries is hard. I actually read online. I haven't asked Claude yet. Maybe he'll tell me. But I read that the average primary poll can miss by 14 points, right? But these polls have all, reputable ones too, have all missed in the same direction dramatically, right?
Yep.
So I wonder if that race in Maine was way more competitive maybe than we realized, and Mills just gave up too early.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, it's a fair point. This guy dropped out, David Crowley, and then got back in a couple weeks ago. Maybe if Janet Mills had gotten back in and taken it seriously, but she kind of gave up too. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like,
But I think she gave up. I feel like she kind of gave up though because of the polling, right?
Yes. Yeah, well, the fundraising was lagging, but I think polling could be the responsible for that as well. I think she did, yeah, it's a tough call because you're right. Abdul El Sayed was up like 17 points in the polls and he won by barely less than 1%. So I do think that these polls have been they've been off on the support for these
Overshooting on the
progressives. Yep.
yeah, in the same direction too. It's just it's kind of weird. Oh, the conspiratorial thing, but I don't think there's like a mechanism to explain this. There's no way that it would be possible. But like to put on my MAGA hat, like what are the chances that these polls are slanted in a certain way with the effort to try to get the primary challengers to drop, just to give the races to the progressives so they don't have to actually. But there's a lot of reasons why I don't even know this is possible, and I don't think it would work because obviously you still have your general election. But man, I don't know. I'm looking at Mills again in that main race, and I'm really wondering if something. Yeah, I don't know. It's just these are two really crazy misses. I mean, you saw Steve, right? He said he had an 8 a.m. engagement tomorrow. He thought he was going to leave by 9 p.m. tonight.
He had a whole schedule in the morning as if he was going to be out of here early. I mean, I don't blame him with the polls showing Hong up so much. But you're right. I mean, in lieu of a real explanation why the polls have been so off in these primaries, I mean, anything could explain it. But here's the thing why I don't think it's that, because these are polls that are being done by reputable polling orgs and sponsored by like local TV stations. So I doubt they're trying to play a game.
To cook the books on it, yeah.
It could be good for business though, as a TV station, right? Like people tune in and it's exciting if you have these sort of crazy candidates. So I mean,
but I feel like
it
hurts your reputation as a pollster so much. It has to. And then nobody's going to trust you in the future, and then obviously you're still going to have like your general election, so why would you set up a candidate to get so crushed unless you think you can? I think the conspiracy is funny to entertain, but realistically there's just no way. But I don't know, man. It's pretty crazy. Yeah,
it is shocking, and no matter what, this woman could still eke out a victory tonight, but she has been hit with a gut punch and is going to have to change something, because this was not a show of support by the voters of Wisconsin, and something's going to have to give. But wow, I was shocked that AOC and Bernie didn't endorse her. Did you know about that?
Yeah, none of them. I don't know why they didn't. I just know I remember listening to Bernie say he didn't. Did he give her? Did you?
He did.
Know why?
He was asked about it recently.
Yeah,
and he was asked about it on Pod Save America as well, and he said, "I usually don't get involved in governor races and anything besides like the House and the Senate." Yet he endorsed Troy Jackson, who ran in June for governor in Maine and is now the U.S. Senate candidate who replaced Plattner. So he's full of shit. And he also said, I really didn't know much about it. I didn't look into it that much. So Bernie just straight up lying on national television. And AOC said something similar. She said, I'm focused on the House, even though she also endorsed New York State Assembly members for the state legislature. So both of them full of shit. Which I think is dropping the ball on their own movement. I mean, obviously they didn't like this woman. They thought she was problematic. They probably thought she would lose in the general, and they didn't want that stink on their movement. But whether you like it or not, this lady was like one of 3 people representing socialism on the national stage. Why not get behind her and help her? I mean, especially with the results tonight, that might have been what put her over the edge.
It's kind of funny to think about all of my fighting and baby raging over the internet in the last couple months has been us not being able to push back against the left. And then potentially Bernie and AOC are cooked because they couldn't strongly push back against against what they perceive to be as a not good addition to the DSA. Because it's when you're making a movement like this and you try so hard to do like a populist bend, it would be pretty hard for the elites, AOC and Bernie, to come out and tell this woman no. That'd be kind of weird.
Right. And look, you're only as good as your weakest member of your organization or your movement, right? And so this woman, she was flailing and she was getting owned on hating on Thanksgiving and stuff, but they could have helped her and they chose not to. They just left her out there. Hassan too, by the way. There was no AIPAC Israel boogeyman for him to run against, so he just went out and did one event and then abandoned her. So this is on all those people.
He did a whole ass thing with her the same day or the day before he did with El Sayed. He did invest some time here. He got his photo ops. He gave a speech at her last rally and everything. I think
But
He
it was
tried.
one event, and it was like a week ago or something with Ilhan Omar and
Yeah. Yeah,
someone
they all.
else.
Oh, yeah, they showed up. Elon did. Yeah, but I mean,
But that's
it's not
not.
like
But
I don't think
that's
Hassan did
nothing
a ton of
compared
that
to
to
what
like
he
El
did at
Fayed or anything,
Michigan.
right?
But that's nothing compared to what he did at Michigan. He was out there for like 5 days, going to the pool party and everything.
Was he really out there for 5 days?
He went out there like on a Thursday, I believe, stayed through the weekend and didn't leave. He was there for the Tuesday night election results. So I think he was there for like 5-6 days. Yeah.
Oh, well, damn.
But
Well.
I think it's because there was no AIPAC Israel boogeyman. There's no talk about AIPAC money spent at all in this race. I'm sure there was some, I mean, these were more moderate candidates opposite of Francesca Hong. It's not like they were Israel haters or something.
Does AIPAC spend in governor races? Does that impact them as much?
I'm sure. I mean, they don't want Israel haters in any office. They probably spend in dog catcher races for all they care.
Huh. Well, damn.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't as sexy. It wasn't as cool. And then, like, tonight I was watching Hassan. I don't know if you saw it, but Hong gave a speech and he cut off in the middle of it, just walked away while she was talking, and then he just turned it off in the middle of her speech. I would be devastated if I actually cared about candidates like he supposedly does in this movement. I'd be devastated to see someone like that lose tonight.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he is. That's probably why he turned it off and walked away, right?
I don't know. He snapped into a Slim Jim and started watching Steve Kornacki, so it's not like he turned the computer off and went to bed or something.
Sure. But I mean, you have to pretend probably you don't care that much because you don't want to make it seem like you lost, right? There can never be a loss, right? These guys talk about how well they're doing all across the country, but the reality is when they lose races, they just completely abandon them, right? Remember the homo California or the homo fascism in California or whatever, right?
Scott Wiener, yeah. Which, by the way,
that's what Hassan said about all those races. He said California was a lost cause or whatever.
Yeah, because his shitty candidate Shoykot, another multi-millionaire, like 100 millionaire, running to be a champion of the working class, end up losing. Only got like 15% of the vote. Total clown. Which, by the way, I love the talking point now. Like the El Sayed supporters talk about, we defeated $60 million of outside spending and all this AIPAC money. Meanwhile, Javier Becerra in California defeated Tom Steyer's $200 million that he spent from the progressive side.
Uh-huh. Well, damn. What's the next big socialism test that we have? Is it going to be the generals?
Your state, bro.
Yeah.
Florida's next week.
The guy challenging Moskovich, is it Moskovich or Moskowitz?
Moskowitz.
That's not real, right? Like there's no chance that he loses that race. Is that considered competitive?
Oh, first of all, it's an R+4. These guys can't even win in D+4, let alone R+4. The polls show him like 20 points behind, except Kyle Kalinski's internal D-rated poll that says him and his household believe he's going to win. But of course, Oliver Larkin is on TV. And
I quote tweeted Kalinski. Did you read that? Did you read that poll?
No, I didn't look. I saw you were tearing him apart on it, but it made sense to me what you were saying.
Yeah, it was an SMS. So they texted. It was 407 people, and the funny thing was when you broke it down, because they asked in the poll for the people that like who had already voted, like what was the breakdown? And it was like, I want to say it was like 60-35 or something in favor of Moskowitz. But then the one that like tilted a bit in favor of the progressive guy or the DSA guy or whatever was
Oliver.
Was like, yeah, Oliver, yeah. Like if you haven't voted yet, like who would you vote for? And then that was the one that was like tilting towards him. But the poll was kind of goofy, and it was SMS only 407 people, and then just the way that it broke down was really funny. But it was just funny to see Kalinski like tweeting this out, like this guy's going to destroy. You saw kind of like the weird trick that he played on Moskowitz as well, right? Like he did a debate that Moskowitz never accepted an invite to, and then they tweeted out like the day before that Moskowitz was going to dodge it and decided to drop out, even though he never agreed to attend it. Yeah.
Not surprised. No, I haven't seen all that. I kind of looked into that Oliver Larkin guy a little bit, and I looked into the district to see how it was rated. You know, once I saw R+4, I was like, dude, GG, there's no shot some socialist is going to win. And he was on Fox News the other day acting a fool, saying yes to all the crazy stuff. So you want to abolish this, that, or whatever.
Yeah, I don't really. It pains me to see them attack. Obviously, they just attack fucking any establishment Dem. But like, I really like Moskowitz, at least in Congress. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if does he have dog shit positions or vote horribly or something. I think he does really well when he's attacking conservatives. I like his performances, but he always has the funny pictures and shit behind him.
Yeah, he does a good job in the committees.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of a conservative in some ways. Like he was under consideration when Trump first won to be like his FEMA administrator, because I think he ran FEMA in Florida under a Republican governor, might have even been DeSantis. So, he's not afraid to work with Republicans. So I think he's always kind of been in their, crosshairs, the further left people claiming he's not a real Democrat or whatever. But yeah, I think Jared Moskowitz is a rising star. He was nice enough to sit down with me, Mr. Beat, and Pondering at the DNC and do an interview. So that was cool. Nice guy.
Yeah, nice, cool.
But that's the next test, Tuesday. As far as I know, look, this isn't, plenty of these DSA guys have lost. There was an Arizona race a few weeks ago where there's this guy, Kai Newkirk, who was going to supposedly win too, and he got completely blown out by like 20 points. So these guys, they've won a few races here or there. Are you still in the position that they're like a major threat? Or I saw Hutch kind of backed off that a little bit, so I was curious where you stand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are, but the biggest annoyance that I've always had is, and I've said this many times, is on the media apparatus thing. Like, I think that Crystal Ball is one of like the largest enemies to the Democratic establishment right now. Like, Breaking Points is, I think, like a mega destructive online alternative media institution thing at the moment. The Majority Report and the rest of those folks, Current Affairs with Nathaniel Robinson and all these guys are also problematic. Your Ryan Grimms and your Glenn Greenwalds as well. But I think Breaking Points is a huge pain point right now. And I think Democrats need to do better at either avoiding that platform or like viciously attacking it. I don't know if you watched Ball with Adam Smith, but it's just disgusting. All of her treatment of like mainstream Democrat, especially for how stupid she is too. Like not understanding like why doesn't the Democratic Party just ban independent expenditures? Or when she was talking to Slotkin and she's like, well, if we're going to give weapons to Israel, why don't we give weapons to Iran? And I hate her so much. I hate that platform.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that they are not helpful, to say the least. But Adam Smith had his primary last Tuesday, I believe, in Washington, and he dominated. He destroyed his screeching opponent that Crystal gave an interview to by like 20 points. So he survived his primary, God willing. Yeah, I think those programs are really annoying, but I'm convinced that when the Democrats take over in January, if they win the House and maybe even the Senate, that it's going to be a whole new ball game, and those voices, further left voices, will be drowned out by all the investigations and just the change in tune with the media, because now Democrats actually have power. But we'll see. I don't know.
I hope so, because they weren't last time. We heard so much from the pro-Palestine people for the 2024 election, everything else. It was so much noise from them. It like drowned out anything else on the left. And then the only thing left was conservatives calling us all pro, transing all the kids and everything. And it was, yeah, ugh.
Well, do you think that El Sayed's small victory was a bit of a gut check for some of these people and like sapped some of the energy from the movement? And then on top of that, tonight's defeat, do you think that will have an impact on their momentum?
I mean, electorally and then rhetorically, yeah, for sure. It must, right?
I'm curious, rhetorically.
Yeah, rhetorically it should. The frustrating thing, though, when you're dealing with conspiracy theorists is they're like religious people. When you have a way to structure the world, it makes it so much easier to endure traumatic events and to make sense of things. So like for them, they always have like like when Dems lose, it's rough, right? We do podcasts and we have got media shows where we're talking about like, what can we do better? Like we're out of touch and we need to pick better candidates. And but like for them, it's like, oh, we lost? I mean, obviously. I mean, what is it right now? It's 7:30 a.m. in Tel Aviv. Of course we're losing, right? Like Netanyahu's dropping new vote bombs. Like those USB drives are probably literally being flown in from Jerusalem right now. And, El Sayed obviously has to do with Islamophobia and APAC spending, 30, 60, 70 million. It's like the illegal immigrants that Trump talks about. Every time they bring up APAC money, I think that that Kyle or that Keith Edwards, that pedophile, when that guy was tweeting at me, he was, sorry, just kidding, in a game. When that guy was tweeting at me, he was talking about like $30 million of APAC money was spent. And then another guy, like an hour later, tweeted $60 million of APAC money spent at me, that Watson guy or whatever. And then I saw other people saying 70 million. So I don't know, just everything about them is so conspiratorial. It lets them weather losses a little bit more. But I mean, obviously, this is good, I think. I hope we should continue to beat these people, but.
Yeah, I have no love for Keith Shirley. He included me in his little retweet that he never read, he claims. Such bullshit. I didn't read the tweet that claimed you're all sex criminals or whatever it said. Like, oh, okay, buddy. Yeah, I think it's to their detriment, though, that they don't do a post-mortem and blame themselves. They never look in the mirror and blame the little prince or princess looking back at them. It's always, as you said, AIPAC's fault or the corporate Democrats, but that's not a winning strategy. I mean, you don't learn anything in life unless you take your failure and look at what you could have done differently. So I think it's their loss to not do that. It's not going to help them get any stronger.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although they're right now they're helped because I believe that there is a more strategic element behind the DSA now. We just don't see it publicly as much because like your people like Hassan, these people are politically retarded. But I think that Mamdani, I think Bernie, I think AOC, these people are much smarter politically. Like there's a reason why they didn't endorse this woman, right? But they seemed a lot more eager with. Did Bernie and AOC come out explicitly for El Sayed?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's not even DSA, right?
No,
Explicitly.
he's not DSA.
Yeah. Like explicitly calls himself a capitalist and everything. So like what's going on there, right? I think they're just far more strategic in terms of like how they allot their power. But then the media people, like your Kyle Kalinske types, are allowed to think that Israel is literally the reason why they overslept their alarm in the morning. Like Netanyahu's turning back the alarm like 1 minute every time he puts his phone down. But so it helps to have like the conspiracy people out front and center. But then you have like your serious people in the back to do political strategy. Like this is why Trump 1 worked better than Trump 2, because in Trump 2, he got all the crazy conspiratorial people and realized that he had nothing going on. I'm being a bit like, this is like a macro political take, but overall, I mean, I would say it's good for the DSA types to lose. I do hope that like, if there's anything you take from all these screaming socialists, lefties or whatever, is that Democrats do need to refine whatever the fuck our political program is and whatever the fuck our candidate drafting is. Because like, it can't be like, I'm sorry, like I hate that Mamdani won in New York and I hate everything about that, but Jesus fucking Christ, Cuomo, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I agree. The only reason Mamdani
I can't even be mad at them. Like, if you're going to run Cuomo, like, fuck, man. Yeah, let whoever the fuck win. Because obviously you don't give a fuck about the election. Yeah, Jesus. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, no, same thing with like this race right in front of us here. Like, who the fuck are all these people? Like, how do we not have rock stars in every single congressional and statewide race in America? Like, there's a Tallarico and an Ossoff and in every single community out there. So I agree with you. I think we have a candidate recruitment problem, and we wouldn't have to worry about these people if we just had solid rock stars in every race. I mean, who gives a shit what these people are doing? We can't stop them, but we've had weak candidates. I mean, this race is a perfect example of shit in the bed and the moderate wing screwing up. And I think it's because we just kind of leave it up to Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, like the DCCC and the senatorial campaign arm. And it's just like, I guess we aren't taking it as serious as we should. There also should be coordination to drop the hell out. Like, why are we going to an election with 5 people? Like, these DSA people are able to take advantage of that. They're not splitting the vote. They just have 1 person in there and then versus 4 moderates.
Yeah. There's also kind of like one thing that works against the Democrats structurally is that these DSA is running like, I used to give this complaint all the time, and now people are understanding this more. One of the worst fucking things you can do as like a third party or a political movement is you just show up to try to win the presidency, and then you recede into the background. You do nothing. So like your Libertarian Party and your Green Party has a huge issue. It's like you should try to win some local power seats first, so that you have like a shelf, a foundation from which to start to build your political movement, instead of just showing up for the presidential election and then disappearing. It's so dumb. But these guys have done a good job now at like, I think obviously New York mayor is an amazing position to hold, but them fighting around the country for House races, what it allows them to do is they can mobilize a national level movement and then bring that entire movement, financial support and all, they can bring all of that to bear on a select few races. And so if they compete in 12 races and they win, 4 of them, like it feels like they're doing amazingly. And then we also miss the fact that like Democrats are winning, establishment Democrats are winning in other places. Like we've had tremendous special election turnout and victories over this last like couple of years, but we kind of like lose that because the DSA are so selective kind of about where they're applying their power,
Well, they've got the young people on their side, and I think they're this is why I say I kind of want to learn from them, and people don't like it when I say that, but they are tapping into what like the young energy out there, because young people feel screwed, and rightfully so. And yet the moderates don't have a real pitch, though. I would argue like Pete Buttigieg showed up to that last Friday event where they united the ticket with El Sayed and the gubernatorial candidate. And it was kind of like a let's all get together. And they had Pete Buttigieg of all people headlining it. And here's the guy who like beat Bernie in 2020 in Iowa, and the crowd was cheering for him. So it's possible for the moderates to get in touch with the young people and the energy and be that kind of anti-establishment vibe and all that. But do you see any opportunity for like you to do anything? I know obviously you've done door knocking and that kind of stuff, but are you starting to think of like, what can I do more? Because I mean, I feel like it's a matter of just us getting more involved, whether it's people joining their local college chapter and not letting the freaks, DSA freaks who just show up, fill seats, or people like you and I trying to host events or just getting more involved.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the DJG poll org is doing a lot of good work in the background, which I appreciate. I think it's really cool.
Yep.
But for me, like just when you're doing liberal politics, like on the left, like you just can't have like an open question on whether or not you're like a fucking revenge porner or like an open court case. It's way too much of a question mark for people to get involved in. Like the race that I wanted to bring my whole community down to bear on, I wanted to do Texas 23, I think. The one with the gun YouTuber guy, Brandon Herrera?
Herrera. Oh yeah, that's like a R+7 district. It's possible to flip it.
It is R+7, but I feel like it was like primed for like a big internet involvement because that guy, he's a gold mine of like crazy shit that he said online because he's a YouTuber. And he won the primary artificially because I forget the guy's name, but it was the Republican who banged his secretary and then she like set herself on fire and killed herself. So
Tony Gonzalez, I think.
Yes. Yeah. So he ended up getting the default win in that primary after Gonzalez had already won, but then he had to drop because of the drama. I shouldn't say drama, but because of the stuff around that. So that combined with the fact that I think that district was changed a little bit with the gerrymandering stuff. I feel like it was just like that would have been a prime race for me to literally throw my entire community at for fundraising and everything else. But the candidate there, she was uncomfortable with the with the open court case, so I just have to wait until that resolves.
She expressed that to you, like her staff told you your drama.
No, she told me.
She told you that. Wow.
Yeah, because we had to talk to them because I have to, before I get involved with any of these people, unlike Hassan, I'm not just here for clout. I have to lay out everything. Like, if we're going to work together, like, people are going to call you a rapist supporter and say that you're supporting, like, a child molest. Like, you have to be ready for these things. But then in the process of, like, explaining this and then the open court case stuff, it's just, like, it's too much of a open question mark. And then you also have to figure that if I'm heavily involved, without diving too much into the court process, Pixie can write whatever she wants in any court filing, regardless of the truthfulness of it. And for some of the footnotes she stuck in, it's literally just to kind of like defame me. Like, imagine if we're working a big race like that and we've got like over $1 million poured in, and for some reason they include another footnote about how like, oh, and Destiny did this and he tried to recruit a woman from his community. And now there's like a big story about like the community trying to campaign against this guy. You know, the leader is trying to, abduct children. It's just like, it's such an open liability. You know what I mean?
Wow. And you think if your case gets settled, that problem will go away? I mean, like, do you think that this will be a problem even without a case? Just because?
No, I think the issue changes significantly because right now there's for me to explain. First of all, everybody in a court case is always saying, "Oh no, I'm winning. Trust me." Right? Everybody says this. That's just like the default for everybody. So, and I don't expect anybody to believe me by default. But right now, if somebody wants to attack me with it, They just say, hey, just so you know, this guy's being sued right now for, people will say all sorts of different things. The last things I think I've seen people greenlight were like revenge porn, where he sent revenge porn of a minor to a bunch of girls. I see people say things like this. For me to explain why it's not what it looks like, I have to go into so much stuff. It just looks really bad. But once the case is dismissed, well, I can say like, well, look, it was dismissed. I'm cleared of everything. If somebody wants to claim something bad about me, now the onus is on them to try to explain like, okay, well, even though it was dismissed, you got to understand that he hid all the evidence and blah, blah, blah. Like the burden shift is just really dramatic there. And yeah, as long as it's not like an open case with an open question, it's far less problematic than, and this has been said to me directly too by people, by candidates I've talked to, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I only ask because it's like, well, if you don't have an open case, they'll say, this guy was accused of this, and they'll come up with bullshit like why it was dismissed or something. So I was just curious, like, do you think it will really solve the problem for the case? Because my next point is like, this is never going to go away, and so maybe it's just a matter of finding the right candidate that will accept your support,
I mean, I understand what you're saying. There are always going to be people who will attack me for a lot of things, but it's just like maybe we go to trial and then like this crazy verdict comes out. It's so much worse if that happens than if the case gets dismissed. I don't think you would want to work with anybody while that's an open question. You're like, let's just wait till this out, because it would just be so catastrophic for somebody to put themselves in that situation.
And do you have any idea when it's going to be over? I know you were saying like early June, and obviously it's mid-August. So like, I mean, realistically though, your lawyers have to advise you. This isn't their first rodeo. So I mean, and there's people familiar with this court, this judge. Like, what are they telling you?
I mean, even they said everything is wacky. They haven't seen most of the stuff that's happening here before. It's just a matter of the plaintiff just keeps trying to do whatever she can to kind of like delay or kick things down the road as much as possible. Like the judge said that she would try to get a ruling on our case by the end of May and the beginning of June. And then it's just, there's so many filings. Like if you were to open my case and just look at the number of filings, it looks like this is like some massive fucking corporate dispute with like tens of thousands of pages and like magistrate judges like ruling on it. It's just insane how many filings there are. But then they also try to file like another thing saying like, actually, Your Honor, the reason why we don't have any evidence is because he's deleted all of it. So then then the judge kicked the trial off the schedule and was like, okay, well, we'll have another meeting, I guess, over this issue last month. But then she had to stall it again. So now in like 7 days, we're supposed to go and have a hearing on this. And then I'm hoping at the end of that, she'll dismiss it because she'll realize this is retarded. But you got to consider, too, another issue. And I know this just from covering everything tangentially, is that like my case is in federal court, and this is the Southern District of Florida. Like these judges and these courthouses are getting absolutely fucked with habeas cases right now. My judge is presiding over like I think several huge cases that are that like I think my magistrate one is in one of the Trump ones. It's just like so much stuff going on that our courts are just getting completely fucked right now. So that's another thing that's probably causing a lot of delay and backup too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only asking about this to see like maybe there's something else you can do. I don't know. I'm sure you've thought of all this. You're not going to hear anything new from me, but I'm just of the thinking that like this is never going to go away. So like, what can you do in the meantime? And
I understand the feeling, and there are like certain attacks will never go away, but an open court case question is just so much more significant. And it's just so easy to email somebody and say like, he's in trial right now for this. And once it's dismissed, people can email and say, well, he was accused of this. But then they can make the decision, do I want to work with somebody who is accused of this thing? And then you can decide yes or no. But like to work with somebody where the case is open and you don't know how it's going to turn out is significantly spookier,
Yeah, well, I've said it before, but I think some puff pieces by a PR person would help you out dramatically, just to point to that.
Maybe.
Look at this article they did about me recently.
Again, once it's dismissed, sure. But like, let's say I had a bunch of puff pieces right now, and then my reputation was getting built back up. And then let's say that I was lying about everything in my court case, and then a verdict does come out, and I lose on like everything. Then everything that happened was just completely washed away. Do you know who? Is it Billy fucking Jacobs or something? Am I making this up? Or Billy Crystal or Crystal Billy? Did you? There was like a YouTube court case about a guy suing another dude for defamation. Do you know anything about this or anything what I'm talking about?
I haven't heard about that.
It was several months ago, but like the whole internet was like looking forward to this other guy that people viewed as like a bully just getting completely destroyed, Billy Mitchell or something. I don't know. they thought that everybody was looking forward to this other guy, the plaintiff, getting destroyed, who was suing this other dude. And the other guy who was getting sued, the YouTuber, he was like super confident and like was telling everybody how much they were kicking his ass and everything. And when the verdict came down in that court, the YouTuber guy got fucking destroyed. He lost on everything. And it was like, and the whole letter was like, wait, what the fuck? And it was just, it was Billy Mitchell and Carl Jobst. Yeah, it was catastrophic, I think, for the Carl Jobst dude reputation. And everybody was like, bro. So, yeah.
Well, I know you want to get involved in something. Oh, can you talk about your Jubilee thing at all? Have you talked on your stream about that?
No, for some reason they're pretty under wraps about it.
Okay.
Like I think I'm not supposed to mention about the outcome or anything until it's like a week after the release or whatever.
Okay. I was just curious because I saw you mentioned it on your in your chat or something. I saw something on your subreddit. I just want to see you get involved, man, because I know you're passionate about this stuff, and you've got all these people that want to do something, and it sucks that you kind of just kept in limbo. But I get it. I don't. I
agree.
I don't hold it against you or anything like that. I feel bad, and I'm like, what can we do, man? Is there anything we can do? But I'm sure you think about it every day, so
yeah. Just a little, but it's all good. Hopefully soon, TM.
Also, I saw you mentioned someone at YouTube contacted you. Is there any progress there?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm lucky that somebody who works at, I guess, Google noticed my shit. And now I've got like a team of 3 people that are like digging through stuff to put like a really strong message in, basically. And yeah, just the thing that I got hit for, I guess, is like, it's like pretty exceptional. And it's the kind of thing that requires like an internal team to like make an explanation. But because there's like a team now of people that are looking into it, that where at least 2 of them are fans of me, which is helpful too. But since they're like more involved, it's like it's a pretty easy case to make with context. It's something that it's something that looks really bad, like calling for the death of conservatives and everything. That like it looks really bad on paper, but then in context of like obviously this is not what he was calling for, etc. Yeah, but it's just that case has to be built and made. So I'm just waiting for that process to go through, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're pretty optimistic. Obviously, things can change, but you're feeling pretty good. At least you're happy to see some progress. At least I know what it can be like. I lost my monetization for a couple months, and it was like just radio silence. Had to delete all my VODs. Basically, they wouldn't tell me what went wrong. But yours sounds even more complicated than that.
Yeah, pretty fucking annoying. Yeah. So hopefully, but yeah, I mean, hope for the best. Yeah.
I think it made you upgrade like your DDG stuff though, so that's kind of a silver lining, like combining all the chats and all that.
Yeah, I mean a little bit, but I mean YouTube monetization, there's no replacement.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Damn. Are you usually up this late?
Sometimes, yeah, but I'm usually working or hanging out with your mom.
Adam, I see you've gotten addicted to playing games again. What happened there, dude?
It's just, I can't participate politically in anything, it's just annoying that I'm just like handheld by this. And then nobody wants to have any real conversations anymore. So it's like, I don't know what the fuck the point is of reading or researching fucking anything. So it's just covering the mind rot breaking news stuff. And then I don't know, nothing else. So it's just fucking annoying as fuck. Yeah. All of our political conversations right now are just so fucking stupid. And they're just like, I just can't I still think it's good, obviously, to cover Trump negatively and everything, but it's just like every single thing is just so mind-numbingly fucking stupid. It's just thing after thing after thing, and I just can't. I don't even know what the fuck. Yeah.
I don't know about some of your relationships with people. Like, I heard Pisco's on the outs with you. Is that true?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've all had like huge disagreements over the like covering kind of the far left people negatively. Obviously, this has been a major point of contention between us.
Yeah.
And then for Pisco in particular, some of there's certain things that I argue because I've been involved in politics for so long. There's like certain topics that are hard to touch because of how poisoned they've been with the discourse. So for instance, one like very annoying thing is that it's hard to levy like the charge of fascism at conservatives. Like I truly do believe this second Trump admin, the guy is operating as much as he can as a fascist, and it's super appropriate. But like people have been using this against conservatives at least for like 7 or 8 years, and then so it's hard, it's annoying to like wheel this attack out. And then same thing with like the communist Marxist claim. Like all these words have been like weaponized for so long that it's hard to like accurately bring any of these out. But when there are these huge problems that are coming out, it's like yeah, I think we're having disagreements on like how much we need to cover it. Like I view ideologically the way that these DSA people operate, I think is very, very, very scary and very bad. But it seems like none of them really agree there's much of a problem, maybe. But then it's also complicated by the fact that I know these guys are all part of like the same company and get the same talking points and like coordinate tweets and everything behind the scenes. So I know that they've got like a personal investment there too. So it's just very annoying. Yeah, it's all like very annoying to see, I guess, how blasé everybody is about it. It just bothers me. Yeah.
Who's coordinating?
Well, like all the Midas Touch people are in the same corridor, right?
Yeah.
And then I know that like Josiah and everything is close to a lot of these guys, and that like literally friends and like friendly relationships, and like it sucks because I don't want to say. In some ways, I get mind fucked because these guys will accuse me of just making it personal, and it's like it's not really personal, but some of the behaviors directed at me, like Mike from PA and a lot of these Hassan people, like literally make death threats. Like one of my FBI visits was the FBI coming to talk to me about the death threats that Mike from PA had made, and I kind of hate myself because I'm such a fucking loser. Because when they show up, every time the FBI shows up, I'm always like, it's just like online shit. Like none of these threats are real. These people are losers, and then they usually leave. But I mean, maybe I guess I should have cried and like made a huge stink so that they would have gone and visited Mike. But like people are getting like murdered in the US for political shit. I go out and I do a lot of these events. I get a lot of crazy unhinged emails and messages, and then people like Hassan are greenlighting, people being violent or doxing. I don't know if you were involved, but I know like Hutch, like he's just like reading off information and saying things about like how to find our addresses and everything. And the idea that like I could get murdered at one of these events and they're all like super cool with it and they greenlight it and Twitch doesn't do anything about it, and then all my lib left people are totally fucking silent on it, and they seem to get insanely ass pained when I'm like scratching my head, and it's like, really, nobody is calling out like any of the crazy things that any of these people say, even if it's not death threats about me. I don't know, it's just very, very, very irritating. And then people get upset at me for bringing it up, and then they want to make like the 4 millionth fucking Trump bad video, and it's like, are you really driving down his negatives that much more? I don't know, it just drives me crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember sitting next to you at UCLA. We were kind of exposed in the quad there, and just thinking like, if somebody wanted to do something, could have done it, And it's like you're definitely putting yourself out there, and it's a bit risky. So yeah, it sucks when people aren't backing you up. But I guess my question is like, I don't really fight with these DSA people, and I don't talk about how they're terrifying and stuff like that. So do you think I'm missing something? Like, do you think I'm not seeing something that you're seeing that I should be speaking out more about something?
I mean, like, I think ideally, I wish that more people were kind of like aware of it and could call it out. But I guess I don't mention you as much because it seems like you're just like completely and totally disconnected from it. But when it's brought up, I don't see you like going out of your way to do this like weird fucking like self-sucking to show how great these people are. Like, for whatever you want to say about Mamdani, obviously he's not like horrible, whatever, but like, oh my God, dude, like lib left people like fall over themselves. Like Mamdani wakes up at 8 a.m. and people are like, oh my God, he's so responsible. He can wake up on time in the morning. Like Mamdani tips a taxi driver and it's like, holy fuck, Mamdani like puts a trash can. Oh my God, he's saving all of it. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Like all of these like lib left people. And then like you see even for like Pisco and these guys who are like, oh no, like we're center left. And it's like, I absolutely endorse El Sayed. I wanted to win. I absolutely endorse Grand Platinum. I wanted to win. It's like, Jesus, like the primaries aren't even fucking over yet. And you guys are like tripping over yourselves to like endorse the furthest left candidate you can. It's like, I don't know, it just feels kind of weird sometimes. If people just didn't talk about it because they were like, whatever, then that's, it's one thing. But like the sweeping for all these fucking lunatics, it drives me insane. It's crazy. And then when they also are having like these weird personal relationships with them, like that Crystal Ball chick and like Crystal, especially, these people are like evil people with the way that they treat Dems. But these guys will never, ever, 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 ever say anything about it. It just drives me fucking crazy. Ugh.
Well, do you think they're trying to have influence with them by being chill with them?
No, they just want access to the platform. And I think like the wave right now, I mean, like you see it online, like the wave is like the socialist stuff. Like it's so popular and like cool. And like that's kind of where all the energy is. And that's what people want to be involved in. And like fighting against it sucks, right? Because you get slaughtered on all the socials. These guys come down on you fucking hard for it. So why ever, say anything about him at all when you could just keep making kind of anti-Trump content? And then,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I get it. They kind of
You saw fucking and I know that you're like disconnected from it, but like you saw how like giddy and happy Hassan was when he found out that like, oh, you're a half Israeli, you're got dual citizenship, and like his whole chat starts going crazy, and it's like that's fucking crazy to me, and like especially when the same streamer guy was kind of like when the two Jewish people got assassinated in the U.S. outside that embassy, like in New York City, and Hassan was like, this looks like a Mossad false flag, and I was like, holy fuck, dude, you're crazy.
Yeah, he did something similar when the posters were being put up for hostages. He claimed it was a entrapment to catch Arabs tearing down the posters so Jews could put videos up on the internet. I kid you not, he said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, anti-Semitism is like one of the biggest hate crimes now in America, and I question people like that and ask like, well, they're like, well, I'm just talking about Israel. I'm just criticizing Israel. Well, surprisingly, the Jews are the ones that are catching the raw end of this deal for some reason. So, but they just kind of shrug like, oh, well, I guess it's okay. Like in New York City.
That was the last huge issue, I think, for Pisco for why he was upset with me. And maybe why Josiah stopped following me on Twitter. I'm not sure because he never said anything. But yeah, because I think the last thing I was like, I think at this point, like I'd pretty comfortably say that Pisco is like hardcore engaged in anti-Semitism or is anti-Semitic because it's just like listening to the thought experiments that he's like running through. Well, so here's my issue. This is not like an argument. I'm not interested in trying to like persuade people like, oh, we gotta call Pisco anti-Semitic. But the way that people deal with like the understanding of anti-Semitism as a form of bigotry is like so fucking autistic compared to any other form of bigotry.
True.
Where it's like, when it comes to like, say for instance, like if you're racist against black people, there are so many different ways that we would look at a person's behavior and go like, that's kind of racist, bro. Even if they're not saying like, I hate black people. But I like when watching Pisco have an argument with, I think it was Conduit, and Conduit is asking him hypotheticals to test his position because Pisco's like, well, you could do misinformation about Jewish people and get like a lot of the stories wrong, like Kyle Kalinske does, and all of it is speaking to kind of like the Zog entity that's controlling the whole government. And you could keep missing, and it might also all be increasing anti-Semitism, and you know that it is, but that doesn't make you anti-Semitic. And like there were points where like there were hypotheticals asked where it's like, do you think that you could be like a Holocaust revisionist and not be anti-Semitic? And Pisco's like, yeah, I don't think that necessarily makes you anti-Semitic. And it's just like, what are we doing at this point? And I feel like it's all just like an excuse so that they never, ever, ever have to deal with it. I think it's a huge issue on the left. I just don't touch it right now because everybody's been crying anti-Semitism on everything for so long. And it's just like, I guess the fuck is the point? But I think it's a massively crazy issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it sounds like they're trying to draw a line where it's like, you could do something racist, but it doesn't necessarily make you a racist, Like, is that kind of the line they're trying to tell?
One other hypothetical that was asked was, Pisco was like, the guy asked him, he was like, if somebody put up a sign outside their shop saying no blacks allowed because they thought that white people had more money, do you think that that's not racist? And Pisco's like, yeah, I guess that wouldn't be racist then. And it's like, you understand that like all forms of bigotry are based in some kind of like understanding, right? That like in Germany, in Nazi Germany, they didn't hate the Jews because they just fucking were evil. Like the way that they convinced them was by telling them that Jews had a lot of positions of power. They wielded a lot of influence over society. They were the reason why we actually lost World War I. Like they're trying to constantly undermine the culture. Like whatever the Nazis said about Jews in World War II, like replace Jew with AIPAC and it's the exact fucking same thing. Just like, and then you saw this whole great replacement thing narrative from Kyle Kalinske and others where they were like, Israel and AIPAC are sending all of the fucking Moroccans to Spain to invade their country. It's like, holy fuck.
Yeah, I do agree with you that for whatever reason, anti-Semitism as a form of bigotry is kind of shrugged at by people. And we would never do that for any other marginalized group or any other group of people. Like in New York City, Jews, I believe, make up 10% of the population, but 50% of the hate crimes in the last year have been committed against Jewish people, if I'm recalling correctly. And people will just kind of shrug like, well, Israel should stop being an asshole. It's like, what? What do those Jews have to do with Israel or anything? So obviously it's the rhetoric and it's the vitriol and it's the lack of pushback in the other direction to, everybody claims that, they want to fight anti-Semitism, but they just provide lip service. But I'll talk to Pisco because I want to hear his side of it as well. And I'm not trying to get you to make your case. I was just kind of curious where you're coming from on that.
Sure. Yeah, when I say I don't want to make the case, I don't mean I don't want to debate it or anything. I just mean that I feel bad saying this, but like anti-Semitism has just been so overplayed by everybody for years that it's like to start saying like, well, I think this person anti-Semitic. It's just like I feel like that has lost so much of a bite on it. And like fuck Israel and Netanyahu, like they fucking ruined my country's politics for a long time. So at this point, fuck them all. But it's just like it really bothers me because I think I get more triggered too when I see. I don't think El Sayed did this as much, but like when Mehdi Hassan and then Hassan Piker and Kokolinsky, these people are so quick to bring out the Islamophobic argument when people say anything bad about El Sayed. And I'm like, well, come on, are we being real right now? Like, it's so fucking cringe that these people will wheel out identity politics so quickly whenever they think that it's suitable to help them. But then they have like the most hyper-specific definition of anti-Semitism in the world. And unless a person basically says, I hate Jews, like you'll never call them anti-Semitic. I just think that's crazy.
I can't argue with that. I definitely see them jump to that very quickly. And
Did we get the big Milwaukee vote drop or?
Well, we're waiting. Did you hear? I mean, you had to have heard the
the USB thing.
What the fuck? Like, how do you do that? How do you send empty USB drives? Like, I'm not that familiar with them. Like, if you don't eject them properly, do they get screwed, or did some idiot drag things to the wrong file? I mean, how do you even do that? That's crazy.
I don't know.
But no,
good question.
We're up to 95.
Why can't they just transmit them? Why can't they just send the data on email?
I'm willing to bet they can't transfer it on the email because these voting machines are not on the internet, so they probably have to keep it all off the internet. But boy, everybody's going to be talking about like so when you count the votes, you put them on thumb drives and then you drive them over to another building. Like that sounds strange, right? That's something new. But when we started talking, we were at 93% of the votes, I believe. Now we're up to 95, and Crowley has still held on to his lead here. I don't know.
Shrunk a little though. 2,700 votes. Jesus.
Is it? It's like 301, 900, and 299, 100. I'd have to get my calculator at this. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting.
Wow,
they said it would be like
1,900 plus 900, 2,800 about, right?
Let me see. I'm going to do the math here. 301, 888.
Look at it like
991. It's a difference of 2782. So it went down a little bit. He was up to like 3,100, Crowley, and now he's down to 2,800. So she's chipping away a little bit, but at this rate, that's not going to work. Oh, it went down 1% too. No, it went back down to 94% of the votes.
I also think this is such an outer perimeter argument. It was kind of funny, but like one of the big I don't even know if you've ever been involved in these conversations, but one of the big arguments and suck-offs for these like prediction market things was supposed to be that like the average wisdom of the average person with money behind their choices should guide us towards better and more predictive answers than an ordinary pollster and an ordinary person could ever get. And that's why, these prediction markets are going to be so valuable. And it's like, okay, Chief. Kind of looks like they're just it's just like a second layer of aggregation of like all the other types of aggregation. And I would be curious, again, this is like a peripheral comment, but I wonder if anybody's going to do a study for like have prediction markets accurately predicted with greater confidence, like some events better than, the currently existing polls or anything else. Like it seems like it's just like some kind of like aggregate of other polls with a little bit more money behind them, but I don't know if they've really helped us with anything.
No, I'm not convinced that these prediction markets are more accurate than polling or anything else. I mean, you see on my screen right now, this is the last 6 hours of this race.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a DNA strand. Like, it just crisscrossed.
Look at the last week. Have you seen it?
So the last week, this doesn't predict anything.
Bruh,
what is
this going on here?
And it's totally flipped, too, by the way. The guy who was down only a 5% chance of winning for the last month or week is now the guy who has a 95% chance of winning or 90% chance. It's useless. Totally useless.
You had a lot of money to make there if you went to polymarket.us promo code Destiny, definitely. But anyway, yeah.
Well, I was making the case at the beginning of my stream how Crowley could win, and my chat was looking at me like I had 3 heads because of the polling showing her up like 20 something. But I saw a path because of, as you pointed out, the Michigan polling was so off. And this woman's just spent the last 2 weeks getting trashed on TV, plus Bernie and AOC not endorsing, and the guy Mandela Barnes, who was one of her biggest challengers had like 20% of the poll in the same poll that she had 25, and there was like 15% of people undecided. So I saw a path. I still didn't think this guy would win, so I'm shocked. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. So somebody sent me a link to an explanation of what's going on. Let me bring that up. Said
I will say too that like we are
Yeah.
very much in different kind of media bubbles and everything for the election and all that. I have no, I don't know. I haven't seen a single fucking thing at all about the Crowley dude.
Oh,
I had somebody email me to catch me up on how clusterfucked the whole Wisconsin this whole race has been with like the campaign finance fuck ups with the lady who went busto. Is it Barnes or whatever? And then had to drop. And then yeah, Crowley dropping and then coming back after dropping, and just like everything's been so clusterfucky. But I also saw other people saying, I don't know how true this is, like apparently Francesca Hong, she didn't run a single TV ad in the entire campaign. And like apparently, I don't know what her like ground advertising has looked like in Wisconsin. So I don't know, maybe in Wisconsin, obviously people know a lot more about their local race than what we've seen online. So
Yeah, I wasn't even that plugged in, but yeah, I have seen some things that she invested more in ground game. And obviously it didn't work out. People were saying that Mamdani started to take off once he got on TV, but I haven't read any articles about that, so I don't know. I mean, she did pretty well considering she's like a DSA candidate who came from nowhere and had no support from Bernie or AOC or any of those people. It's not like El Sayed, who had the entire movement behind him. Everybody was kind of laughing at her.
yeah, especially given that yeah, El Sayed is probably a more solid candidate, right?
Yeah, he's way better. I think he'll be fine. I don't have a problem with him. I think he should abandon Hassan. I don't know why he hasn't thrown him under the bus. He's going to be asked about him and his quotes every time he gets on TV, and it has to get annoying eventually. And like, why not? You're trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history on the eve of the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and you're going to pal around with the guy who said America deserved 9/11? Come on.
Not to mention, like, and people are just starting. There are so many worse Hassan clips. And unfortunately, right, one of my big problems that I've had is people keep saying that there's something that we can learn from the far left, that there's something that they can teach us. And it's like, no, not unless we're willing to fight with them. Like, I do agree that there's the potential that it could make the Democratic Party better, but it has to be that we're having that back and forth fight. And it's in the fighting that we kind of learn like what works and what doesn't work and what we can pick up from them. But when they're constantly told that we can never push back against them at all, then you don't get to learn anything from them. And I think one of the big issues with Hassan is that nobody has really dug into much of what he's said or done because everybody sweeps for him.
Yeah.
But when it gets to the general races, these Republicans are going to have a fucking field day with the billion fucking clips that nobody's going to have an answer for. Like that 9/11 clip is just scratching the surface. There are so many worse things that he said that nobody else who's interviewed him or interviewed the candidates around him and talked about him have said anything about,
I think you're right, because AOC was on ABC News' Sunday program this week, and when asked about Hassan and his comments about 9/11, she said he apologized for that. And I looked into that.
I was like, do this from now on. I was like telling Mr. Moon and stuff. Whenever anybody asks you about anything that I say, just say it was out of context and I've already apologized for it. Because that's what people do with every Hassan statement. Hassan could be saying some shit today on stream that he believes, and somebody's like, "Did you hear when Hassan said that all Israelis should die?" And they just be like, "Oh well, that clip was taken out of context, and Hassan's already apologized for that." And it's just like, "Oh okay," and then everybody just moves on the Democrat side, and it's like, what? Yeah.
I looked into it. I was like, okay, let me see. Did Hassan actually apologize? I knew he didn't, but I was curious. Maybe he said something close to that or something. But all I could find was an article from 2019 where Jenks scolded him on TYT, and he claimed, I didn't say Americans deserved 9/11, just America deserved it, as if that's any better. And then he blamed English as his second language. So I have yet to see proof that Hassan apologized.
Oh man, what a guy.
Strange. But you're right. The reason I bring it up is because I think even his own supporters, his own like people like Bernie and AOC who should know everything about him, they are wrong about him. They don't even know what actually has happened. So I think you're right. It's like people have this idea of him. And boy, I agree. The Republican Party is going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars attacking all of our candidates, especially El Sayed, showing America who he really is.
Yeah. And it's annoying too, because as much as I hate all these weird DSA types and the APAC obsession, I have a huge amount of appreciation that he clarifies on the capitalism comment that he thinks, I am a capitalist, I'm not a socialist, and that he has a strong position on Ukraine, which like in a perfect world, like everything that people are fixated on about Israel Palestine, they would have that same energy for Ukraine. I think that's like the no-brainer world. We should have the same energy, but nobody does.
Yeah, in Abdul El-Sayed's speech on last Friday, his Unite the Ticket rally, he did not mention Gaza. He didn't say genocide. So he's already kind of moderating and moving away from that rhetoric that he used on the campaign trail. And he does bring up Egypt and other countries when he talks about U.S. aid now. And yeah, he is behind Ukraine aid. So I think he could be a great senator. I just don't know why he's holding on to Hassan. I don't get it. It's a handicap for his campaign that's completely unnecessary. If Hassan really cared about his movement and Abdul El-Sayed winning, he would go lie down behind the bus and say, Abdul, ready whenever you are. Back it over me. Throw me under the bus. I'll support you from my living room in my LA mansion. I don't need to be anywhere near you. You can say I'm a scumbag. Like, why wouldn't he offer himself as tribute? But because I know the answer, he doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Yeah, there's a thing I've said. It's funny that I've been so careful with we obviously we did all that huge campaigning done in Georgia, and then just I'm very careful with who I talk to and how close the association is with me. And like I said, when we went to Texas because I wanted to do that campaign, like I'll give this is all the information about me, so that you're aware of everything. Because it would be a nightmare. I just can't imagine how horrible I would feel if I was being used constantly in attack ads against like a fucking Senate race candidate. I would just be like, fuck me, dude.
Horrified.
Yeah, you should literally just throw me under the bus. I don't give a fuck. But the fact that he's not only is he not doing that, to see these ads going out, to see El-Sayed have to fucking groan as he's getting asked again over it, and then Hassan is on stream and he's like, El-Sayed was in third, and then we showed up and we got him to first, and it's like, God damn, dude, are you okay? Fucking chill. Oh my God.
Well, and now El-Sayed is being asked about newer clips of Hassan, like on election night, where he said people should bend the knee who voted for Stevens and all that. And they're like, can you respond to this? So it's not just going to be 6-year-old clips from his old apartment. It's going to be new stuff now, too. So it's even weirder that he doesn't throw him under the bus.
Yeah.
Crazy. But part of me thinks this is going to destroy Hassan in some ways. Do you think I'm coping? $300 million in ads. I mean, GOP is going to basically run their entire midterms campaign on socialism and communism. And Hassan said America deserved 9/11. Do you think this hurts Hassan in the end, or he just gets bigger and loves him?
No, I think it definitely hurts. Yeah, it'll definitely hurt. But I think that he has such a powerful position on Twitch with how protected he is, and Twitch's platform is it's very insulated. You ever notice that you can stream on Kick and YouTube and do videos and go do content and everything else, but the Twitch live stream audience, writ large or whatever, is very much on Twitch pretty exclusively. So he's always got this huge backyard to play in, where he just should enjoy so much protection from moderation or anything else. There's so much stuff that he does that is, there's explicit rules literally written to ban. You're not even allowed to cover stuff that's about terrorism or whatever. You can't even show that on stream, even if you're giving it disfavorable coverage. And Hassan is showing off Hezbollah propaganda videos to other streamers, laughing and giggling about it. It's what the fuck? Or when he did that interview with that disgusting kid who claimed that he was a fucking Houthi, and they were laughing about him drugging the boat passengers, but they were saying they were all chill, having a good time. And it's these were civilian hostages for over a year. You're fucking insane. Jesus.
Yeah, Twitch definitely protects him. I'm curious if you think it's Dan Clancy or goes further than that, because I mentioned one day Dan Clancy's going to disappear to my chat. He's going to move on. He's going to retire, or someone else will take over, and Hassan is screwed. And all his little underlings, his waiting rooms that protect him and boost him up. But people in my chat said, well, it's all of Twitch. It's not just Dan Clancy. Do you think it's a Twitch-wide thing, or does it die? Does Hassan's protection die when Dan Clancy moves on?
I think it used to be a lot more Twitch culture, and I think that Hassan had very good ins with all of the Twitch staff. But I think that like a lot of the SF culture is not as much there anymore, as offices have like shuttered and they've kind of like moved things to other like overseas for moderation and stuff. So I think that right now his relationships with people at the top are the most important. Like when I actually yeah, I think I said all of this. Like I had kind of an in at Twitch I had a ban appeal that had been sitting untouched for like over a year, I think. And they're supposed to reject those after and then let you reapply in like 6 months or something, but they just never touched my ban appeal. And I think it's because the guy before that would auto fuck me, because there's a special note on my account to always put my ban in front of this guy. The guy that would auto fuck me, or manually fuck me, not auto fuck me. I think he doesn't work for Twitch anymore. And I met somebody in London who had a friend who worked at Twitch, and then they were able to bounce some emails back and forth in order to get my ban appeal rejected so that I could file a new one. And then I'm friends with the guy who was the head of trust and safety at Twitch before, and I got a lot of feedback from him in terms of like how to construct a ban appeal and make sure that you're like being genuinely contriteful and these and blah blah blah. And so I submitted what I thought was a really good one. And I think like with going through the ordinary system, I think my ban appeal got like it was just obviously like it was accepted. And then that was when I got unbanned, and then you saw Hassan like freaking out and like texting, and then they rebanned me in an hour. But I think it's because like if it wasn't for, you know, Dan or Hassan, I think I would just be unbanned. But obviously, you know, he's got a huge vested interest in making that not happen. But so that's fucking annoying. But I don't think that they have all that influence that he used to. It's just he's lucky that Dan Clancy's there to like give him cover. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. It's so ridiculous. Like, it would be good for the platform if you were allowed to stream on there because of the you know, the conflict between you and Hassan. Like, it would bring so many more viewers and make money for everybody in the platform. It's like such a stupid business decision to not just allow you to stream on there, especially when like Asmongold is on there. They have literally no excuse. The guy says crazier things than you said 4 years ago or whatever every other week.
It is really funny that like I think my comment was I was like it was when I was with like the Keffels person came in and started fighting me. I didn't even know who they was. And at some point I think I said it was like there are a certain type of trans people on Twitter that you just don't fight with them. These people are inbred, and don't let them like, you know, mind fuck you on the rest of the trans people. Just like this trans activist community on Twitter explicitly, these are like crazy inbred people. And I think it was the inbred comment that I got perma-banned for. And then yeah, I'll like turn on Asmongold's stream. And Asmongold was like, yeah, I'm going to dress up as a Pokemon trainer so that we can go to the border and like shoot and kill immigrant children because they deserve it. Like, and it's like this type of shit like every day. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like, what was I banned for again? And then I flipped the channel to Hassan and he's like, yeah, you know, I think that, you know, watching terrorist fucking propaganda videos. And he's like, I love the Hezbollah flag. It's like the coolest flag ever. And it's like, what the fuck? I don't know, bro. Yeah, Twitch is on some wild shit these days.
Yeah, that is just crazy, man. I don't know. Whole thing's so stupid, man. It just doesn't make sense.
Did they get the box in, the USB sticks?
I don't think so. We're chilling at 94. I have this thread. This guy explained what happened. He said, Milwaukee election official Paulina Gutierrez confirmed to me that officials just clicked the wrong button on 5 of the tabulators. That's why it went so quickly. They downloaded audit logs, but not results. So let me see if this guy posted anything new. 21 minutes ago, city officials have returned to the county courthouse with results from the 5 tabulators that they mistakenly forgot to extract results from the first time around. So I guess they're, I guess as of 20 minutes ago, they're back at the courthouse where they were supposed to upload the results. And
okay.
When Steve Kornacki was still live with Adam said that it was like 25, 30 minutes to once they arrived to release the results. So hopefully this was 21 minutes ago. So hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so, we get an update and we put this race to bed. Knockout blow incoming, I hope. Are you going to stay up for it?
I already got the call from Ben, from BB. I know it's over, but
yeah,
I'll probably, sit and wait. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
I think at this point, do you know what the vote total, what the number of votes they're expecting to come in is?
Steve Kornacki was estimating, I think, around 780,000. Right now, we're at 94% of the votes in, and it's at 758,000.
Or no, I mean, like, how many are they expecting from this next vote drop? The raw numbers.
Well, okay, I don't know exactly, but I believe it's from Milwaukee County. and 80% of the votes are in right now. So 20% remain. And the total right now is like 120,000. So whatever 20% of 120. So I think it's around 20,000 or so votes.
Oh, damn. She would have to, and Crowley is up at by 1 point in Milwaukee right now. That count then would have to pretty dramatically favor her for her to make up 3,000 votes, no?
Yeah, that's how I'm seeing it. So if I look at, I'll show people actually what I'm looking at. So if I go over to Milwaukee County on my screen, people can see that Crowley is up 43.8 to Francesca Hung 42.9. So he's slightly ahead. So if this difference maintains, then he should hold his lead. And I don't recall what Steve was saying as far as the analysis, like what to expect, but it was sounding like she's pretty cooked and she would have to have a very favorable result.
Yeah,
in
like
the next
would it have to be like a 60-40 or 70-30 favor from there, or
yeah, like it would have to be something.
if it was 15,000 votes and it was 70-30, then that would make it
I think it's like 20,000 votes. Yeah. So
45
play with that
70,
number.
yeah. Oh, wait, it's how many votes?
I believe I heard them say it was 20,000 votes. Do any of you guys in the chats remember what they
It's
expected?
20,000 votes, and we need her to get 3,000 votes from it, a 3,000 vote lead.
So
then it would have to be like 12,000 to it would be 11 to 9 or 11.5 to 8.5.
I'll leave that 2 a.m. math to you. Hold on, Moot wants to be added to the call here, so I think I have to start a new like group chat, right? Create new group DM. Yeah. Okay.
Things are looking good, huh?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm waiting for Steve to see if he.
I thought you were
connects.
sleeping.
Oh,
I slept. My sleep schedule's. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
So you just got a full 8 hours of sleep?
I went to bed at like 9, so
what?
Like 5 or 6 hours? Yeah.
How do you go to bed at 9? I don't think I'd go to bed at 9 if you promised me $2 million the next day. Like, I don't think I could
Really?
physically go to sleep. No, I would just be tossing and
I
turning.
don't know. You know, I'm a hard worker.
Wow. Well, we're,
Like a
we're
coal
waiting
miner
on a
waking up.
We're waiting on a final.
We're waiting on
dump here.
Milwaukee, right?
Yep. Do you see anything?
I woke
Mooten?
up
Mooten's good at.
and I expected to see just devastation, and I was going to be depressed. And I looked at the thing, and I was like, "Oh, wait, what the fuck happened?"
This guy, David Crowley's been in the lead all night. There was one literally like 15-minute period where she was in first place by like 300 votes, and he took it back from her within like 20 minutes. Literally the whole night, David Crowley's been ahead.
A 20-point error on the polls. It's just, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Destiny was saying he thinks it might be a conspiracy.
It's so crazy that it like nearly almost like has to be malicious, but I can't imagine it.
I think it's a continuation of the polls just sucking from 2024, though I believe the Plattner polls were pretty accurate and some other polling has been pretty good. So yeah, I don't know, but 2 races in a row involving progressive
I mean, they were
candidates.
accurate, but like if Mills would have kept fucking going, like would they have been?
That's what Steven was saying. I don't know. I don't know. She ran a pretty shitty campaign. These other guys like El Sayed and Hong ran decent campaigns.
What about Crowley? What kind of campaign did this guy run? He dropped out.
Terrible campaign. Yeah. This guy is such a clown. Yeah, I don't know.
How was our boy Steve tonight?
Kornacki?
How was what?
Yeah, was Steve Kornacki,
Oh.
was he pumped?
He was, but he was thinking it was going to be a blowout like you. He had some big event planned in the morning that he was going to drive like 3 hours to and everything. He thought he'd be done in an hour or something. By the way, did you guys see the South Carolina special election results?
I saw a DSA member got elected there, I think.
No. This is South Carolina to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November. His sister.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, so his sister was running for a full 6-year term, and Trump endorsed her. She only got 32.7% of the vote tonight.
Oh, shit. You think those Russell Fry votes are going to go to Ralph?
I don't know, but 2 out of 3 Republicans voted for someone other than who Trump endorsed tonight, and that makes Trump look weak and shows a lot of problems in the Republican Party. So more evidence.
So that's going to a runoff, huh?
Yes, she would have had to have gotten 50% of the vote to more than 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff, but this is a weak showing from her. The progressives did get a good win in Minnesota. We had a U.S. Senate primary to replace Tina Smith, who replaced, what's his name? Mr. Touchy Feely. Al Franken. And the progressive won tonight, but she's decent. She's the lieutenant governor, Peggy Flanagan. She's not like DSA or anything like that. But we're just waiting on the Wisconsin governor race.
I mean, everybody's saying that it's in, but I'm not seeing it.
Oh, Crowley just won. Well, yeah, I see it's now greater than 95% of the votes in, and Crowley is holding on to his lead. He's at 312. He's about 4,000 votes up on her now, so he gained votes. So he held his percentage that he had.
Let's see. Yeah, Milwaukee's in. 95% in. He's got 1.6 on the margins.
Wow. 1.6? No, he's got... Oh, you're talking about Milwaukee County.
Sorry, yeah. I'm talking about just Milwaukee. Yeah.
Yeah. He increased his lead a little bit. He's 43 to 41.5.
They call it the Mike from PA difference.
We're just waiting for the check mark. I think that's it. Look at that. 0.5.
Thanksgiving is speaking.
Yep. Thanksgiving is speaking now, bitch. Now we just wait for a check mark.
So is this going to go to like a automatic recount? Do we know yet?
So there is the law in Wisconsin, there is no automatic recount, but if it is within 1% for an election with over 4,000 votes, then a candidate can request a recall.
Fair.
So we'll see if she requests a recall. I think she should. It's rare.
A recount, right?
What's that?
A recount, right?
Recount. Yeah, thanks. I said recall, my bad. It's rare that a recount changes the results. Remember, Joe Biden had a cyber ninjas do a recount on Trump's behalf, and Joe Biden actually gained votes in Arizona. So Decision Desk called it. People are saying, damn. New York Times is a little slower than some of the others, but they're a little more cautious. So, well, this is a huge upset. I think this is definitely going to slow the DSA march. That's for sure. And I think we dodged a hell of a bullet here because every candidate was going to be asked about this Looney Tune through November.
Well, do you think that can Crawley beat? Who the fuck is on the other side of this? Does Crawley win easily, or what is the
Tiffany.
Oh yeah, Tom Tiffany.
Yeah, I'll show you why. Well, it's not the greatest evidence, but we have 783,000 votes in our primary, and the Republicans had 486,000. Now, it wasn't a competitive primary on their end, but this just shows you these numbers. This 780,000. This is comparable to the 2020 primary election results and the presidential primary in Wisconsin.
Jesus.
They had like 814,000 or something for the 2020 presidential primary in Wisconsin. Let me see. Total for Dem 2020 primary Wisconsin.
I got to quote tweet Hassan.
Yeah, a total of 925,000 votes were cast in the April 7th, 2020 Wisconsin Democratic presidential primary. So 925,000, and tonight we had 783,000. So I'd say that's pretty good. See, people are pretty excited. And in this political environment, I think it's really tough for just a generic Democrat to lose to a Republican, especially this Tom Tiffany guy. He's a nobody, Trump bootlicker. He's not even exciting. He's like a geek.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're pretty good. I think we got this. Bullet dodged. Blue
Bullet
no matter who.
dodged. Back to blue no matter who. We've done it. Everything
still-
I said prior was just to get Hong not to win the primary. Simple as.
Well, I'm still waiting on Crystal Ball and Kyle and the gang to endorse Wesley Bell, who beat Cory Bush a week ago.
They haven't done that?
I haven't heard anything. I don't know. They've been kind of quiet about that. I'm waiting on that. So I'm expecting them to get behind David here as well.
So is all the DSA hopes and dreams now thrown into the El Sayed?
Yeah,
guy?
but he's not even DSA. I think their next horse is Mr. Oliver. But he's going to get his ass kicked.
Oh, Oliver Larkin
they're not
in
even
Florida?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's like endorsed him or shown up to campaign with him or anything. No.
Yeah, I think he's a joke. Yeah,
I
think
can't find the Hassan tweet.
they've got, there are 4 or 5 people, the 2 from New York and Chris Rabb, the Philadelphia guy who's in a D+40, and Malat Kiros in Colorado's first. So they got their couple of heroes. I guess that's all they're going to have. I don't think there's any other high profile races coming up. I want to see this goddamn check mark though, man. Give David Crowley his respect. This guy came from
Give him his
behind.
goddamn mark.
Yeah, this guy pulled off a miracle, man. Dropped out, came back, wasn't even on the ballot when the 140,000 people mailed in their ballots early.
How do you feel about like Kelda Roy's staying in?
Infuriating.
Yeah, I feel we really, as a party, need to come together and just agree that we bring one to go
Really?
against.
What's your prescription? What's your prescription? What do you think we should do? What's your prescription? Yes or
Here,
no?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
If there's a DSA member running or a DSA adjacent, then the party needs to come together and just say,
Come
like,
together
all
how?
right, I'm about to
What's
tell
your
you.
prescription?
They all meet in a town hall in real
Idiot.
life, and then they, anoint one to go
No.
against.
I got it. There's 2 things you could do. One is polling. You could say if you're polling below X number, you agree, you sign an agreement when you run for office, just like the Democratic Party can make
But
a
hold on,
requirement.
I don't know if I believe in the pollings anymore, though.
True.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know if we
then
can do
they
that.
Okay, well, I don't know. They can work that out, but they can agree that certain polling orgs only, like respectable polling orgs, and an aggregate, an average or something. But I'm just throwing out ideas here, okay? I'm not Ken Martin. I'm just
True.
spitballing here. So I'm saying, just like the Democratic Party can set the rules for who can run, like you have to have this number of signatures and this in this number of counties, whatever, they can also make you sign a pledge that, hey, if you don't have this amount of polling, then you have to drop out at this time, or fundraising. So if you don't want to believe if you don't want to believe polls, you have to have X amount of individual
I
donations.
can see that, yeah.
Something like that by a certain time, and otherwise you have to drop out. But I agree with you guys. Something has to be done because this is ridiculous that we're splitting the vote, and we need to get more involved because these narcissists are incapable of doing it themselves. But here's the thing. Here's the other thing. And some of you guys might disagree, and I'm sure many people out there will disagree with me. I really think this DSA thing is going to fizzle after Democrats take over in January. I'm not saying right away, but like, I don't think DSA is playing this big of a role in 2028. Do you guys disagree with me?
It's going to come down to whether or not they can find another like issue to use as a cudgel against the Democrats. It'll depend on like for the like Israel Palestine, I imagine will be less relevant maybe, but I don't know.
Well, I thought Israel Palestine would be less relevant 3 years later, but it's not. So I'm not really holding my breath on that. But I do agree there are elections coming up at the end of October. They could get rid of Netanyahu, maybe. I know the opposition party
That doesn't
isn't
matter.
that much better.
them changing out Netanyahu or whatever, none of that matters. They fucking hate the Jew country. And
I think
no
they could kill
change to their
Netanyahu and they would
leadership.
still hate the Jews.
Yeah, there's no realistic path forward for Israel that doesn't involve the weird like ML people like in Crystal Bulls and all these fucking losers will never change their position on it. They want to see like a complete and total separation in all ways, size, shapes, and form from the U.S. and Israel.
Well, I mean, Congress isn't going to approve any money for them, and it's like I think we're going to see a decoupling of our countries over the next couple of years because America is soured on Israel. So
maybe I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
I don't think people are happy with Israel because of the Iran shit.
Yeah, they're not. The only question is going to be, I'm sympathetic towards median voter feel on Israel bad and everything, but like realistically, what is an America with no relationship to the Middle East? What does that look like? Like, I don't think any reasonable leader is going to accept that status quo.
Well, I think that we have relationship. It's just with Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
That's not a real country. Israel is the only country with a real military that can get shit done. In like Saudi Arabia went to war against the fucking Houthis in caves with AKs for 4 years and lost. Like they like nobody can do anything in that region except for the Shia countries. Saddam Hussein was on some real shit. Bashar al-Assad was on some real shit. Khomeini or whatever the fuck, or Khomeini and Iran, they are on some real shit. He was. But like none of the other states can really do much except for Israel. So for us to just abandon Israel completely, and then I don't know what, like China tries to get so much more involved. China wants to be so much more involved, and I don't know, once the U.S. leaves, I just don't know what that looks like. That's just a very weird and scary world. And if Israel is free to do whatever they want, that region theoretically can look a lot different now with them having open access to the entire Middle East, because now they will, like, people think that we give Israel a blank check to do whatever. Well, Trump kind of does because he's retarded. But like an untethered Israel could end up looking like really crazy.
yeah, so when I hear people say no defensive weapons for Israel, I'm like, do you think Israel's just going to lie down and give up if they don't have defensive weapons? Number one, they're going to go harder offensively. And number two, this is going to open up influence to other countries like China and Russia. They'll get their weapons somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to disappear as a country, and they're the strongest military in that region. So I don't know what they're expecting if we're not, using any influence. But the problem is, like, we're talking about political questions right now. And I understand, even you probably don't believe in this, it's whatever, I don't care. But like the people like Crystal and Kyle, the people who are criticizing the U.S. relationship with Israel that are deeply ideologically driven, just want to see the United States recede from the world stage as a power. Yeah. So like the theory crafting that we're doing right now about like balance of power in the world or whatever else, they don't care. They like to see the U.S. succeed or recede from the world stage. They want to see China and maybe Russia gain more influence on the world stage or other regional players. So I think so so they'll keep pushing for it because of that without being fully honest about that. And then I don't know if moderate Dems will ever figure out how to fucking speak together on one issue. I don't know.
We just need cooler people, man. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
We need hot, cool people.
Yeah, I agree. And then people who are unafraid to, be fighters. There's an issue that I've said for at least a year where it's like people think that people are tired of moderates and people want like more extreme radical solutions. I think that people just like radical messaging.
Yes.
Like Ossoff is such a moderate, but like if you message well and strong, but it's just like the radicals tend to have more radical messaging. But I mean, you can radically message on any issue. Despite how crazy I come off on stream and everything, like if you look at my political positions, like I'm a fairly moderate Dem. Like my positions map on pretty broadly to the entire Democratic Party. Like I'm far more aligned with the average Democratic Party voter than like Hassan or any of these like DSA types. But I don't come off moderately because I'm pretty extreme with how I message everything. I think that Trump and all them are fucking crazy, and I'm not afraid to say it. But yeah, the messaging is just the important thing. People don't want to see Kamala or somebody go on stage and say, Trump is bad and we need to do something for the future of the blah, blah, blah. Like people want to see some unhinged shit because these people are unhinged and they like it. The people like it,
Love it.
They crave the blood sports.
I agree. I'm willing to bet 98% of people voted for Dara Liza or any of these DSA candidates have no clue about the DSA policy platform, don't give a shit about abolishing prisons. They're just heard some young person energized saying, this shit sucks and we can do way better and I'm going to shake that shit up. That's it. That's all they heard. Like, they just want cheaper healthcare. They want to be able to buy a house before the age of 40. They don't want to have 10 grand in credit card debt. They don't want to graduate college with 40 grand in student loans. That's it. They're not looking for getting rid of capitalism or abolishing the border.
Yeah, I'm just annoyed because because of how the messaging works on these guys, they want this stuff, but I know there's at least one person in my life that I know who directly was positively impacted by the Biden forgiveness. Like, he forgave a lot of loans, but he gets credit for nothing. He tries, and then he's going to get attacked constantly on all sides. And it feels like even moderate Dems have to go out and just immediately concede that Biden was a dog shit fucking guy who got nothing fucking done and all of it was horrible. But then I open Twitter and it's like, Mom Donnie put out 5 trash cans today in Brooklyn. He's like, and it's like, are we really? Is this really where we're at? I don't know. Just, it feels like the messaging is just so brutal against the Dems. And I don't know. It's like, I don't even know how you win in an environment like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we got to put more focus on better people. That's why Pete Buttigieg is out there kicking ass, and Tallarico and Ossoff, as you mentioned. And there's other people that are coming up too. Like even that Adam Smith guy was able to go toe to toe with Crystal and those clowns. But I think we just got to recruit cooler, better people, and they're out there, and I think we'll be fine. I agree. I don't think people are looking for some revolution. They're just looking to be able to afford health insurance. And these people are saying, this is bullshit, man. Like, we can do better. And they're right. We can do better. And the Democrats need to learn from their messaging and figure out how they're tapping in and connecting with people. And sometimes it takes, we're holding on to a lot of old people too. I hate to say it because I think it's a bit unfair, but tonight, some dude lost in Connecticut who looks like he hasn't updated his profile picture in 40 years. Let me see if I can find this old ass man. Yeah. John Larson, guy's old as shit, and he got his ass kicked tonight by Luke Bronin. But the point is some of these older people need to just go enjoy time with their grandkids and cede the space to younger, more energized people. And if we just had more exciting people representing the moderate position and selling it, being a good cheerleader, because Biden was not a great cheerleader for his amazing policy. And
I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here. We don't need to turn the apple cart upside down and go back to the drawing board. We have great policy that has changed so many lives, and we advocate for great stuff that can help so many more people. We just need people to sell it.
Yeah, I agree. Did you hear anything? I didn't read much into this, but did you hear anything about a story where I don't know if this is a national level race or something, but apparently some conservative guy waltzed into some Green Party Zoom chat and in 34 minutes was able to get the nomination for some race. Have you heard about this? Do you know what I'm talking about at all? It's kind of a funny story, but Jesus.
Well, I'm telling you, if you and I weren't known, we could go into our local DSA meeting and probably take it over the entire group within 2 months.
Maybe. Yeah.
Right?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. I've been kind of joking about hiding my identity and showing up to my local DSA chapter and just becoming a leader within just weeks, because I'm sure it's full of people who have ran out of spoons and are barely functioning and, are looking for the world to solve all their problems. And it's if you just go in there with some confidence and some good ideas, you could probably take over the whole thing.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's the next play.
We should just start local DSA chapters.
Yeah, and then find a bunch of DGGers that work in factories and shit. So we have blue collar people going in, and nobody can say anything against them. Play the identity against them. Or
yeah,
something.
We could take over DSA.
True. No, maybe that's the play. That's your next. That could be your next big project. Okay.
Destroy it from within.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's going on with this goddamn check mark, but we've earned it, and I want to see it, man. The Decision Desk has already thrown it up on their website. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, they took away my access. I hate to keep people up here, and I appreciate all you guys watching and listening. And
we should really feel bad for Steve. He's got an 8 a.m. commitment tomorrow.
Oh, he's fucked, dude. Yeah. He's totally fucked, yeah. But he stopped streaming like an hour ago, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
He left us?
Hassan gave up too.
Yeah.
Were you watching some of the Cope Cam from Hassan? He was, I think he was on suicide watch with this one. He was
Jesus.
staring at his phone, very quiet. He was,
I was just
dude,
watching.
you won't believe this.
I was just watching you watch him, so yeah.
He was asking for subs. Now,
Oh, he's a streamer, man. What do you want him to do? Damn.
that's so ridiculous to me. Like, I don't even ask my community for subs. And this guy has tens of thousands of subs and he's famous and rich. And like, he literally, we tuned in for like probably 20, 30 minutes total. And he gave a whole pitch about independent media. And for $6 a month, you can subscribe to his channel.
Oh, so socialism is when you're not allowed to get subscribers now? That's what you're going to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I'm
hater.
sorry, but like, if you're the number one, if you're that big, man, you cannot be out there asking people to spend $6 on your independent media. Like, what the fuck? This guy is nuts. And this is while Hong is losing, you know, so his audience is like in depression mode, and he's like, hey, support independent media for $6. Like, how many subs did he get out of that? Maybe 100 or something? Like, really, bro?
I support independent media, so. But yeah. I wonder what he spends all the money on. I am curious.
Oh, he's such a liar. Do you know that Graham Stephan, that's his name, right? The finance guy. You know what I'm talking about?
A news guy?
No, he's a YouTuber. Graham Stephan. He's like,
oh, wait, he's part of the iced coffee podcast, whatever. Yeah, what about him?
Have you been on that before?
A few times, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
at least twice, I think. Yeah.
Hold on. Doc Bond, thanks for the subs, man. I appreciate that. So Hassan was on the show with Graham and his friend, the Ice Hour, and they asked him, what do you do with your money? This is a couple years ago. Anybody can Google it or look this up on YouTube. And he said, I just save it. And they go, well, what do you mean? Do you like invest? He's like, well, I have an SEP, meaning a SEP IRA. You know, this is like a 401k for a sole proprietor. The max you can put in there is like $70K a year. And so they were just like asking him, you don't invest or anything? He was like, I just spend my money. I don't know. He's like, he literally claimed that he just spends all his money on family and friends, that he doesn't have any investments beyond his SEP IRA. Such a liar, dude. So full of shit. So you ask a great question. What does he spend his money on? Because he doesn't want to tell the truth.
Do you know, wait, I'm just curious. Do you know why he says that?
I would assume he doesn't want people to think he's investing in all these companies that he hates and engages in capitalism or something. I have no idea.
Yeah, because the way, one of the nice things about these movements is that if you go on a very strict and very retarded like Marxist analysis of how society works, they only separate it out by capital owner and laborer. And all the, young rich white guys can all call themselves part of like the proletariat, part of the oppressed class, because they're part of the laborer class. They're the proletariat. Right. So he can't have stocks. If he had like millions of dollars invested in the stock market, then it could get to the point where the majority of his earnings or a lot of his earnings start to come back in the form of capital returns, which would make him a capitalist. So he has to lie and say that he only has like savings bonds or money in a savings account because he can't own a whole bunch of company stock because that would put him in the capital owning class. That's why he says that.
It's nuts. It's such bullshit. Like, it would be financial malpractice to have millions of dollars in a checking or savings account earning 0.02% interest, Like, and if that's what he's claiming, which he didn't even claim that. He's like, I just spend it all, dude, on my friends and family. But it makes sense, the image that you're describing that he's trying to portray, but it's just so idiotic if you know anything about personal finance that there's no shot in a million years that's what's going on. So he's clearly lying. He probably has tens of millions of dollars at this point in just like index funds and stuff.
Yeah. Although for him also, I think he I don't know if they're quite billionaires, but his family is like very, 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 very wealthy. So I don't know even how much he cares about that. Like he's like born into like a generational wealth type thing. So I don't know. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck. Who knows? But what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna show us a short clip. I found the video where he talks about that part. I was just so shocked by this. It was such bullshit. Let me see.
I
don't have investments. I do have I guess, what is it, a 401k or a SEP IRA or something? I have that because like I want to make sure that, you can't work forever, obviously. I do want to have a safety net when I inevitably stop working one day. However, I don't have investments.
Why?
I know everybody always.
Yeah, because that seems silly to me to not want to invest in a country that's given you so much opportunity as well.
I don't see it as a net positive. I think that overall, that is the fundamental difference between someone who is a capitalist or someone who makes money via capital accumulation.
It's just such nonsense, dude. Like, what is he talking about? What a nut. Iowa Whomper, thanks for the $50 super chat, man. What a weirdo. No investments. So
Can't be a capital owner.
Well, what can you do with your money? You can either buy property, you can buy like Pokemon cards or something, I guess.
You can't like rent it. I mean, you could buy property, I guess, but I mean, you can't rent it out to people because.
What does a socialist do with their millions of dollars? Because if you put it in a checking account, Bank of America or whatever is going to loan it out, and they're going to buy, fund oil companies and stuff. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Even if you don't invest and you just keep it in a bank, you can't have millions of dollars in a bank. So like, where's his money? What is he doing?
I mean, I don't know. You buy things that make you happy, I guess, would be the ideal answer.
Do you think you could spend 200? I'm assuming he makes $200,000-$300,000 a month. I don't even know how you spend that amount of money a month.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these are the questions that nobody ever really gets to when you talk about the socialism stuff. But technically, in a socialist society, you can't invest in businesses because if you're investing in a business, you're expecting a return, which would make you an owner. And owner class is banned, and you can't do capital investment because then you're exploiting other people's labor. So you just have to like buy stuff that makes you happy. I guess you wouldn't be allowed to spend it. You wouldn't be allowed to invest it in stuff. Like you can't do that.
Imagine telling your audience of 3 million that all you have is a SEP IRA and you just spend the rest of your money. Like it's like, I talk about all the time that if this country's cooked, like if we lose in the midterms and we lose 2028, I'm done. I'm just going to start doing videos about personal finance because it doesn't matter who's president if your money's okay, and like you don't really have to do that much. Just trying to get people out of debt, build retirement, compounding interest, all that stuff. So like I can't imagine him telling his audience this idiotic stuff and like how many people he's financially ruined by sharing this horrific personal finance advice and information.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that's probably the least problematic way that he influences his audience. But, I mean,
what a lost opportunity, man. Like you talk about all the time. Like I'm a renter and I just invest, and I'm sure you would answer questions. I'm sure you have answered questions for Collins and given people advice, and like that's huge, man. Like he just doesn't do any of that. It's like I don't even think he has money in a credit union. Like I have a credit union for my checking account because I want to be, I want to work with a better company. And I work with Vanguard for investments because I like Vanguard. The owner of Vanguard, Jack Bogle, died with like $80 million a couple years ago compared to his colleagues from Schwab and Fidelity who had billions and billions of dollars because he gave all the money back to his shareholders, people like me, to help make people rich. Like he was responsible for like trillions of dollars going back to individuals like me so that they could have a better life. So I like being involved in companies like that. But Hassan, he doesn't talk about any of that stuff. He's like, I'll keep my money in the bank. Okay, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah.
These are my complaints about Hassan. You've got yours. Yeah. These are mine. Or I'm like, what a fucking waste of influence, Sad.
I mean, look at his like participation even in like these races, right? Like he always says that he's doing everything he can to get like people elected and shit. But I mean, not really. You don't actually see him try to mobilize his audience to phone bank or canvas. He just kind of like haphazard or Yeah, he haphazardly mentions it on stream and then like wanders to the next thing. Like with that Cuba trip, right? This was like a 1-day thing. He didn't announce it at all ahead of time, so nobody could donate to like the event or anything. So it's like what are we doing here? I don't know. It's all goofy. All goofy memes.
We saw that tonight where he abandoned this Francesca Hong woman. He did one event with her, but he did 5 days with El Sayed with the pool party and the influencers. He like I said, he turned off her speech in the middle of it and started watching Steve Kornacki again. It's like, guy's not serious, man.
Yeah. Well.
Weird dude. What are you doing right now? Are you like playing a game?
No, I'm staring at my computer. I finished all my emails. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Is this race over? Is it done?
You don't have to stick around. I mean, they've called it, like, if you go to Decision Desk, I mean, if I go on Twitter, I'll probably see some people saying it's over. Yeah, like, Decision Desk has called it. So, it's official.
About 4,000 votes separated right now. Oh, Milwaukee's 95+% reporting. And yeah, all the big counties are over 95%. Yeah.
But, I mean, other sites are calling it, like Decision Desk, HQ. I'm sure. I think New York Times, I believe, gets their info from Associated Press. So for whatever reason, they're just like slow to update. But I like to see New York Times put the check mark on.
Yeah. I only see Winnebago with a decent amount outstanding, but it's nowhere near enough. And she's not winning by a big enough margin. There's no way. I feel like I don't think there's any path forward where she wins. Yeah, I don't see anything. But unless there's some huge like mail-in ballot drop or something weird like that.
You're just dragging around the counties and see they're all like 95+%.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. The only big one that's 73% is Winnebago, where she's winning +5, but that's 73% with 16,000 votes. So like she would have to win like every single vote for it to, yeah, it's not, yeah.
Nah, if Decision Desk called it, I mean, it's not changing. Looks like New York Times just did a little update. But yeah, you don't have to stick around. I appreciate you hanging out, chatting, man. It's fun to ask you some of these questions that, like, you know, I don't really know what's going on. I hear little things here and there, like, oh, Destiny said this or Destiny thinks that, and so to get to ask you once in a while is probably pretty good.
Yeah, anytime. All right. Well, everybody, stay safe. Be careful. Wait, I forgot. Do you have do you like a family and stuff?
What do you think? I'm Pinocchio?
I don't fucking know.
Yes.
My next question was going to be, I'm just curious if you've ever thought about why you live in Southern California. If you've ever thought about moving.
I'm only here because of some immediate family. I have been thinking more and more about going to DC. My dream is to live near downtown, whatever it's called, and host a podcast and have people just stop by and do stuff. But yeah. I'm getting like, I don't know. I've got a lease that's going to be up at the end of next month, so I'm kind of thinking about what to do. But I heard you're moving, right?
Yeah, I want to. Once my lawsuit's over, I'll know.
So you're waiting on that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. Yeah.
Where are you gonna go?
I mean, in my mind, it was either like LA, New York, or DC. And then the more I think about it, LA is it's very annoying. Like in the influencer world, being in LA was cool. But like in the politics world, man, traveling all the way to the West Coast sucks. Like if you've got to go to LA for anything, it's like, yeah, it's a lot. And then
you come out here a lot for filming things.
I used to, not as much now. And just getting, like, I can get from here to New York, and like, I think it's like a 3-hour flight. The LA flight is like 5.5, 6 hours. So West Coast stuff is hard. And then if you live out there, obviously going east, it's a lot. But I think New York or DC, and DC's a nice place to live. And then obviously you have access to so many different people and everything there. And yeah.
Well, I mean, let me know. I go to the gym 4 days a week, dude. There's a gym in my complex. Like, I'm starting to get in great shape, man. We got to get you back in the gym, bro. I think you feel...
Oh, shit. Then when the assassination comes out, we can fight them off.
Yeah, well,
that would do crazy views. That would do crazy views.
I just feel so much better. Also, I get like factor meals delivered, so they're like healthy meals that I heat up. I heard you're ordering Subway every day or something. So I don't know if somebody like me lived near you and we could go on walks and shit. I think see some quality of life improvements, man. I'm just saying, I'm like getting in shape Chad right now, and it's feeling good, man. I'm just saying.
Okay, but I'll think about it.
But New York City or DC, I think it would be great for you. I think you'd be so much happier in those places.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Miami,
And,
I mean,
there's
you moved
more
there
relevant
because
for-
of your wife at the time. It's not like you wanted to go there, did you? Not like you were like, yeah, I want to
No,
live in
definitely
Miami.
not. I would never live here otherwise.
It was
Yeah.
Mooten and your partner, and now they're not there. So it's like, what are you doing? You know?
Yep. I'm wifeless and friendless because Mooten abandoned me. So true. Dan's still there. I care. Actually, shit. I have to say that. Otherwise, Dan's gonna kill me. Sorry. Dan is still here though.
But how often do you hang out with Dan?
We don't talk about that. Okay.
All right, fair enough.
But also, I don't even go out in real life much. So
That's what I'm saying. If you
okay.
lived in New York, you'd probably go out once in a while, right?
Maybe. Oh yeah, you have to. It's like everything is right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I lived in New York
3200
for I lived in New York City for 12 years in my early 20s. It was awesome. It's a great place.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You'll love it, dude. And you were there for when you were doing stuff with Pisco, so you know what it is.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
All right, I won't keep you, man. It's fun chatting with you, but yeah, keep me in the loop on that. I don't know, man. I'm mobile. I can go anywhere.
All right. Well, hey, listen. I love you, buddy. Stay safe. Be careful. And good luck. Good night.
All right. Later, bro.
Bye.
Wow. You guys are really waiting for this check mark, huh? Right? We got to get Destiny back in the gym. I tell you, I work out 4 days a week. I'm eating healthy meals 3 times a day. I cook myself breakfast, egg whites, maybe 1 egg, turkey bacon, iced coffee. I'm eating factor meals twice a day, lunch and dinner. It costs me about $140 a week, which, groceries would be like 80, $90. So it's like, okay, I don't know how to cook. I'm a terrible cook. So I've got these meals that I keep for a week in my fridge. You heat them up in 2 minutes. Then I go for a walk for 30, 40 minutes. I walk 4 miles a day, 2 miles at a time, twice a day. I'm in great shape right now, man. Looking in the mirror, I'm like in some of the best shape I've ever been. And this is like 3 months I've been doing this. So it's a habit and I'm feeling good. And I know Destiny had a lot of fun when he was in the gym and he was seeing results, and my body feels better, especially sitting here all day long. It's devastating for your body, but like my back used to hurt a lot. My hamstrings would always be tight pulling on my back. And now that I work out, it's way better. So I'd love to see that guy get out there in the sun, walking around and in the gym a couple times a week. Back and neck especially. Absolutely, yeah. I appreciate all you guys hanging out, man. Holy shit. I know you guys probably here to listen to Destiny and stuff, but we had a lot of people here before you came on, and man, it blows me away how many people are interested in all this stuff, and it's pretty cool. Good for you guys. This was an exciting night. These kind of nights don't usually happen. Usually a blowout's a blowout, right? Like it's pretty obvious what's going to happen. And this was a surprise. I think this is a bit of a political earthquake. Like DSA was, throwing their weight around and they were acting like they were the hottest person at school, and they shit the bed tonight. That's for sure, man. We've been here for your election coverage. What up, Narc? I tried Factor. I'm not a big fan of Factor's delivery, and like I've had a couple problems where they like bugged me and like trying to find my apartment. I'm like, bro, that's a you problem, man. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not here to fucking help you deliver the box to my front door. You figure it out. There's a fucking map at the front desk. Go check it out. But the service in general is really great. I mean, I would try out all of them. Like, there's a few of them. I think if you're ordering food like I was going out and getting sandwiches every day. I was getting fast food and stuff. That's not good for you, But if you could just stock your fridge with 12 meals for the week, lunch and dinner, for $140 a week, I know it's a luxury, but when you're like me and you stay home all the time and you don't know how to cook and You know, it's that or you're going to eat like shit. Then better to order the food, you know? And that's why I heard he was like ordering Subway sandwiches every day. So I think he would like their meals. Much better for you. Are you doing a free ad? I don't want to because I was like on the phone complaining to them the other day about I'm going to cancel. You guys keep fucking up. So I'm not trying to sell Factor. I'm trying to sell the idea, like the service. There's a bunch of them. I told them I would shit on them on my channel too if they keep fucking up. About learn to cook. Yeah, I should, but I cannot cook, man. I don't know what it is. Like, I just have too many questions. I'm like, okay, what temperature? Like, when do I add this? How much? And it's always, oh, add to taste. I'm like, dude, what do you mean add to taste? I don't know what tastes good. I don't know what tastes bad. It's like, just try, just have fun. I'm like, every time I bake chicken, it's like undercooked or it's rubbery. And it's like, fuck, man, can't do anything right. So I just over it. Take a cooking class from Hutch. Know about that. You ever been to a cooking class? I did. I had a girlfriend who took me to like an advanced cooking class. It was fucking impossible. I need to learn how to like boil water. Like seriously, like I need to know what tools to use. Like I need to really go back to basics, like caveman shit, you know? Like, okay, why do we add salt? Like, and how much and when and like what spices and like how do you prepare meat properly? I don't know anything. My parents let me leave the nest with jack shit knowledge, you know? They're like, good luck. I just need to marry someone who knows how to cook and it's game over. Hutch alleges he's a good cook. All right, I'll take his word. I'm just sharing what works for me, okay? And I'm just saying I've lost like a lot of weight. I've probably lost like 20 pounds. I was up to like 165. I'm 6 foot, so I was about 165, maybe 170. And I went into my primary care physician a few weeks ago, and I was 152. And I was like, whoa, when did I lose that? And I've seen like my stomach go down, and I'm seeing my muscles popping a lot more. And I'm 46 years old, so if I can I'm probably like, I don't know. I'm probably like 20% body fat right now, maybe less. And that's just from walking twice a day and eating better and being in the gym 4 times a week for the last 3 months. I agree. 152 is kind of light, but I'm making gains in the gym. Like I'm progressing with the weight. You're a twig. I am. No way you're 46. I am. Get a colonoscopy? I did when I was 45. You have to get them starting at 45. Nothing exciting there, buddy. You look younger than Steve. Well, I think that's genetics. Like I've been wearing sunscreen every day since I was 16 in my lotion. So every day when I get out of the shower, I put on lotion with sunscreen on my face. It's not greasy at all. It's just totally light. And I think that's helped. And I don't go outside that much. I'm a house cat. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I do edibles on the weekend. I don't smoke. I think that all contributed to it. Get a rice cooker? I have a nice rice cooker, but even that, like, I don't know how to spice the rice. Like, I don't know how to make it taste good. I can make some bomb ass white rice or brown rice, but it's like eating paper, man. It sucks. I'm telling you, I am a complete Neanderthal in the kitchen. Like, I had a dog, he wouldn't even bother begging for food. He wouldn't even come near me when I ate. Like, he wanted nothing to do with my food at all, unless I got food from outside. Bro didn't even care, man. I'm like terrified to share what I eat with other people because I feel like if some chick came over and I cooked for her, she would be like, What the fuck is this, dude? Are you kidding me right now? I'm not trying to learn either. I'm sorry. I gave up on that years ago, dude. Fuck it. Baked chicken thighs. I was able to do chicken thighs. Chicken thighs are pretty easy. You can't mess them up. You can't really overcook them. I was able to do some salmon too. Baked salmon is pretty good. I mean, there's a couple dishes I can do, but it's like it takes a lot of time. I just don't want to invest that time. This your biggest red flag? That's fine. Trust me, I got plenty of red flags. I'm a nice guy, but I'm very selfish. I'm doing great, man. You're in LA. Every table's my favorite. I'll check that out because I'm looking to move away from Factor because it pissed me off. But I really want to hook up with a food delivery service that does like workout type of meals, you know? Low carb, high protein. I know they're out there, so I got to look into it more because I'm like starving with these Factor meals because I'm working out and walking so much. I'm definitely not eating enough calories. But I don't want just junk. I want like protein. Every table. All right, I'll check it out. Pinka Crash, thank you for the $10. I could turn on my alerts. Let me turn these on. Why not? We're just sitting here. Thank you for the $10 super chat. What'd you say? You're both a huge inspiration for me in terms of involving myself in political action. Deserve all support. Keep it up, man. Hell yeah. I need to do more. I need to go do more. I knock doors. I've done all that. I've kind of gotten lazy about that though. Like, I don't know. I need to find a way to get involved. We all do. I need to lead by example a little more. What if you worked out with Hassan? I'm not a big fan of Hassan, but I would do that if I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think he'd want to work out with a Zionist fascist monster like me. You know what I mean? He might have nightmares, piss himself if he saw me. I've been around Hassan before. He just kind of like looks around and avoids eye contact. He's kind of like a big pussy in real life, to be honest. Factor is actually trash. I mean, I'm doing pretty well with Factor. What's the best way to support you? I mean, just hanging out, watching. But like, if you're talking about financially, the biggest cut is on Kick, where we get 95% of subs and the kicks. But, whatever people want to do. I don't care. You guys don't have to do anything. You could just hang out. I have so many people that are awesome sub gifters and supporters and super chatters. Like I'm not wanting. I'm chilling. I have an awesome community, and you guys just hanging out watching is huge, man. Trust me. Does New York Times want every last vote counted? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why. You guys have hung around and watched a lot of election streams, and normally New York Times is pretty quick to put the check mark on there after other people do. So I don't know if the guy who runs this page fell asleep or something or what, but I don't know. Real Pisco with the 5 gifted subs on Kick. Hell yeah. Thank you, man. Let's go. I got myself an exercise bike to pedal on while I watch, so I'm getting a good workout tonight. Hell yeah, bro. I should get a standing desk and a little walking pad. That's something I want to do in the future for sure. Good idea. Um, yeah, and thanks for all the follows too, guys, on Kick and subscribing on YouTube. All that stuff helps. Standing desk is great. Amen. Yeah, I think walking pad is a little extra. Like it's kind of probably a little difficult. It's a little difficult to probably to have a conversation. It's probably loud, it's probably not ideal for streaming. It's probably more for people like typing some shit on their own, not on the phone, and just kind of working on something. Probably not ideal for someone live streaming to be walking. Pedro, thanks for the $2 on Venmo. These are my TikTok pals. Thanksgiving is back. What does your workout regime look like? I just do push and pull. And then I do Monday, Tuesday, I do push one day, pull the next day. It's everything from Smith machine, like incline bench press, shoulder press on the Smith machine. I do some free weight stuff, some cable stuff. Nothing too exciting. No legs. No, I do. I do like squats on the Smith machine. I do reverse lunges with weights like dumbbells. I do leg extension, leg curl. I do dumbbell RDLs. Lately I've been jump roping too. I bought a jump rope and I've been doing like a minute on, minute off a jump rope. Try to do some cardio. I definitely don't have a fine-tuned program, and I've been working with ChatGPT to fix some of that. Like I learned about I think it's called a Palloff press. No, is that what it is? Yeah. Like I was trying to figure out how to get my core as in shape as possible, like doing crunches and then back extensions. And ChatGPT told me about like core is also twisting. So there's like an exercise where you pull the cable from the machine and then you push out and you kind of like resist the urge to turn, and that's like the missing thing for your core. So I just trying to like get a full body workout, anti-rotation. Yeah. You split your legs into push pull? I do. I do hamstrings for pull and quads and my glutes for push, but I think my legs get worked out in everything, honestly. We love you. I love you too. Pickled whip. Free chops. You talking about like with a weighted hammer on a tire? I've done those before, but I don't do those now. Look, anything in the gym is great. I'm telling you guys, like slow, controlled. Put your ego aside. I'm doing some weights like 5 pounds on some things, like lateral raises for my shoulders. I'm doing like 10 pounds, and it's like
I'm new to the more liberal streamers and spaces. Admittedly, I like the DSA/progressive policies, but as newbie, what's the more moderate's biggest issue with the DSA types? Thanks.
I mean, I think it's the shitting on the Democratic Party, and it's like we already have the Republicans shitting on our establishment Dems, right? Like it's this sort of boogeyman that the DSA has created out of the Democratic Party instead of supporting them, and they're like acting like they're the enemy. And then it's these crazy promises about open borders and abolishing prisons. And then when you press them on it, it's like, oh, well, those are long-term things. Like, oh yeah, well, I like the movie. What's that movie? Oh, I forgot the name. It's so late. Anyways, I like Utopia as well, where we don't need borders and we don't need the police and we don't need prisons, but we're not there, dude. So how about you just toe the line with the Democratic Party and support the policy that we already are working on, So it's just like it's populism slop, promising the world to people, lying to them about what's possible. It's just annoying. Like No, it's not 1984. I forgot what the name of the movie is. What is that movie? It has to do with they build like a city in space, and all the plebes are down here, but they're up there. I forgot what it's called. It's a pretty big movie. Maybe 10, 15 years ago. Elysium. That's what it is. I'm thinking of Elysium. Like, yeah, I want to live in Elysium too, man, but like we don't. So let's relax on selling people nonsense, you know? And also, I don't even think people support socialism. Like like I said to Destiny in the call, I believe 95% of people voted for these DSA candidates. They don't actually support socialism. They just want to see healthcare that's cheaper and affordable. They want to be able to buy a house before the age of 40. They don't want to have $40,000 in student loans. That's it.
Great stream tonight. You need to look up Starting Strength by Mark Rippetoe and then go mad.
I've had that book before, years ago. Yeah, I definitely need to look more stuff. I've been researching a lot more. Like I'm not going to settle on my routine. Trust me. I'm doing a lot of research to figure out what's the best routine. Like even number of reps, sets, how much time to rest between, which exercises to do each day. Like I'm really focused on fine tuning my workouts instead of just assuming I know, like I did many years ago. And I'm also very careful. Like all my exercises are slow, controlled, and I'm using lightweight. I'm not embarrassed, you know. There's like beautiful women in the gym and I'm lifting like 5 pounds, you know. 10 years ago, I would have overdone it to try to like, I guess, not be embarrassed or something. But like now I'm like, I don't give a shit. And I'm seeing huge results because of that. And I think I will be lifting bigger weights soon. Chippelin, thank you for resubscribing on Kick. I appreciate that, man. Why not hire a coach? I did 10 years ago. I worked with a personal trainer for 2 years, and I put on 20 pounds of muscle, and I got down to like 15% body weight, body fat. It was great, but I live in an apartment complex, and there's a gym literally 1 minute from my front door. I just walk there. I could go there right now. It's 24 hours a day. To me, that works. And when you have a trainer, you got to like hang out with somebody for an hour, and you got to usually go to their gym. And that means I got to drive. And I just know myself. I won't do it. But yeah, going to the gym is the biggest part of it all. And I can look up all this stuff now. Damn. Yeah, I've got a decent gym in my complex. I moved to a pretty nice place. Like apartment complex. It's got all the little things you could ask for. Nice gym. Could do online coaching? I guess. Yeah. I mean, maybe something I'll think about in the future. I don't know what's up with this check mark, guys. I'm sorry. I hate to keep everybody here waiting. I don't even know if this is going to happen. Like I said, Decision Desk has already called it. Stop.
Ego lifting is a great way to wreck your back and shoulders.
Yep. I agree, man. It's really hard. I don't know if it's a guy thing. I don't know if women deal with this, but like it is really tough to go into the gym and like put your ego aside and like just lift the bar and lift some tiny little weights, you know? Sometimes they're like little pink 5-pound weights. And it's like, you just gotta do you, man. You gotta just ignore the voices in your head and nobody's staring at you. But I don't know. It's just something I've struggled with that for years, like just being embarrassed in the gym. But better to do the exercises the right way and you will grow. And soon enough, everyone will be staring at you because you're lifting like a beast in the gym. Ah, man, that smile right there. This was unexpected. We're proud of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm proud of all you guys. I'm sure you guys are doing all sorts of cool stuff. Here's Stella's they. Stella Boston DSA. I was wondering why Francesca Hong, despite losing most rural counties, was doing pretty well in rural areas in the northern western corners of Wisconsin. Then I checked which counties are in primarily out-of-state media markets. Folks, you got to run TV ads. So what is this story about TV ads? Did she not run any TV ads and now they're blaming it on that? Like, it's just always something, huh? At least they're taking some responsibility here for her failure instead of blaming AIPAC and the Jews and Israel and corporate Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries' hands and stuff, you know? That'll come later. Wow. Wes, Madison, DSA, Palestine flag, and a rose. I'm sorry, but this is just fucking devastating. Hey, Hong, Thanksgiving is speaking now, bitch. I wonder how many people tweeted this out. Oh, this post is unavailable. What happened? I know I have Hassan muted, but why is it unavailable? Am I blocked? What happened there? No. Time to unite to defeat the Republicans. We need a Senate majority to begin the defensive posture. Oh, this is from August 5th. Moot just talking shit. So true, King. See you in Wisconsin 53 minutes ago. Lol. Oh, we got the party. Raleigh, 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 Raleigh. Damn. I shouldn't be scrolling, man. Something gonna pop up here. Well, I don't know, guys. It's freaking 12:22 a.m., 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast. And the goddamn New York Times won't give me my check mark, man. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to say. I think the guy fell asleep who runs this process. He's probably a DSA. He's holding out. He's like, fuck this, dude. Refresh? No, it updates automatically. I'll try. I mean. New York Times paid off by Hassan to keep the hope alive. Maybe. Maybe. Just do it. It's like that meme with the guy and the stick, you know, the little card, the character with the poking the something with a stick. Do it. You can borrow my check mark. Good one. What were they yelling? Israel? Yeah, they were yelling AIPAC, AIPAC. Minnesota, man. Wow, 20-point victory for Peggy Flanagan. Ouch. I'm surprised the progressives aren't just talking about this. It's not as fun for the DSA types. I mean, Peggy Flanagan is endorsed by Bernie, pretty progressive. That's a huge win for the progressive movement, which I support progressive policy like Medicare for all. So I'm glad to see sane progressives advancing to the Senate. That's good. But moderate Dems took a fat L here, 20-point loss in Minnesota. And then if Amy Klobuchar wins for governor, which she had Bashar al-Assad numbers tonight, then she'll go on. She'll get to replace herself with another Democrat. So that'll be interesting to see who she puts in there. 89.7% of the vote for Amy Klobuchar. Oh my God. This is a big story to me, though. I don't think it's going to get as much attention because of the Wisconsin race, but Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, to replace Lindsey Graham on the November ballot for a full 6-year term. And that did not clear the field. There's 2 Congress members that were in the race and stayed in the race, Ralph Norman and Russell Fry. And she only got 32.7% of the vote with Trump's endorsement. That means 2 out of 3 Republicans who voted in the Republican primary tonight in South Carolina voted for someone other than the Trump endorsed candidate. And she's not even controversial except for being a DEI candidate, according to the Republican definition of DEI, right? Unqualified, no business being in that job. But this is, if you're wondering how powerful Trump is, to see the voters reject his endorsement so handedly in a red state is pretty shocking. You think the My Pillow endorsement? He did endorse Mike Lindell, right? Mike Lindell lost tonight too. Boy, Trump, he's stacking L's lately on his endorsements. Shows weakness. Interesting elections. And then tonight, incumbent Democrat lost his race right here in Connecticut's 1st congressional district. This guy, John Larson, I don't know who the hell he is, never heard of him, but I guess he's been there a long time. He got popped tonight. It's rare for incumbents to lose a primary. We've seen a few instances of this election cycle, but it's usually pretty rare. And lo and behold, he lost. I'm not going to stick around much longer. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I mean, I could, but I'm just going to wear my voice out, and there's not really anything to talk about. Could it have had an impact that she is viewed as nepotism candidate? I think that's why, yeah. I mean, I think people are like, who the fuck is this? Like, also, Lindsey Graham only got 57% of the vote in his primary. So it's not like Lindsey Graham was beloved by the people of South Carolina. So the Graham family was already on shaky ground. And for his sister to take over with no experience and just be a total Nepo candidate is spitting in the face of the people of South Carolina. It's also a rare opening for a U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina. The question is, will she ask for a recount? Yeah, it's a good question about Francesca versus Crowley. So the law, and you guys can look this up. I had to look it up tonight. I don't know this stuff. There's no automatic recount in the state of Wisconsin, but if you win, if a candidate wins within 1%, then their opponent can request a recount. So it'll really be up to Francesca Hong if she wants to ask for a recount. I think she probably will. Actually, it's a tough question because a recount costs millions of dollars. It's not an easy thing to do. You got to pay a lot of people, and it's a whole process. And I'm willing to bet her campaign would have to pay for it too, maybe, or part of it, maybe. So, I mean, here she is losing by 0.4%. It's rare that a recount changes the results. So the chances of her winning with a recount are slim. And especially he won by so far 3,200 votes. May not seem like that much, but a recount is going to reveal 10 votes here, 20 votes there. You're not going to find thousands of votes in a recount. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a massive demand for it on Twitter by Kalinsky and them. I don't know. What if the Kyle Kalinskys of the world saying about this? "4 hours ago, he's tweeting about Trump. He's not even tweeting about this. How these guys are not serious, man. Like, if it doesn't go the way they want, they just disappear. It's like they just pretend nothing's happening. How can you do that? I'm telling you, all these people abandoned her. I almost feel sorry for her. Bernie didn't endorse her. Francesca Hong. AOC didn't endorse her. Hassan went to one event for her, yet he spent 5 days campaigning in Michigan for Abdul El-Sayed the weekend before and stayed all the way through the night of the election. And all these people abandoned Francesca Hong. It's really, I think it should be talked about more. Like, if you really care about something, you're going to talk about it whether you win or lose. You're not just going to pretend it didn't happen. It's like, imagine not talking about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris losing. Just if we all just ignored it, start focusing on other things. What? You had a strong ally in Mike. What did Michael say? Wait, what is his name on here? Yes. Centron Voltron is still dangerous. Fuck, this was close. It's pretty clear that a few rallies with Bernie and AOC late would have been a more compelling story than old tweets. Totally inexcusable that Bernie and AOC failed to back Hong. If she loses narrowly, it'll be a major setback for the socialist movement that they will bear major responsibility for. I agree. I am baffled by the way this woman was treated by the socialist movement. Disappointing night, but one thing is clear. The establishment is perfectly willing to overlook serious flaws in their candidates and rally around them. Progressives frequently fail to rally for their candidates and miss huge opportunities for no good reason. He's right. He's right. He should be mad at his fellow grifters, right? He's pointing a finger at like progressives. You point a finger at your friends, dude. They're standing, the people you're mad at are standing right next to you, champ. It's their names are Hassan and Bernie and AOC and the DSA and everybody. Like, nobody did shit for Francesca Hong. They just left her to flop. Give me my goddamn check mark. I think the New York Times is protesting, man. They're just not going to do it. They don't give a shit. This is their act of resistance here. Lame, man. Let's listen to our fellow Americans a little bit. See how they felt about tonight. Oh, we had some speeches we didn't see also.
School student, breakfast, and
Peggy. for the calls, man.
Got the nod at the convention, but Damath is affordable.
Suburbs surrounding Milwaukee as well.
And what? So what?
At the end of the day, after we get through this August 11th primary, on August 12th, we need to come together because our ultimate goal is to make sure.
AP called it. Oh! Yes! Whew, boy. Let's effing go, man. Amazing. Who saw this coming, huh? Who saw this coming? Wow, what a night. Absolutely incredible. Amazing. I did not think we would end the night with a check mark next to David Crowley's name. I laid out the case early in my stream. You can rewind the VOD if you want, before a single ballot was counted.
It was worth staying up. We up bigly.
Thank you, funder of Trans Tifa. I agree, it was worth it. I laid out the case earlier tonight, how David Crowley could win. Why? The polling was way off. Look what happened in Michigan. They had Abdul El Sayed winning by 17 points. He ended up winning by less than 1. There was an overestimation in the polls of progressive support. I thought that could be applicable to Wisconsin, which is in the same neighborhood as Michigan. Same environment. Number 2, the polls that showed
Crowley should invite Hong to Thanksgiving as a good faith gesture.
That's a great idea. Number 2, the polls that showed Hong plus 25 also had Mandela Barnes with 20% of the vote. Mandela Barnes dropped out a couple weeks ago, so I assume that his votes would go to somebody like Crowley. Number 3, that same poll showed like 15% of people were undecided, and I figured a bunch of them would end up going with Crowley if they're still undecided at this point. I mean, what are they waiting to see from Francesca? They've seen it all. So I saw a path. I didn't think it was that likely. I thought maybe she wins by 5 to 7 or something. Not 20.
W stream.
Not 25, but maybe she wins by single digits. But wow, I would not have predicted this outcome. Derek, thanks for the $5. W stream indeed. I mean, this is a gut punch for the DSA. And I think this is going to, this plus El Sayed's weak victory, anemic victory. These things show you that this is not something catching on anytime soon. I get that these guys are competing, but for me, this is a lull in our politics right now where there's not a lot going on. People are still dealing and feeling the disappointment of Kamala's loss from 2024. Most people check out of politics outside of presidential elections. And I think that they're just disappointed in the Democrats because of what happened with Biden and then Kamala. And they haven't seen any fight from the Democrats because when you're in the minority, you can't do shit. And they're expecting something. And please stop Trump. So they're really mad and unhappy with the Democrats. And so these exciting Democratic socialists came along with energy and promising to do something else. And they're just different. They're outside of the establishment and the people in power. And so it's intoxicating. And people are hurting right now with Trump's tariffs and his Iran war and ICE deporting people. And boy, people are just pushed to the limit. And so I felt like this is just a moment that these DSA types are resonating with people just because they're fighting. And it's kind of hard to fight when you're already in the building as the Democrats. But I believe if the Democrats win the House in November and maybe even the Senate, and they take over on January 3rd, the 120th Congress will be sworn in on January 3rd, the Democrats will have the gavels and they will control the committees and they they will be respected by the media, and you will see a whole different side of the Democrats that feels impossible right now, that they will investigate and the media will take them seriously, and there'll be stories about Trump's in a lot of trouble and this is going down. And I think they're going to be smart about it too. I'm talking primetime hearings with Epstein victims, naming names, stuff like that, and exposing the insider trading and the corruption and you name it. I think Democrats are going to hit the ground running, and people are going to be feeling much differently about the Democrats, and that will take a lot of the energy out of this DSA movement, and there won't be a lot of room for fighting. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Democrats show up in lockstep on January 3rd, and everybody votes for Hakeem Jeffries to be speaker, and there's no division, there's no problems. People want to get on committees. They want to get their bills brought up. They want to try to solve problems. So I really think this is just a moment. I don't think this is the future that we're going to be fighting with these DSA people in a civil war for years. I could be wrong. But that's just why I feel the way I do. Necrotics, thank you for resubscribing on Kick, man. That's awesome. But that's all I've got, guys. I don't even know what else to say, man. I appreciate all you guys hanging out. I appreciate you guys giving a damn. I appreciate you guys keeping things optimistic. And I hope this makes you feel a little better about our politics in America and what's going on. And, you know, don't forget that and share that with people. And it comes from us. People are always like, Democrats, we need them to do something. We need better leaders. We need better elected people. No, we don't. We need us to be cheerleaders and to go out there and say good things and to talk about the positives. And so share your excitement with tonight's results and why you think it's good and why you think it's a step in the right direction, and go shit on some leftists and DSA people. And, you know, remember, this is supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be entertaining. And like, you only have one life, man. You can either be optimistic and hopeful for the future, or you can wallow in misery and be negative and think the world's going to fall apart. I mean, I'd rather be optimistic. And if things go poorly, they go poorly. You know, if things don't work out, they don't work out. I mean, it is what it is, man. All right. That's it, man. I'm out of here. I don't even know if anybody's live or anything. I have no clue. Oh, Chipolin, thank you for subscribing on Kick as well. I appreciate it. I don't know if I caught that. Give me 1 second here. Nobody I follow.
Good night.
Is live on Kick. I don't really follow too many people. YouTube. Okay. That's gonna do it. Thank you guys again. Appreciate all you guys hanging out. Make sure you're following the channel if you're not. That stuff helps, and subscribe and all that. And I'll be back tomorrow night to talk about what happened today and look at stories and see what other people said. But this was a fascinating night in our politics. I feel great. I'm stoked to see we dodged that bullet, man. That lady was a drag on the entire party and not helping with the socialism is coming to America courtesy of the Democrats. So, phew, that's like same thing with dropping Graham Plattner, man. Dodged a bullet there. Tona, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Okay, guys, have a wonderful night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow evening. Bye-bye.